Good morning, everyone. We are
Morning,
getting
Manager.
ready for day two coverage of Wendi Adelson testifying. Carl Steinbeck is set to join, possibly Tim Jansen, and also Dr. Hamilton. This is day
Better take
two
off drop while I have the chance. This dude is
of
concerned about my
Wendi
voice.
Adelson's testimony. We may get lead counsel on the defense, Daniel Rashbaum, finishing up a line of questioning, and then a cross by the state here. Let us sit for a moment and watch what happens. Here's Georgia Kappelman.
One minute.
See Charlie Adelson there. Looks like he slicked his hair back for this morning's testimony. The lawyers are conferring.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
We are going to resume with the cross-examination of Ms. Adelson at this time. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here comes lead defense counsel Daniel Rashbaum to continue his line of questioning with Wendi Adelson, the sister of the defendant, Charlie Adelson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I want to go back to your staying in Tallahassee after the relocation motion was denied, okay? You understood that you couldn't leave Tallahassee after it was denied, right?
That's right.
And so you decided to build a life here with your boys, right?
I mean, I had been building a life here for 7 years before that, but to continue with my life, yes.
You had a large circle of friends.
I did, yeah.
You were in a book club.
I was.
In fact, on July 1, 2014, just 17 days before the murder that the state thinks you participated in, do you recall that you were excited that a friend of yours was moving to Tallahassee?
I do.
Do you remember that friend's name? I can refresh your memory if you need it.
Well, I think Renee Griggs was planning on moving to Tallahassee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you for identification purposes only, Defense Exhibit 3. Is that your email?
Yes, that's my email.
And is that your email with Ms. Griggs?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I'd offer into evidence right now, Defense Exhibit 3.
An objection from the state.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
What is the exception that you're offering us on?
State of mind.
Please provide it to the court. The objection is sustained, however, the witness may testify here to her memory concerning this issue.
You learned on July 1 that your friend Ms. Griggs was moving to Tallahassee, right?
Well, I learned she was interviewing for a job in Tallahassee.
And you thought that was a dream come true, right?
I was really excited about it.
Why was it a dream come true?
To be able to be with her all the time would be fantastic.
You were dating men that lived in Tallahassee, right?
I was.
One of those men was Jeff Lacasse.
That's right.
We'll talk about him a little more later, but you dated him the end of 2013 through June, July 2014.
That's right.
And after you broke up with him, do you recall joining a couple date sites,
I did.
websites? I don't think they're called date sites, but dating websites.
Yes.
Do you recall setting up dates for the week or so after July 18th?
I did.
Do you recall having emails with individuals setting up those dates?
I do.
Do you recall setting up those dates on July 16th, 2014 for 2 weeks later?
That sounds right.
Do you recall setting up dates on July 17th for around 2 weeks later?
That sounds right.
Now, yesterday, Ms. Kappelman talked about a house you did not buy in 2013. You recall that testimony?
I do.
Let's now talk about 2014. In the spring and summer of 2014, you were working with a local realtor to buy a house in Tallahassee, right?
I was.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibits 6 and 7. Do you recall in April of 2014 looking at a property on Baird Street?
I do.
Do you recall in June of 2014 looking at 40 open houses that are available in Tallahassee?
I do.
Judge, I would move these exhibits into evidence as well.
Well,
Hearsay, Your Honor.
let me look at the exhibits. Was the exception you're offering them under once again?
State of mind, rehabilitation.
Exhibit 6 will be admitted. Exhibit 7, I believe. Is this all of exhibit 7 or is this 7 and 8?
It's all exhibit
6 is admitted, 7 is not. The objection is sustained as to 7.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Right?
All right.
Oh, that's not.
Oh, that's not technology. It is not.
Here.
Was J. Depart Frog Realty your broker?
He was a different realtor I was using. I used a couple different people, but I heard he was good. So I had reached out to him about this particular property.
And that was in April 25th, 2014.
That's right.
And that's about, I think, 4 weeks before the first attempted murder in June, correct?
I don't know about the first attempted murder.
And if you weren't able to buy, you were going to rent, right?
I would have continued renting.
Do you recall speaking to a Leslie Andrews on July 7th about a rental?
I don't remember Leslie Andrews, but it's on. I mean, I had a main real estate person I worked with, so she would have been maybe someone who had a property I was interested in, but I don't remember.
Do you remember something called the Tallahassee Center?
I don't.
Judge, may I approach with Defense Exhibit 8 for identification purposes only? And see if this refreshes your recollection that you were looking to rent a one-bedroom lease, and this is from July. This email is from July 7th, 2014.
But you said I was looking to rent a one bedroom, and she offers me a one bedroom, but I say I need something bigger, right? So that doesn't work.
Nonetheless, you were looking to rent. You were in the rental market just 11 days before the murder occurred, right?
That's right.
In July of 2014, you planned for the boys to attend school in Tallahassee in the fall, right?
We were trying to figure out which school our older son would go to, and our younger son probably would have kept going to the same preschool.
In fact, you and Professor Markel were arguing about that, right?
We hadn't come to a decision yet, but
You wanted the boys to go to, I think they call it SAS.
we had put our older son in the lottery, and he got pulled for it, and so we were exploring it as an option.
And that was the lottery for the school year 2014 and 2015.
Right.
So you didn't expect him to go to school in Miami.
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Now, in early 2013, you were appointed a clinical professor by the FSU faculty,
That's right.
and you were continuing to handle immigration and disability cases around Tallahassee.
That's right.
And you had plans to teach at the law school in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Fall of 2014, meaning after the murder, after when your ex-husband was murdered, correct? You were talking to research assistants about working with you, right?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking to a research assistant about working for you possibly in the fall of 2014?
Sure. That sounds right.
Do you recall Z. Nolan?
I do.
And you offered them a job in the summer and they couldn't take it. And you said, well, come back to me in the fall. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in the spring of 2014, well, let me back up. You authored a book, correct?
I did.
In the spring of 2014, your book was selected by FSU for what was called the One Book, One Campus event, right?
That's right.
That means that your book was going to be required reading for all incoming freshmen at FSU.
That's right.
And that means that we're talking about the incoming freshmen after the summer of 2014, right?
I was supposed to speak at convocation in August.
Let's talk about that in a second. But before we get there, that was a big honor for you, right?
It was the highlight of my career.
And you were very excited about it.
I was super excited.
You were going to be the keynote speaker at the FSU convocation on August 24th, 2014, correct?
That's right.
You told your friends and family about it.
I did. I probably told everyone.
You told your parents about it for sure.
I did.
And you told Charlie about it.
I'm sure I did. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 12 and 13. Take a look at these and let me know if you recognize them. Let me know if it's your email.
This is my email.
You recognize these items?
I do.
Judge, I move Defense Exhibit 12 and 13 into evidence.
Any objection?
Can I see these items, please?
Sure. You have them.
Hearsay and relevance, gentlemen.
May I approach your honor? State of mind. Rehabilitation.
Staying on grounds of relevance.
Judge, may we go sidebar, please?
Okay.
Quick sidebar here. Tim Jansen, obviously Daniel Rashbaum here trying to paint a picture that she had plans in the fall in Tallahassee, that her kids were going to be in school.
Yep.
That she wrote this book that was going to be read. Obviously, the intention here is to show that if she was going to commit this murder, why would she have planned all this? Is that right? Is this a smart tactic, a necessary tactic?
Well, I think it's necessary. After what she did to his defense yesterday, he's going to plod through this and try to overcome it. Maybe get the jury to ignore how bad the statement is that she's the first time she ever heard this so-called extortion was yesterday. It's clear that the family's very close. It's clear that this lawyer has talked to her lawyer because the answers are coming off way too quickly. She's probably seen every one of these documents, and it's kind of like repeating basically what they've gone over before.
Dr. Hamilton, to you, we get a lot of comments that when Georgia is questioning her, she has difficulty remembering. When Daniel Rashbaum, lead defense counsel, is questioning, she seems to remember everything. Is that obvious to the jurors?
Her demeanor and yes, her responsiveness are very different for the two. Although that's normal because even though the prosecution called her, she really comes out as adverse to the prosecution. So, but her demeanor changes quite differently. What she remembers and doesn't. She's still somewhat combative on certain things. For example, when she mentioned, I don't know about the first attempt. Well, she's been part of this case forever. They weren't really asking her. She knew directly that it was, but just kind of the idea of the time.
It's like they're getting ready to go back to battle here. Let's
Do you
listen.
recall that your parents and Charlie were quite excited to come watch you in Tallahassee at this event
They
in
were.
August?
Yes.
Do you recall your brother saying he couldn't wait to book a ticket, that it was fucking awesome?
Yeah. He was very excited.
Do you recall discussing with Professor Markel who would have custody of the boys during various trips in August and September of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall having those discussions in July of 2014?
That would make sense. Yeah.
Do you recall scheduling a whole host of meetings after July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
Let me be more precise. Before July 18, 2014, do you recall scheduling a bunch of meetings that were to occur after July 18, 2014 in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Do you recall making plans with a friend moving to Tallahassee for July 25th, 2014?
I don't.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you know an individual named Tahira Lee?
I do.
May I approach your Honor with Defense Exhibit 15? And I would direct you to the email on June 17th, 2014, which I think is the fourth email on the first page, and see if that refreshes your memory. But feel free to look at the whole document.
I see it, but you were asking if they were moving to Tallahassee on the 25th, or if I.
No.
No.
Did
Read
you?
yourself, Ms. Adelson, don't regret it.
Okay, sorry.
I'll repeat the question.
Okay.
Do you recall making plans with her where you said you would make plans with her after August 25th, 2014, because your family was coming to town?
Yes.
And that happened, that correspondence was in late June of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in June, you can put that aside now.
Okay.
Do you recall in June of 2014, late June of 2014, expressing interest in joining the board of a Tallahassee-based child advocacy nonprofit called American Children's Campaign?
I do.
That was in Tallahassee, right?
Mhm.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting for July 23rd, 2014 with a Professor Van Dern with the FSU College of Medicine?
So I don't, but I ran a medical legal partnership. So I would have been setting up meetings with the medical school, with the law school, with the social work school. So that would have been normal, but I don't remember it specifically.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that you were scheduling a meeting with Professor Van Dern for July 23rd of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall you can put that aside.
Okay.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting with your divorce lawyer to meet any time of the week of July 21, 2014?
Again, I don't remember specifically, but it sounds like it would have made sense for the time.
Do you know an individual named Cindy Jean?
I do.
Do you remember emailing her and asking her if the kids were available to go swimming at the pool on July 19th to 20th?
I don't remember, but it sounds like something I would have asked.
May I approach, Your Honor, with Defense Exhibit 20 for identification purposes only?
You may.
Does this refresh your memory about trying to set up that play date for July 20th or July 19th with Miss Jean?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Do you recall that your mom planned to visit Tallahassee in November of 2014?
I don't remember that.
I'm showing, may I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 21 for identification purposes only?
You may.
Please take a look at this.
Yes.
Does this refresh your memory that your parents planned on being in Tallahassee on November 17th? Does that
Yes.
refresh your memory?
Mhm.
You put that aside. Do you recall asking your parents to come to Tallahassee on August 1, 2014 for a birthday party with Ben, for Ben?
I don't remember doing that, but that sounds, it's close in time to his birthday.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 22?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that you were going to have a birthday party for Ben in Tallahassee in early August of 2014?
That's right.
You can put that aside. And that your parents were going to come up for that?
Mhm.
Do you recall making flight reservations to travel to Newark and then back to Tallahassee? So you're going to leave from Tallahassee and go to Newark, come back to Tallahassee for a wedding in October 2014.
I do.
And you made those reservations in July of 2014. Do you recall that?
I don't recall when I made the reservation, but I remember the wedding.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 23?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that the reservation was made sometime around July 14th, 2014?
Yes.
That you were booking tickets for a wedding in New Jersey on October 24th, 2014?
Yes.
And the cost of those tickets were over $400, right?
That's right.
You put that aside. Those tickets weren't to go back to Miami, were they?
No, it was Tallahassee to Newark, Newark to Tallahassee.
Why did you make those tickets to go back to Tallahassee?
That is where I lived.
We're going to move on to another subject. Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit yesterday about the litigation that occurred after the relocation litigation with Professor Markel. You recall that?
I do.
And there were these pieces of litigation back and forth about money and about filing false affidavits. You remember those?
Yes.
There was what was called the motion against your mom that Professor Markel filed. You recall that, right?
I do.
Okay. With regards to the motion that Professor Markel filed claiming that you and your attorney filed a false affidavit, did you get the sense that you were going to prevail on that litigation?
Yes.
Was the judge getting frustrated with Professor Markel on that litigation?
Very.
Did the judge admonish Professor Markel regarding that litigation?
The judge said he needed to stop.
Were you concerned about getting disbarred?
No.
I want to talk a little bit about Jeff Lacasse. You first met Mr. Lacasse in the fall of 2013.
Yes,
It was casual at first.
it was.
You were dating other people as well.
I was.
It got more serious around March of 2014.
That's right.
Fair to say he was in love with you?
I don't really remember. I don't think I could say, but it was more serious.
Okay. You weren't so sure about him. Is that fair to say?
I think my feelings developed over time,
And then they undeveloped?
and then they undeveloped.
You were very different people from very different backgrounds, right?
Yeah,
You didn't spend much time with your parents, right?
I think maybe he met them once.
He wanted to meet them more than once, right? He didn't like that he didn't get to see them more times.
I think he wanted to be more integrated into my life.
Jeff Lacasse met Charlie Adelson one time in March of 2014, right?
That's right.
He accompanied you on a trip with law students, right?
I used to run an alternative spring break, and he came with me.
And you decided to come down to South Florida for a day or two, right?
That's right.
And you had dinner at a place called Yardbird, right?
That's right.
Are you aware that that happened on March 11th, 2014?
No, I don't remember the date, just that it was during the spring break.
Fair enough. You remember sitting outside on the patio,
I do.
and it was you and Mr. Lacasse and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanoa. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No.
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother over with his car at that dinner?
No.
After dinner, you and Jeff Lacasse stayed at Charlie's house, right?
We did.
Miss Magbanoa wasn't there, right?
I don't remember her being there.
It was just the three of you.
I think so.
And you left the next morning.
We did.
Now, you and Mr. Lacasse started having issues around May of 2014. Is that fair to say?
That sounds about right.
You started to become nervous around him?
I don't really remember if I was nervous around him, but I started thinking it wasn't the right relationship.
He started accusing you of being unfaithful, right?
He did.
He accused you of having an affair with someone that you had previously dated?
He did.
Excuse me. You told him that you didn't. You denied it.
That's right.
And he didn't believe you.
He did not.
And before this individual that you used to date, you had coffee with at a place called All Saints in Tallahassee, right?
I did.
And Mr. Lacasse saw you having coffee with this individual, right?
He did.
And that caused a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
He flew into a rage.
Subsequently, he went through your phone and planner, right?
He did.
And this is around May, June of 2014.
That sounds right.
And you and Mr. Lacasse went to Gainesville for a weekend for his work at some point around this time frame.
Yes.
And that Saturday night, June 28th, he basically exploded at you.
He did.
He yelled at you for hours.
He did.
He accused you of having affairs with multiple people.
He did.
You were very upset, to say the least.
I was devastated. Yep.
Now, you were scheduled to leave for South Florida, I believe it was on June 30th or June 29th to celebrate your dad's 70th birthday, right?
That sounds right.
And Mr. Lacasse wasn't invited.
No.
You went down to South Florida on June 30th, and you and the boys stayed with your parents, right?
We did.
You had the boys with you the whole time.
Yes.
Dan Markel didn't have the boys at that point in time. The boys were with you.
Yes.
And Charlie knew that, right?
Yes, he was with us.
Your mom planned a big party for the birthday.
She did.
Now, I think when Miss Kappelman asked you if the birthday fell on a Saturday, you weren't sure.
I remembered it being on his actual birthday, which I thought was a Saturday, but I don't remember the calendar from 2014.
May I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit 25? Ms. Adelson, does this refresh your recollection that July 5th, 2014 was on a Saturday
Yes.
and that the party was at 7:30 p.m. or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Mhm.
Put that aside. Now, when you got back to Tallahassee, you saw Mr. Lacasse on July 13th.
That sounds right.
And when you saw him, it was not a good meeting. Is that fair to say? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You saw him the next day at a yoga studio,
I went to yoga and he wanted to come.
and it was awkward
It was.
and kind of tense.
It was.
And he asked to see you again later that week,
He did.
and you didn't want to.
I did not.
And when you got home that night, you sent him an email asking him not to contact you for at least 7 days, that you wanted to think things over. Is that
I
fair
did.
to say?
Yes.
You never saw him again, right?
No.
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Judge, at this point in time, we'd ask a stipulation be read into evidence.
Which stipulation?
The stipulation regarding the drop-off pickup schedule for the Markel children.
Very well.
Do you need a copy, Your Honor?
I have it right here. I'm just bringing up instruction 2.3. Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024, their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows. Monday, July 14th, 2024, dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014, dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014, dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendi Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014, dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendi Adelson, picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markel. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, do you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And Professor Markel picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that
I
day.
didn't. No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible. The person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markel's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
You spoke to your mom probably close to daily, right?
Yeah.
During this time period. She would know when you had the kids and didn't have the kids, right?
Probably.
Now, I want to go back to something briefly that we talked about yesterday before we stopped. You knew that Professor Markel posted his travel plans on Facebook and on his Prof's blog, right?
Yes,
He would talk about places and conferences that he was speaking at, right?
you would.
Are you aware that on the weekend of the 20th, he was supposed to speak at a conference in New Jersey, and he posted it on Prof's blog as well as on Facebook?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about Best Buy. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defense Exhibit 29 and 30. Looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that refresh your recollection that the warranty was under your father's name for
Yes.
that TV?
Mm-hmm.
A warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
I remembered that I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
And in fact, she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside. I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same thing, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay. It was for your friend's wedding shower that night.
They were having a stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
Yes, that's it.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Exception?
State of mind.
You can provide me with the, the objection is sustained. She may testify as to amendment.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so
Close to your old house?
close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is
I
that
did.
fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
You got to Mosaic at around 1 p.m.
That sounds right.
and your lunch was interrupted by investigator Isom, who told you that something had happened.
That's right.
You went with him voluntarily to
I
speak
did.
with him? You let police search your car?
Yes.
You were interviewed with the investigator from approximately 2:45 p.m. until 7:50 p.m.
Yes.
He told you that your ex-husband had been shot and was unlikely to survive, right?
Yes.
You were in shock.
Yes.
You were pretty open with police, telling them a lot of things, right?
They kept telling me they needed my help, and so I kept trying to help.
Now, you remember on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about this interview.
Yes.
And she asked you about all the people you mentioned during the interview, including Charlie.
Yes.
And you said I was just wheeling off names, right?
Yes.
In fact, isn't the first person in the interview that you mentioned was yourself?
Yes.
You said that you would understand if you were viewed as the prime suspect, right?
Yes.
Before you mentioned anyone else, you mentioned yourself.
Yes.
You told them about the motion to relocate.
I did.
You told them about the fight you had with Professor Markel that very morning about some swimming for the boys.
Yes.
You were spitting out a lot of ideas.
I was.
And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car.
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the bullet bourbon, right?
Yeah.
You agreed to be fingerprinted.
Yes.
You agreed to be checked for gunshot residue.
Yes.
You gave them your computer to be searched.
I did.
Towards the end of your interview, you asked the police officer if you could call your parents, right?
I did.
And the police allowed you to do that.
Yes.
And you called your mother's cell phone sometime around 7:04 p.m.
Yes.
And you spoke to your mom. I don't know if you remember, but you remember your dad being in the shower because they were going out to dinner.
I don't remember.
Your mom didn't answer actually the first call, and you called back a couple minutes later and she answered. Do you recall that?
I don't.
And when you called your mom, she was surprised.
Yes.
And you asked her to call Charlie and tell him what happened, right?
Yes.
You didn't speak with Charlie that day, right?
I don't think so.
On July 19th, the next day, you spoke to Charlie at 10:50 in the morning. You won't know the exact time, but do you recall speaking with him in the morning?
I honestly don't.
Do you recall letting him know that Professor Markel had passed away in the early morning?
I don't remember the conversation.
When your parents came directly to Tallahassee, correct?
They did.
They stopped in Orlando and they got there on the morning of the 19th, right?
Yes.
And when they got there, they were scared and frantic, right?
Yes.
Your dad didn't sleep. He couldn't get police protection, so he planted his chair in the front of your window to make sure that no one was going to come to your house and shoot it up, right?
Correct.
Now, you all attended a memorial service on the 20th, right?
Yes.
And you arranged for the Markels to see the boys after the memorial service, right?
They all came over my house.
And you left Tallahassee, correct?
Not on the 20th. No.
On the 21st.
Yes.
And when you left Tallahassee on the 21st, did you bring all your belongings?
I brought some swimsuits for the boys and some pajamas, and I thought we'd be back in a day or two.
And when you left, you were not yourself.
I was a mess.
You got to South Florida and you realized that you could not take care of the boys alone at this point in time.
I hadn't slept in days and I was terrified.
To get a little more specific, you wouldn't leave the house
No,
and you would hardly eat.
I wasn't eating, no.
And ultimately, you decided not to come back to Tallahassee.
I mean, I made that decision much later, but
And you had a friend who you grew up with, I think last name Keener, go back and get your more stuff at your house, right?
he did.
You have one more moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Now, it's been said in this courtroom that you have tried to erase Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life. Is that true?
It's not true.
For the first 2 years after the murder, did you limit Professor Markel's family from seeing the boys?
Absolutely not.
In fact, they had complete access to the boys, right?
100%.
They made dinners with the boys.
I cooked dinner for them, yes, every time they visited.
There were sleepovers and playdates.
That's right.
There was no animosity at all, right?
No,
And then in October of 2016, things changed, right?
yes,
A letter was released where there was a suggestion that Professor Markel's mom was talking to the state about arranging custody for the boys in case you got arrested.
yes.
And you saw that as a betrayal.
Well, the custody was foster care, so yes,
You saw that as her thinking that you killed her son.
yes,
And as a result of that, rightly or wrongly, you decided to limit their access.
I was afraid they were going to put my children in foster care.
Do your children know anything about their father?
They know a lot about their dad.
Do they have a picture of him in their bedroom?
Each boy has a picture of them and their dad over their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
Did you benefit from Professor Markel's death?
No,
Well, you got to live in South Florida.
it's not a benefit.
How are your boys doing?
You're doing very well. Thank you.
How has your job prospects been since this case hit the news?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
How are you doing?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
Has this affected your life negatively or positively?
Negatively.
Does Charlie love his nephews?
Very much.
You have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Adelson. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
Heading into redirect with Georgia
A
Kappelman.
long list of plans that you went over with Mr. Rashbaum that you were going to have in Tallahassee post murder date. None of those plans happened, right?
No,
Because you moved to South Florida, right?
because I felt unsafe to stay here. Yes.
And did you feel safe in South Florida?
No,
Did you buy a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
no, I did not.
Did you rent a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I didn't live in Tallahassee after the murder.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, all our plans were broken.
And what was the purpose of those questions? Of course you didn't. You moved to South Florida. You didn't have plans in Tallahassee that got executed. Why were you asked about all those things?
I don't know why I was asked questions by the defense counsel.
The book event that you were asked about, did that event happen?
I didn't speak at the event, but the event still happened.
Have you had several events related to that book that have happened?
I have.
And what events were those?
Do you mean just in Tallahassee or do you mean in other places?
Everywhere.
I've spoken at various schools about human trafficking and about my book. I think there was one event that still happened in Tallahassee about a year later.
And is that the only book you've written, or have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
What was the book about?
The book was about human trafficking and about the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking, the problems when it occurs, and basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
It was set in a fictional town,
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee. Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Who was the central character in that book?
So there's three central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was kind of a composite character of many clients I've represented from Latin America. And one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that's sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
And was Hiawassee, Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization? Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book, yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was Josh Stone.
All right. And what was Josh's employment?
Josh was an English professor.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor. Where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the story.
North Florida State University,
That sounds right.
NFSU.
NFSU sounds right. Yeah.
All right. And in the book, does Lily lament, quote, we moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career?
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the divorce document on cross, and I'll hand that back to you. This is actually my copy. see the quote that you read previously from that page?
I don't.
It had to do with, let's see if I can find it. That you were very unhappy in the marriage. I think it's the third paragraph there.
I see that line.
Okay, the wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and files her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as abandonment, and then it goes on to say that he had been disparaging you to some of the folks at the law school. Do you remember reading that?
I do.
Was that intended to be the place in this binder where you allege emotional abuse by your husband?
I mean, I think it's emotionally abusive to suggest somebody has mental health issues.
Okay. What is the Prof's blog? You were asked about that on Cross.
Yeah, it was a blog that Danny started with some of his colleagues to kind of promote community in the law professor world.
And who reads the Prof's?
Probably
Prof's blog?
other law professors and people interested in becoming law professors.
Who is on the Crim Prof listserv?
I don't know.
Were you
Probably.
on the listserv for that Prof's blog?
I may have been on the listserv at some point.
Do you remember seeing the post that you were shown on Cross?
I do.
And the post says something about Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is there any other information on what you were shown about Dan's travel plans post-murder other than that?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat the question?
The post says Danny and I guess it's another professor writing this thing. Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is that the type of information that he would typically have on something like the Prof's blog or Facebook?
That sounds right.
Okay, but as far as the date he's leaving, the flight he's on, that kind of stuff, would that typically be on the Prof's blog?
He wouldn't put what flight number he was on, but he would almost always communicate when he was going on a trip.
Okay, so going to a conference that starts July 20th might be an example.
Flying to New York tomorrow would be an example,
Okay.
but
He didn't
not a
put-
flight number.
But he didn't put flying to New York tomorrow on this occasion.
No.
You were referenced several times, not on direct examination by the state, but by your brother's attorney on Cross as a co-conspirator. Are you charged in this case?
No.
This isn't your trial, is it?
No.
Is your brother charged with conspiring with you to do a murder?
No.
Is he charged with conspiring with you to plan a murder?
No.
Is he charged with soliciting you to do a murder?
No.
Who is he charged with doing those things with?
I don't think anyone.
Have you had an opportunity to review his indictment in this case?
I have not.
Give you an opportunity to take a look at that document to yourself. Who is your brother alleged to have done these crimes with?
Catherine D. Magbanowa.
Were you on the wire in this case, Ms. Adelson?
No.
So when the bump happened, are you familiar with the event I'm referencing as the bump?
I am now.
When law enforcement approached your mother on the street and handed her a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, when that occurred, who did your mother call?
I don't know.
Not you, right?
Not me.
Okay. And once your brother found out about the bump, did he call you about it?
No.
Who did he call?
I don't know.
Well, you listened to the calls to authenticate the voices, didn't you?
Just to hear the voices, not to hear the content of the calls.
Okay. And the voices were your brother's voice, right?
But I listened to the calls just to hear who was on them, so I don't know what content they're referencing.
I heard your answer. My question to you now is your brother's voice was on the calls.
He was on some of the calls I listened to.
Your mother's voice was on the calls.
She was on some of the calls I listened to.
Did you have any secret meetings with your brother post bump that happened in South Florida?
No.
You were asked about Jeffrey Lacasse and the way that your relationship ended. What is OkCupid?
OkCupid is a dating website.
Were you on that dating website?
I was.
Were you on that dating website at the time that you were dating Mr. Lacasse?
No, I wasn't.
And were you speaking? So I guess if you weren't on it, you weren't speaking to multiple men from the website during the time you were dating Mr. Lacasse. And I'll remind you that you provided your phone in this case and it was cell-brighted, downloaded.
Objection. Argument.
Right.
Carl, while we're waiting right here, this part is getting tense. Carl,
Yes.
you expect Georgia to ratchet it up a little more here? Is this what you're expecting from her on the redirect?
Yes, and I hope she goes into some of the details. For example, like some of the key words that Wendi says are lies in and of themselves. For example, she says that we enrolled the boys in this lottery at this private school. It was not we, it was her, and she did it behind Dan's back. And if you recall, Dan was talking to a member of the school at the moment he got 2 bullets to the head because he was totally shocked by it.
Impeachment is sustained. Jury is to disregard the last comment from.
Let's listen back in.
Go ahead.
Didn't you just say that you weren't on OkCupid at the time that you were dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't know when we say I officially stopped dating Jeff Lacasse, but there's a chance that, I don't remember in 2014 whether I had gotten the app and started talking to people before we officially broke up.
Okay, so my point is there's a chance that he was right. You were being unfaithful or at least talking to other people. He had a reason to be jealous.
I think he had some serious jealousy issues that may or may not have been founded.
Yeah, I think we got from your testimony that you believe he had serious jealousy issues. My question to you is, did he have a reason to be?
No.
So he was wrong.
He was wrong in June when he accused me of being with multiple people that I wasn't with. Yes.
Okay. What was wrong with Dan's mother trying to make arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
Wasn't the foster care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave them in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
I don't know what the intent of the email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
She didn't know that though, did she?
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
I don't know how to answer that question.
How would they? Particularly back at the time that she sent that email. It was fresh at that time, right?
I'm sorry, what was fresh?
All the events that were occurring, the arrests.
That was 2 years after Danny's murder. I don't know what she knew or didn't know. I know that my children don't belong in foster care.
Was it a specific foster care that she was requesting be called in the event that the children had no place to go and were going to be going into the custody of the state?
She did suggest a specific foster care agency,
A Jewish-run foster care agency.
a Jewish foster care.
How many times have the kids visited Dan's parents since this murder?
Many. It'd be hard to count.
Countless times?
Countless times.
How many times have they seen him in the last year?
We had a visit with Danny's dad and the boy's cousin this summer. We've had a lot of Skype visits. They do live in Canada, so it makes it a little bit harder to have in-person visitation. But every time they've asked for it, we've arranged it.
Every time they've asked for a visit, you've arranged it.
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have they seen him in the last 5 years?
Again, we
Countless?
as in the last 5 years, that overlaps with the time when they tried to put them in foster care. So since we've reestablished relations, we've seen them about twice a year whenever they come down to Florida.
So in the last 5 years, they've seen him how many times? 2 or 3 times a year?
About that.
Has this been a major issue between you and Dan Markel's parents? This issue of them having access to the kids?
The issue of them trying to put them in foster care is a major
No,
issue.
ma'am, that's
yes.
not my question.
I'm sorry.
Hasn't the issue of them trying to get access to your kids been a major issue, at least for them?
Since they tried to put the children in foster care, yes. Before that, it was not a problem.
Are you familiar with their work across the street at the legislature trying to get bills passed to give grandparents rights to see kids?
I'm familiar with their grandparents' legislation, but it's actually unconstitutional.
Okay. Are you mad? Are you angry that according to your brother's theory, he and your mom have known who killed your children's father since 2014 and you weren't told who it was?
I'm more angry that somebody killed my children's father.
So you're not mad about that they knew this whole time. That's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
That's
question?
the theory of the defense in this case, is that he's known the whole time. Your brother's known what happened to Dan. Does that make you angry?
I'm angry about so many things. It's hard to
Is that one of them?
separate them.
Well, try.
I'm confused. It's hard to process.
And apparently, according to his lawyer, these killers had threatened to kill your brother's family members as well. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
And that would be you, right?
It would.
Were you told that a specific threat had been made by the same people that had killed your ex-husband to kill your brother's family members?
I was not told.
Would that have been information you would have liked to know back in 2014?
Yes.
Would you have made the same decision to move down to South Florida, closer to the killers?
No, I would not.
And even after the killers were arrested in 2016, you weren't told that that's what was going on the whole time.
I found out yesterday.
No further questions.
Members of the jury are being instructed to disregard the comment of the witness as to the constitutionality of any portion of the Florida statutes. You may step down.
Will Ms. Adelson be recalled at any point? Looking to both of you. Will she be recalled at any point?
That's possible, Judge. I'd ask that she remain under the rule, but she's free to go about her business.
Have a good day, ma'am. Please call your next witness.
May I have a moment to see who's out there, Judge?
Go ahead.
That was a very tense ending right there. Let's go straight to the Tallahassee defense attorney, Tim Jansen. Tim, what'd you make of that final exchange? Bringing up the defense theory, it seemed for a while like Daniel Rashbaum was defending Wendi and not Charlie. What'd you make of that legal maneuvering by Georgia?
I think it's as brilliant as she always is. I knew it would be short. She cut right to the chase. She made her make admissions. The
Break,
funniest one
we'll
was when
take
she
a
said, well,
10
your
minute
life was in danger, so you moved
recess
closer
until
to the killers.
10:15.
I mean, she just brutalized Wendi and the defense at the same time with 15, 20 minutes of cross-examination.
Hmm.
She's good.
She's real good. Dr. Hamilton. So Georgia started that right there by asking about the relationship between she and Ruth Markel and Phil Markel, and this idea that in case she was charged, she was going to go to foster care. And that's when it started to get tense. And Wendi says, I don't know what Dan's parents know or
Judge, are we still
don't.
on the record?
What do you make of that
If
final
there's something that
exchange?
you need to address, go ahead. Yes.
But before, not the next witness, I believe, but the next two witnesses, we're just going to need to go sidebar at your leisure to discuss a couple issues. So just giving you a heads up.
Let's go ahead and approach now while they're doing their break.
Okay.
The murder.
Okay, so I thought it was very effective about showing her anger, showing that Dan's parents were trying to do a good thing in terms of contextualizing why it was that they were looking for foster care. And implicit in that was nobody else was looking for the alternatives for the boys if things went down. And a couple of things that just, it's amazing as a law professor how Wendi keeps saying things that are so inconsistent with the law or that a law professor would otherwise know. So the idea, for example, when asked about who was he charged with conspiring with or soliciting, and she said no one. Well, any lawyer knows that you're not going to be charged with either conspiracy or solicitation specifically unless there is another party or parties. So that one was a little bit odd. And then her assertion that there was no possibility in her mind she could be arrested for a crime she didn't commit. I'm sure there would be a lot of people around this country, arrestees, who believe that they have been arrested for crimes they did not commit. So that was also another kind of odd assertion. And then just the her exploding with the comment that the grandparents' rights was unconstitutional just also showed I think her true colors. So very interesting exchange at the end, and I think it ended up showing the jury a little bit more about the personality and character of Wendi.
Very interesting legal maneuvering there by Georgia for sure. And Tim keeps saying how seasoned she is. You saw it right there. Hey, Mona, I should know the answer to this myself, but I don't off the top of my head. Carl, are the Markels on the witness list? Ruth, Phil, Shelley? Oh, you have to unmute. Let me unmute you, Carl. I got it. There you go.
There's a stipulation between the attorneys. They originally were on the list. When they had to read the list of witnesses to the jurors, they then were back on the list. I think that might have been a mistake by the prosecution, inadvertent mistake. But they are, so technically they're not on the list right now. So why aren't they there? And I think that's something that the jury is really going to pick up on. Now, Wendi is subject to being recalled, so she's going to have to sit there throughout the whole trial unless the prosecution releases her. So, but I agree with everything that was just said about this. This was a scathing cross-examination that really did a lot of damage to Wendi, and it just is a great follow-up to yesterday's crushing examination of her. And there was a lot more lies in here. I mean, she said she didn't even talk to Charlie the day of the murder. Really? Come on. We know they talked that morning, right? Also keep in mind, she keeps closing her eyes. So I think the jury's going to pick up on that. Every time Wendi closes her eyes and holds them there for a second before she opens them again on a question, that's how you know it's a lie. She knows she's going to say a lie every time she holds her eyes closed for an extended period. So also, I thought it was great that she brought out the fact that, and it's going to come out more through Jeff Lacasse, how much she hated Tallahassee. So she set up a lot of good things as well for other witnesses to bring out. And also keep in mind this keynote address that she was smiling and so happy for. I mean, God, really, you're in a key witness in a murder case where your kid's dad was murdered and you're doing all this laughing and smiling. And I mean, she was just like lit up when they asked her about the book. And she was really angry too about that book thing, because it was John Lauro that told her, you cannot do the keynote. that looks really bad. That's what Jeff Lacasse said that she said to him, and she was really upset about that. So in any event, a lot of good stuff there that the jury can absorb, and that she did a lot of great things to the prosecution.
Tim Jansen, I woke up in the middle of the night after a long day, and I was thinking, again, that, and no one's going to like to hear this, that maybe there is a bit of confirmation bias, because we all know this story so well. We all believe the narrative from the state side, but the jurors, they're coming to this with a completely, or so we believe, they're coming to this with a completely fresh set of eyes. One person made the comment that Wendi, was kind of looking flirtatiously at the juror box. We don't know at who, or if that is even accurate. But my worry, what I am raising a flag about early on, will the jurors be able to read through witnesses like Wendi Adelson? It's a very complicated story, very complex. This last exchange, was brilliant because it was short and to the point, and it really said a lot about her character. But do you think at the end of the day, the jury will get the full picture?
Well, that's where the state, Sarah's going to have to go back to their plan, follow through with the opening statement, go timeline by timeline, put everything together and show how this got here, how he was involved. And then when Rashbaum tries to get his defense out there, then they're going to have to make a scalpel and get those in. But they need to stay the course. This jury doesn't know everything that we all know. And I think if they'll do that, Georgia, and, they don't get off course. And Sarah's not going to get off course. So if they produce the witnesses that they mentioned in opening and keep doing the cross-examination, I think this jury is going to get a good picture. I don't think that the defense lawyers got a good relationship with the jury. I think they tried to sell something that now the jury probably is questioning the whole defense in the back of their mind. That this sister would not know, the whole family wouldn't have told her that we knew who committed this crime 2 years ago or when it was committed. It's not plausible that they would not protect her and tell her that, hey, we're being extorted. And now the problem that has for Mr. Rashbaum is he agreed to keep the Adelsons off the witness list. So now they can't even come in and buttress his story. He's agreed that they won't testify. So who is going to tell this story of the extortion? It has to be either Charlie Adelson or Katie Magbanua. And I don't think he's going to want to put Katie Magbanua in this jury. He's really limited his defense, and I think it got cut out with Wendi Adelson.
Here's a question for you, Tim, before we get to Dr. Hamilton. Why didn't the state declare Wendi a hostile witness so they could ask leading questions?
Because Georgia is so seasoned, she felt that she could handle her, and she did. She cut her off a couple times and said, that's not my question. She did it politely. She had firm control over her. The only time you do that is when the witness is completely, and the judge is already instructing the witness only answer the question. I think, Georgia, that is true. You can declare your own witness hostile, but I think it was more effective for her not to.
And another question for you, Tim, and keep the questions coming because you got some of the better legal minds here. Question for Tim: can the Markels file a wrongful death suit?
That's not really my expertise. He was an adult. I don't know the statute of limitations on that. That many have run. So I don't try to get in an area I'm not an expert in.
Tim, final one here, because Carl talked about this. Can you clarify if the Markels are on the witness list? Is there a chance we see Ruth, Phil, or Shelley, the sister of Dan Markel, called to the stand?
Well, the problem is they did invoke the rule at a certain point, and they're sitting in the courtroom. And my issue, I was thinking about it last night in my hospital bed at home. When Wendi said, I just learned about this extortion theory today. How did Wendi hear about it? She was in the outside getting ready to testify. Where did she get that information about the extortion in the opening statement? How did she get it? Was she in the courtroom? Did someone tell her?
Interesting.
And I was hoping Georgia would ask her exactly where did you hear this? Because you weren't in the courtroom. But it wasn't asked, and I was just thinking maybe it was the pain meds.
Hey, Joel, just to clarify, my last answer had to do with the Adelsons. Was the question about the Markels, whether they're on the witness list?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
about,
yeah, they've never been on the witness list.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And
So
based on the rule, they cannot be called in to rebut what Wendi said because they're sitting in the courtroom. So that's the way normal courts work. Tim, would that be the same there in Tallahassee?
That's correct. Once the rule's invoked, you can't.
Yeah.
The only person that could be in there would be an expert witness who can listen to the testimony and give testimony, and the defendant himself.
Hey,
go ahead.
Or an investigator at the table, obviously. Jason Newland. He's coming and going. He can testify.
By the way, Tim, you look well lit for Halloween. You got a little eerie lighting, which I like. But go ahead, Carl.
No, I just thought some more about this wild theory about this extortion of Charlie by Katie and Sigfredo. And so to think about it, they are willing to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to Sigfredo and Katie for a murder they had nothing to do with. But yet when the police officer's bump came for $5,000, they fought that tooth and nail and were ready to kill the guy over it. So it makes no sense. I mean, it's just completely laughable.
There's Ruth in the background next to mentor lawyer, not looking great. Dr. Hamilton, to you, by the way, Wildfire says, Melissa Hamilton, I've loved your work and publications helping domestic violence and minorities from Wildfire. There's a question earlier. I mean, it appears to me that there were some bold-faced lies told by Wendi, just flat-out lies. And the question was, can she be charged potentially with perjury, or is she covered by this immunity?
No, the immunity would not cover perjury, but good question. Now, it's relatively aware that prosecutors will go after perjury charges, but here you never know. Depends on whether they have the inkling to do so or to make a example of her, perhaps. One of the, well, I can't prove it was a lie, but I thought it was kind of interesting. When she was talking about, she would listen to the calls of the bump. And so she said, well, she listened to the voices, but not the content. And so it's like, I think for a normal juror would say, you couldn't possibly, even if you tried to tell yourself not to listen to the words, they would filter through your head. So that was another interesting one I wrote down. Also, I wrote inconsistency or contradicted herself from her awareness of the first attempt on Dan's life. So in one part, she said she wasn't aware, and then later on, she admitted to actually she agreed to the time frame of it. So that was another interesting one.
You know, she's an attorney, Dr. Hamilton, and was asked if she ever reviewed Charlie Adelson's indictment. She said no, and then was shown the indictment. These are just things that, you know, your brother's up on murder charges. You're a lawyer. What are the chances you're not going to read the indictment, right?
Well, it could explain why she thought he wasn't conspiring with anybody else, even though you can't conspire with yourself and you can't solicit yourself. That one was quite interesting.
Carl, Wesley John Holmes, an Aussie living in Tokyo. Question for Carl: will they recall Wendi again, and if so, how soon? And does she have to stay through the duration of this trial now? Am I going to see her in Tallahassee, Carl?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things Georgia was debating. It's like, do I have her subject to recall, which means she's got to sit outside the courtroom the entire length of this trial till the close of the evidence? Or do I let her free, and then she's going to be just like the parents? She's going to be out of there so fast. I think Tim said that yesterday. And so, which would again show the family's abandoning Charlie to let him fight this on his own. And so, but I think she's making the better move of having her subject to recall. Even if you don't know if you're going to call her, why not just have her available? And I think the thing that's really going to affect John Laurel is the fact that he's got to defend former President Trump, and he's just got to hang around a courtroom for another week or so. just over this case, which is much less significant from his client's standpoint here. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure there on Laurel for this.
By the
I
way,
don't know if you heard it, but Georgia, when he was walking out, said, "We'll be in contact." So I think what's going to happen is she'll probably stay in town. John will go to Atlanta, and that other lawyer with Wendi will stick around in a hotel room or something.
Yeah.
You're right. There's no reason not to.
Once party is over.
and by the way, I told the esteemed guest here we were just going to go through Wendy's testimony. Guest, can you hang on through another witness or two? Maybe take us close to lunch, and then we'll just stream it live. Are you okay with that? Dr. Hamilton, I know you've been gracious, so if you have to go, I totally understand, but would love to have you.
I will do double duty if that's okay on a meeting on my iPad.
Perfect.
Joe, I'll have to sign off now, but I'll come back on at the close of the witnesses, and I'll be listening to it on my phone because I got an appointment to prepare for.
All right, Carl. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a little bit. Tim, real quick before we get going, Sadie wants to know, was the prosecution explicit enough in letting the jury know that Wendi did not use Trescott as a shortcut the day of the murder?
They're going to have to call. They'll probably recall the FBI agent to do that. I don't know if Craig Isom's going to testify. I heard he might not testify in this case. And I know Craig. Craig is a guy you would love to have a drink with. He's a funny guy. Whereas Pat Sanford is not. He's the typical FBI guy that's straight-laced, by the book. But I think that is important, showing where she went. I saw they mentioned they were trying to attack Lewis because Lewis said he thought he saw her with the babies the day before going down the street, which I think they were trying to impeach Lewis already with Wendi.
Tim, let me ask something. So in journalism, there's a thing called the economy of words. When you're writing a script, you want it to be short, tight, to the point. Georgia got up there and said, are you angry your parents and Charlie knew about this plan and you just found out? I mean, it was a very short question, very punctual. Is that very effective?
Yeah, because it wasn't a long-winded question where she had a minute she could prepare an answer in her mind. It was short and quick, and she had to respond.
She's no Anderson Cooper. Let's listen in here. There's going to be another witness coming up. Let's see who it is.
Lacoste, maybe?
I don't know. Let's see if Lacoste.
It's not going to be Kate Magbano.
Everyone can be seated.
Here we go.
State, please call your next witness.
Officer.
An officer here from the Tallahassee Police Department. We'll watch this and see what he has to say.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Officer Brannon, number 510, BRANNON, with Tallahassee Police Department.
How long have you been with TPD?
Approaching 25 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple years prior to that.
Did you go to the scene in this case on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your function there on Trescott Drive?
I ended up writing the primary report.
All right. What is the primary report?
Just the initial report of the basics of, what had occurred.
Okay. And as part of your duties out there at the scene, did you maintain the crime scene, the integrity of the crime scene?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We set up a perimeter, and once we established the perimeter around the crime scene, I was guarding the north end of it.
What was the crime scene? Can you describe it for us?
It was on Trescott Drive, and basically we blocked off the road 3 or 4 houses to the north and to the south.
Okay, so that whole area was considered the crime scene and only law enforcement was entering or exiting until you were done?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived there, who was present on the scene from law enforcement or?
Sergeant Sims was the first one on scene.
Okay. Was EMS there by the time you got there, or did they arrive after you arrived?
They were already there also.
Okay. Did you participate in clearing the residence there at Trescott?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of a struggle or a robbery present at the scene?
In the garage.
Okay. What was that? There's evidence of a robbery in the garage?
Of an incident, a violent incident.
Compound question, I'm sorry. So there was some broken glass there.
Yes, ma'am. Observed broken glass on the floor and inside of the vehicle.
All right, but no evidence of anything that had intruded into the home.
No.
Okay. As part of maintaining the crime scene perimeter, is crime scene tape put up across the road?
Yes,
And did you participate in doing that?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said it was a couple houses down in each direction is where the tape was placed.
Yes.
And where were you physically positioned?
My patrol car was blocking the roadway.
All right. And were you on the, don't use north and south because that'd be lost on me. Were you closest on the side of the scene closest to Centerville Road or closest to the other side of Trescott?
Closer to Centerville.
All right. I'm going to show you an aerial map that I've marked as States Exhibit 125. You recognize 125?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate map that includes the scene in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it include the position that you were in at the crime scene tape?
Yes. We've been somewhere right up in that area.
Permission to publish 120, introduce and publish 125, Your Honor.
So we can keep this moving. Mr. Rauschbaum, are you objecting to 125? Please approach. At this time, the defense has withdrawn any objection. You may continue with your examination.
May I publish?
You may.
Use on the main screen. All right, so can you explain for the jury where the roadblock was that you were positioned at the crime scene?
So that blue dot right there is the victim's residence. I would have been somewhere right in that area.
And can you show us in relation to that where Centerville intersects with Trescott?
Over here.
All right, so if you were to turn onto Trescott from Centerville, can you just kind of show us with your light the route of travel from Centerville to the roadblock?
Comes around here, up and back around.
Okay. Would you have been able to see the roadblock from the intersection of Centerville and Trescott?
No.
If you had just started to turn on to Trescott and then rerouted back onto Centerville, would you have been able to see the roadblock that way?
No, you'd have to go a considerable amount around.
Okay. And from the roadblock where you were positioned, could you see the crime scene?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there was EMS and other law enforcement there. Were there marked law enforcement vehicles in the driveway and roadway directly in front of the crime scene?
When I was on the perimeter position, I know there was a lot of investigators and crime scene vehicles. I don't remember if any of the marked patrol cars were in front of the residence. They may have been.
Okay, so what type of vehicles were out there? Can you describe what sort of activity was happening at the Markel residence when you were at the perimeter?
Basically, the investigators and the crime scene techs taking their portion. And the crime scene tech vehicles are marked police and have lights on them and stuff.
All right, so would it have been obvious to someone approaching your position in a vehicle that there was activity, law enforcement activity going on at that residence?
It seems likely.
Objection, Your Honor.
What are the grounds?
Guessing.
Sustained as a speculation.
You may continue.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced into evidence. I'll just publish 18. Do you recognize this vehicle?
It looks like a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
I'm sorry, will you repeat your answer?
It appears to be a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
All right, and this vehicle, are you familiar particularly with the make and model of this particular vehicle?
Yes, my wife drove we still have it. My daughter drives it now, 2006 Honda Odyssey.
So at the time you had in your family this same type of vehicle?
Yes.
And did you know at the time that Wendi Adelson drove this type of vehicle?
Yes.
All right, so you noticed this vehicle or a vehicle identical to this one approach your position?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did the vehicle do when it approached your position?
Just stopped pretty quick and turned around and headed back in the other direction.
Did the driver stop and inquire of you what the activity was at the Markel residence?
No.
Do you know what time of day that was that you observed this vehicle approach the roadblock?
Sometime a little afternoon, probably around closer to 1.
And just to clarify, were there any other roadblocks between where you were positioned and encountered this vehicle and the Centerville intersection?
No.
No further questions.
Officer Brannon, good morning.
Morning.
So I want to get a little bit more precise. Do you know how many houses the tape was away from? Because we just heard a couple, we heard maybe 3. Do you know how many houses it was?
I don't know exactly. I'm approximating 3 or 4 houses.
Do you know a forensic specialist, Maltese?
I'm familiar.
She testified that it was 5 to 6 houses away. Could that be correct?
Could be.
Okay. You said that you saw the Honda Odyssey approach in the afternoon, and you said it was closer to 1. Do you recall testifying to that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phone data puts that car on the outer perimeter later, meaning after 12:30 p.m.?
I'm not familiar with any of that.
But it would be consistent with your memory that it was closer to 1 o'clock, right?
That appears to be, but it's been 9 years.
And when that car left, you're aware that the ambulance was already gone, right?
I believe so, yes.
Could you see that the driver of the car was on the phone at the
No.
time that she approached?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect examination? Does the state have any redirect examination?
So when the minivan approached, there was crime scene tape and your law enforcement vehicle in the roadway. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond that, now I guess we're 3 to 5 houses down? How many houses?
I don't know.
What's your
exactly.
best estimate?
My best estimate was 3 or 4.
Okay, so 3 or 4 houses down from that tape is this law enforcement activity. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And would the driver, however far away it was, have been able to see that law enforcement activity at that residence?
What's your objection?
Speculation.
I'll allow him to answer if he has a memory of it.
You were there, right?
I was able to see it from my perspective.
Okay. Nothing further.
You may step now, Mr. Brannon.
Will he be recalled by any party?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Please call your next witness. Have a good day.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
Here we go. Ex-boyfriend of Wendi Adelson,
Please
Jeff
raise your right hand,
Lacasse.
sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Buckle up,
You may
Tim.
take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name's Jeffrey Lacasse. Sorry. JEFFREYLACASSE.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been with FSU?
I came back in 2013. I was also there from 2000 to 2008.
Have you always lived in Tallahassee?
No, I'm from California originally. I went to Phoenix for 5 years from 2008 to 2013. Really loved Tallahassee. So when I got a tenure track job here, I was excited to return in fall of 2013.
Did you have a relationship at some point with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What was that relationship?
We met in the fall of 2013. Apologize for my voice. I'm just getting a little water.
You can have water.
We started dating in the fall of 2013, September 2013. We dated casually in the fall and more seriously in the spring and summer of 2014.
When did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but basically July of 2014.
All right, we'll walk through that a little more
Yeah.
in detail. During the time that you were dating Ms. Adelson,
Someone's either breathing on my.
Is that me?
or very close to it.
I don't know. Maybe we need to move it.
Back up just a tad.
Is it okay if I touch the microphone? Or you want me to-
Do I, is this about the right distance here?
I'm not sure it's you, but
Last time.
back it up in here. I know
Okay.
it's hard to get right.
But maybe if you speak up, it'll just help the issue.
Yes, sir.
All right. So during the time that you were together, did you become aware of Wendi Adelson's recent divorce from Dan Markel?
I did. On our first several dates, that was the primary topic of conversation.
And were you aware that this was an unusually nasty divorce?
Yes.
During the time that you were dating her, did you become aware that even subsequent to the divorce, there was ongoing litigation pending?
Yes.
Did you know Dan Markel?
I met Professor Markel. I did not know him. I probably spent 10, 15 minutes in his presence across the course of that relationship.
And were you specifically familiar with the litigation concerning Wendi Adelson relocating with her children to South Florida?
Yes, that was a topic of conversation for sure.
If you know, did Wendi want that relocation to take place?
Yes, on our second date, the topic of relocation and being stuck in Tallahassee came up, and the date was ended abruptly when she went to the bathroom, returned with tears in her eyes, and just left the date because she was so upset. That was about two and a half months after it was denied.
All right.
And it continued to be a topic, but that's
But that issue seemed to be specifically what was upsetting her on that day.
definitely was she left a group date suddenly because it came up.
All right. And did she have family in South Florida?
Yes.
And what family was that?
Well, her brother, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, her father, and Donna Adelson, her mother, were the ones primarily that I heard about.
Were you also familiar with the litigation seeking to limit the exposure of Wendi Adelson's young sons to her mom, Donna Adelson?
Yes, in spring of 2014, yes.
And did you observe Wendi to be taking that filing seriously? Did she seem stressed or worried about it?
Every filing she took seriously, and she was stressed. I reported to TPD that every time a motion was filed, it affected our relationship because she's very upset.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi, did you have an occasion to meet her family members in South Florida?
I did. Well, I met her parents mostly up here. So I met Donna and Harvey Adelson probably 8 to 12 times up here. I met the defendant down in South Florida one time.
All right, so you only met Charlie Adelson one time.
That's correct.
When was that?
That was the evening of March 11th, 2014.
And had you already met the parents several times at that point?
Yes, probably 6, 8 times at that point, maybe more.
So they came here quite frequently.
Yes.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you meet her?
She was present at the dinner that I attended on March 11th, where it was myself, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, and her went to dinner that evening, March 11th.
You're saying the defendant. Do you see the person in the courtroom
Yes,
that you had dinner with? Who's that?
that is Charles Adelson, known to me as Charlie.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting in the center of the defense table, wearing a light blue tie and a navy blue sports coat.
All right. And so Catherine Magbanua, how was she related to this family or affiliated with the family?
I was introduced to her as Charlie's new girlfriend, essentially.
And was it your understanding that this was the first time that Wendi was meeting Catherine Magbanua as well?
That was my understanding. She was excited about Catherine Magbanua, and that was my impression, yes.
All right. So anything unusual happened at the dinner?
Well, at the dinner, Ms. Magbanua mentioned that she had I guess it was her ex-common law husband, who had a criminal history that sounded very serious, and I did raise my eyebrows at that.
Did Charlie Adelson seem disturbed or upset by Catherine Magbanua mentioning that?
I don't recall him seeming disturbed, no.
All right. What about after dinner? Where'd you go next?
We went to Mr. Adelson's home, and we sat in his hot tub and had a few drinks and talked for a little while.
Who's the we that sat in the hot tub?
Yeah, myself, Wendi Adelson, Charles Adelson was in the hot tub, for a while, and his then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
All right. So Dr. Obed was living with Charlie Adelson at that time?
That was my understanding. It was his roommate, yeah.
All right. And where was Catherine McBannel at that time?
She did not accompany us back to the house.
In the hot tub, did the defendant make some statements that were of interest in this case?
Yes.
What were those?
Judge. Objection, motion to eliminate.
Right.
Okay, continue.
Let me ask a more specific question. Adelson in the hot tub mentioned anything about having connections to a criminal element?
Yes, he did. He mentioned having contacts on both sides of the tracks, meaning dentists, lawyers, professional class people, but he also had people he knew that were a criminal element. Yes.
And did you get more specific about anything about these people that are the criminal element?
He mentioned specifically, I repeated it to TPD, about Cuban neighborhoods where you might find that criminal element.
Okay, so he had connections to those type of people.
That's what he said.
And
yes.
what was the context of this? Was he just seemed scared about it, worried about it, or something else?
Seemed to be bragging.
I want to ask you about a meeting with Wendi at a coffee shop that occurred on June 4th, 2014. Do you recall that?
I do.
What happened at the coffee shop?
We went to the Red Eye Coffee Shop to have coffee, just to meet midday. And Miss Adelson canceled a trip that we had planned for July 11th to 17th to go see my parents, which was a big deal in the relationship. And she abruptly canceled it.
Did she offer an explanation as to why she needed to cancel the trip?
Not one that made sense. She said that she feared that we would not get back in time, and she emphasized, had to be back on the 18th to pick the kids up out of school, which would have been July 18th, 5 p.m., is my understanding. And I couldn't fathom why in the summer going through Atlanta, you wouldn't be able to get back in time. It didn't make any sense to me.
So she was worried you could be delayed and she wouldn't be able to pick the kids up.
Right. And we had people who could babysit. It didn't make any sense at all, but that was what she said. That day was very important.
All right. And so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
All right. Did you see her later that evening?
I did. I went to the house to hang out with her and her children.
And is that her residence on Aqua Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was she that night? This is June 4th, right?
It is.
Okay.
She was a nervous wreck to the point where she was sick to her stomach. Asked me to get to her house as soon as possible. She was in that much distress. And she didn't have food poisoning or flu or anything obvious. She was just a nervous wreck. So I went to her house, immediately went to the store to get her Pepto-Bismol and a couple of things from the convenience store. I have the credit card receipt, is why I recall that so specifically.
And did you have any idea why she's acting? I assume this is unusual for her.
It was fairly unusual. The degree of severity was definitely unusual. But that whole week, June 4th to 9th, she was very nervous. So.
And she didn't didn't tell you it was because killers were in Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, did she?
No, I was stunned to later find out that there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit to this TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night. And I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to
by going
refresh
through
mine.
those?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do you get the movie or?
Well, it's back in the day. It was Redbox. So I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right. And go over there with the movie and what happens when you arrive.
I walk in the door and Miss Adelson asked me to look at her television because there's something wrong with the television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist and hit it like that was my first impression.
So kind of like a shatter mark with spiders.
Yeah, there's like an impact crater, and then there's from that and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult. Or really, no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it, so I looked all around the room, and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see it. I didn't know for sure. And I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial. So I didn't investigate further or think about it very much, to be honest with you. I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, a similar make and model that we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before. So yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue. And it's her house, her TV, her kids. So I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time. And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted to because it was pretty frustrating. And I just didn't understand, what was going on. And of course, I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're gonna have to get a new TV. And I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room. So we could have replaced it right away.
All right. Did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer. And again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries. And I said, oh, okay. But it was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And it sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd.
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order. Let's skip over that for now and go to the big fight in June. Ms. Adelson mentioned that there was a big fight toward the end of June. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that's the weekend in June 27th, 28th.
Where were you when that fight occurred?
We were in Gainesville. Miss Adelson accompanied me for a work trip, and we had that scheduled for a while. And we went. She accompanied me on a work trip, and we ended up having a pretty big argument Saturday night in the hotel.
When did that have to do with you accusing her of seeing other men?
That was one of the issues. There'd been a lot of tension bubbling. That was the major issue. But just to give that some context, I suspected very strongly she was seeing other men. Of course, your office had confirmed recently to me that there was multiple online active dating accounts the whole time we were supposed to be exclusive. But just to give context to that, that was combined with Wendi promising me the world in June, talking about me moving in. Shouldn't get a Jeep. You should get a car. The kids' car seats will fit in. The kids should start calling you daddy was the most outrageous one and so she's like throwing herself at me over the top in a way that felt totally disingenuous and fake. And at the same time, I think she's seeing other guys. So it just kind of boiled over. I tried to have like a serious, honest relationship conversation with her, and that didn't go very well.
So you were kind of, at least up until all of this started happening, you were kind of full steam ahead, and it seems like she was a little stop and go, hot and cold. Is that?
It was a roller coaster, is what I would say. And I had felt since April that I was perhaps being strung along. I had that intuition. I couldn't fathom a reason why you would string a guy along like that. It didn't make any sense at the time.
All right. So we're in June, like 28th range.
Okay.
Okay. When do you come back from Gainesville?
The morning of the 29th, after this fight or this argument, we drive back. We drive back to Tallahassee. Now, I had another ride back, and I offered to take that other ride if the fight was that bad, because we could have broken up after this. That was, but she wanted to ride back with me.
You rode together.
Yeah, we rode together.
All right. So you rode back together, and then was she leaving that day?
I believe it was I thought she picked up the kids the next day from Professor Markel's house, and that's when she met Amy Adler, and that was a big deal to her.
Amy Adler was Dan's girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So it's at some point after the big fight and the return from Gainesville, does she leave to go to South Florida?
Yeah. I know. A day or two later, she definitely leaves to return to South Florida. She's in South Florida by July 1.
All right. And was that the trip that she was there for her dad's birthday?
That's correct.
Did you attend the dad's birthday?
No, I was never invited to the dad's birthday.
All right. And were you aware what the big gift was for dad's birthday?
No.
All right. So when did you see Wendi next after she leaves to go to South, or I guess after you return from Gainesville?
So during that 2-week period, we're exchanging emails, texts, long phone calls, video chats with the kids. Things are up and down, but it seemed like it's probably going to be okay. That's the impression I was given by Miss Adelson. Or I was being strung along 2 more weeks. But I see her again on the 13th when she comes back in town and is excited to have a date with me. So we had a date.
All right. So now we're at July 13th, 2014.
That's correct.
So within a week of the murder.
That's right.
Okay. Tell us about your interactions with her that day.
Yeah, we went to dinner and a movie, and we returned to our house on Aqua Ridge.
All right. And did she tell you anything asked to tell you anything in confidence that evening?
Yeah, in a very serious tone of voice. The topic of conversation as we're walking up to the house is about relocation, being stuck in Tallahassee, and Danny, as the conversation always was about, Danny Markel. She said in a very serious tone of voice, "Can I tell you something in confidence?"
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, understand the court's rulings.
I think I do, Judge, but asked to approach.
Please approach.
Hey, Tim, this is real critical here. George is getting to the point that Wendi confided in him about the hitman. What's going on here with this motion limine? What's happening right now?
Well, the court has already granted the motion in limine to keep it out. And so they objected, and he said, hey, motion in limine. So I think now that she's over at the sidebar trying to say maybe they open the door, Judge, see if we can get around that. Things have changed. I want you to reconsider. Maybe this is now relevant, even though you had a prior motion in limine granted.
And Dr. Hamilton, to you, even though this motion limine is granted, is this is there some sort of gamesmanship here for the jurors so they know that there's something big here, even if it's not introduced?
Yeah, so it can be very frustrating for jurors because they're told, we'll lay out all the evidence and you can decide. And then what they find out is there are a lot of things they're not hearing and they're curious about it.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
go back.
Step back
Go back.
outside.
Oh, looks like they're taking a bit of a break. Let's just see what's going on here for 1 second.
Is it a jury break?
I think he's calling another sidebar.
They might be making an argument with a more detailed argument he wants on the record.
I think that appears to be the case. Let's see here. Look at that size difference between Charlie and Daniel Rashbaum.
He's small.
Everyone can be
Dan's
seated.
How tall is
Bringing
Dan,
up
Tim?
both the motion in limine and the prior order that have been issued on this matter.
By the way, you're not getting coverage anywhere else where you're getting the height of the defense attorney. We cover it all.
See, the judge wants to make sure his ruling, because you do those pretrial rulings and sometimes they overlap. There's multiple ones.
So
He
he's
wants to make sure he's going back to it and see what his ruling was and see what the arguments were and see if anything's changed, that it might change his ruling.
and Tim, what's your gut tell you? Do you think he's going to allow this?
It might be a close call. I don't think Georgia would try to do it if she didn't think that maybe he opened the door.
And Dr. Hamilton, what would potentially change judge's mind here to allow this?
Whether that door was open, so whether there's an opportunity to basically second guess the ruling on legal grounds. So it looks like the judge is very even keeled. He's reliable, trustworthy. So whatever he rules, the jury is really going to listen to. But again, the idea there is the jurors know that there are legal reasons, but ones that they don't necessarily appreciate about why they're not going to be able to hear everything. And to the extent what we can't know is how much are they trying to guess and how much are the guesses they have about what really is going on and what the facts they're not listening to go into their decision.
Motion in limine concern the state eliciting this as a part of its case in chief. However, Mr. Rauschbaum, at this point, Ms. Adelson has specifically denied making this statement. Why is this an improper ground for the state to explore this on impeachment?
It's still hearsay, Your Honor. It's double hearsay. It's not done to
All sorts of matters that otherwise would be inadmissible can become impeachment.
judge.
He's about to lose.
If Dr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, made that statement to Mr. Lacasse, and he denied it, he could impeach him. They're impeaching another witness. That's not allowed. That's number one. Number two, I brought up
The
this issue.
impeachment of one witness's testimony through another is not allowed.
But they're impeaching her to go to his statement. They're stuck with her answer. They could have kept on cross-examining her of why they thought her answer was wrong. They can't now backdoor it through hearsay in another witness. That was the whole point of the motion. Similarly, Judge, we brought this issue up first thing this morning, sidebar, because if they were going to be allowed to do it, I was going to ask Ms. Adelson other questions on this issue. They said they weren't going to do it. So I didn't ask her those questions. And I didn't ask her those questions because I didn't want to open the door to it. And I can't call Ms. Adelson back as a witness because she has a Fifth Amendment right and I can't give her immunity. I brought this up for this very reason. She denied the statement yesterday. That's why I brought it up today. They can't backdoor a double hearsay statement based on a denial by that witness. Can't do it.
Ms. Kappelman.
not hearsay, it's offered for impeachment. Ms. Adelson was specifically drawn to the time and place of this statement and asked if she made it. She denied it. This witness ordered to make the statement. It's now admissible to impeach her testimony.
This is not an insignificant fact or an immaterial one. Mr. Rauschbaum, if you wish to find some authority, I will give you 5 minutes to look if you have anything to argue as to this matter. Ms. Adelson has denied making the statement. She can be impeached through other witnesses regarding this matter.
Judge,
I will give you an opportunity to find some authority. If there's something more specific you can point me to other than what you're arguing right now.
Judge, I brought this up this morning so that I could front it with Miss Adelson, and we were told, you were told, that they weren't going down this path. If I'd been told something different, I would have done something different that I can no longer do. It's precisely why I went sidebar first thing in the morning.
What is your response as to that portion of the argument, Ms. Koppelman?
That's a legal argument. I was asked if I was intending to offer double hearsay. I said I would never be offering hearsay without an exception.
I assume he's making this on fairness grounds, which goes to this would have changed his strategy of how he examined the witness.
I don't know what to do about that, Judge. I can't help Mr. Rashbaum have better strategy. I was real specific with the witness to get that denial. So I'm not sure why the issue wasn't raised at that point.
Judge, I was really specific this morning that the double hearsay related to my motion to eliminate related to Jeffrey Lacasse. You knew what I was talking about.
Hold on. My ears work perfectly well. You don't have to raise your voice. Make your argument, please.
Everyone sidebar knew exactly what I was talking about. And we were told, Ms. Kappelman told you as an officer of the court that she was not going down that road. And so when Ms. Adelson was on the stand, I stayed away from it, not to open the door to it. She knew exactly what statement we were talking about. If you tell me you didn't know what statement I was talking about, I'll sit down. I was very specific. I was very specific that it was the double hearsay statement related to Jeffrey Lacasse that we filed our motion in limine on. I was very specific that it applied to this and also the Juvia dinner. Those were the words specifically out of my mouth back there, because when she asked the questions of Ms. Adelson, which were completely appropriate, I thought she might be going down this path. And so the first thing in the morning, we went sidebar so I could stop the charade, so that if the court were going to allow it to come in, I would handle it. She stayed silent. And I've been jumping up and down to try to prevent any possible mistrial twice, and still no mention of it.
It's not getting a mistrial.
It's completely unfair, completely improper, and it denies him his constitutional right of due process.
Again, that's why I raised the issue. This goes to the fairness aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take a brief 5-minute recess. If you have any authority you wish to present, I will entertain it further.
Tim Jansen, Judge Stephen Everett, having none of it, I got to say, I'd probably be the same way, because I'm more similar to Daniel Rashbaum in my temperament than I am Georgia Kappelman, but I came across as a bit whiny and stomping his feet there. He's going to lose this argument, isn't he?
Well, it's an important issue. The judge recognizes it's an important issue. The judge recognizes that Rashbaum has made some valid points. He did a motion limine. He brought it up before that witness. And then lo and behold, clever Georgia has gotten to the point where I can impeach this witness. He makes good points. He can't subpoena. He can't grant immunity to Wendi. The judge could ask the court to ask the government to recall her so that he could, in an issue of fairness, ask specifically these questions. That might be what the judge does. He says, if the government really wants to ask this question, would the government be willing to call or have under immunity and allow the defense to ask the questions they want to remedy this? But unless he gives, it's not going to be a mistrial. The defense lawyers always say that, and judges hate that when you say that because it really puts the pressure on them. It could be an error, but it's an issue of fairness. And the judge is now realizing, well, there is some fairness issue. And Georgia, what do you think about that? So I think he's leaning to let it in because she basically said, I didn't say it. And you normally can call in a witness to impeach another witness. So I'm curious to see what happens.
Dr. Hamilton, just for us non-lawyers, the issue here is that Wendi denied on the stand under oath in her given testimony that she ever said anything about hiring a hitman to Jeff Lacasse. And so that is where Georgia saw the opening. Is that right? And that's why she's now arguing that testimony from him about that, which was supposed to be exempt, is now why it should be allowed in. Am I right about that?
I believe so. I missed part of it being on a different webinar, but that appears to be it. So that, these motions in limine, which are pretrial motions, although can be things during the trial can change so that whether something goes in or not. And that's part of the strategy of trial lawyers and tactics. And you're seeing, as been indicated, is that Georgia is playing it really well. She's been listening to these potential openings. I also agree that what the judge here is then thinking is, and he brought it up himself, which is it's a fairness issue. So it's not necessarily, so even if technically Rashbaum would lose because he did open the door, the judge, even that technicality, then can see to overall fairness. And I also wonder here is what this judge is thinking, and judges in general, is he weighing the fairness, not just fairness of this particular issue, but that he's already seeing the trial as so heavily weighted against the defendant, is maybe he's thinking in order to reduce the possibility of an appeal, if there is a conviction, or a successful appeal, I should say, is maybe then that's even further weighing to granting the motion in terms of, or at least keeping the motion in limine in place. Because of that, there's less downside potentially, he is thinking. Of course, we can't know exactly, is that because we are seeing a somewhat of an imbalance here. Although I also have to admit is we are only in the prosecution's story here, their case. Maybe there's a Hail Mary when the defense gets in there, but just some thoughts I was having.
Excellent thoughts at that. Quick programming note, 5 p.m. Eastern time today. You get a recap of the week's biggest true crime stories with two of the best, America's most respected detective, Phil Waters, and FBI retired Special Agent Scott Duffy, 5 p.m. Eastern time. If you're not getting enough true crime with this trial, please join us at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Tim, when the judge says you have 5 minutes to find me some authority, he's talking about case law right there. Is Rashbaum Googling whatever you lawyers, whatever books you look at?
Yeah, he probably had his prior motion and case law, and he probably got someone in his office. When you got 5 minutes, that's not much time at all. You're about to lose, and you're trying to come up with anything you can. That's why he went to the fairness issue. And the judge realizes, okay, but you keep arguing until the judge tells you to stop. And Georgia was pretty clever. She said as little as she had to say and just let him dance over there. This is just icing on the top if Georgia gets it in.
At one point, she said something along the lines, to paraphrase, I can't help him figure out his own strategy, something along those lines, basically putting it on him.
Of course, she's cold and clever, and she keeps her calm. And I'm telling you, she's a very experienced prosecutor.
But notice the difference where Rashbaum is, and you use the exact word I was going to use, which is he's whining.
Yeah.
And somebody else in the chat said during a tantrum, it looks like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just amazed at the caliber of attorney I expected of him and what I'm actually seeing. He just, and you're seeing also just the dichotomy and the professionalism of the two as well. It's amazing.
Yeah,
That's
this
what-
judge is not the kind of judge that you want to be doing whining. You don't want to be yelling. You don't want to say mistrial. That's not this judge. The judge is not going to take that nonsense. He's experienced and a smart judge.
He reminds me of myself on the tennis court circa 1986 when I would hit a ball, throwing a tantrum, climbing up the side, the fence of the on the court. Tim Jansen, what about what kind of issue does this raise? Assuming the judge sides with Georgia here, what kind of issues, appellate issues, does it raise moving forward?
That's gonna. The question is it a harmless error? Is it a harmful error? You weigh it with all the other evidence. I believe that Charlie's going to testify. So if he gets convicted, then a lot of the appeal is going to be wiped out because you can be convicted on credibility alone. So a lot of these other errors might be deemed harmless errors in totality of the entire case. So this is not one that's going to reverse the case. If he asks for a mistrial, he'll deny it. The judge may be back there trying to find a way to appease both sides. Maybe ask the state if they will allow her come back to testify and him do cross-examination. That's what I would do if I was the judge. But I'm not the judge.
This was my hero growing up right there. Ed Gein has got it right. John McEnroe. And Daniel Rashbaum looking a lot like John McEnroe playing Bjorn Borg at Wimbledon. He used to throw that racket and smash it into the ground. And I think he's going to lose this match here. I don't know about the match. He's going to lose this game. Tim Jansen, just back to you because you're in Tallahassee. You know, there was concern early on having a change of judge who's now presiding over this. It was Judge Wheeler, and now we've got Judge Stephen Everett. He seems to be doing a really great job. I mean, keeping things moving. Jury selection went very smoothly. Court started today on the nose at 8:45, as he said. What kind of job do you think he's doing?
I think he's doing a great job. He doesn't allow for lawyers to dilly-daddle around. He'll hold the state to the fire also. But, you know, the defense lawyers, they have to have respect of the judge. They have to treat the judge with respect. I think he was going to roll right there. But I think when Rashbaum showed that he had brought this up before this witness and that the parties agreed not to do it, I think it gave him some, you know, credibility. And the judge is like, okay, now there is a fairness issue. And the judge's whole job in this whole trial is to give a fair trial. So he's going to have to make a ruling. I think he'll side with the state. I'm curious if he'll ask the state, would they make Wendi available under immunity in case the defense would like to call her on this issue? That would be the remedy. And then there wouldn't be a mistrial. And I'm sure Georgia would say, that's fine, Judge.
This comment, I was going to bring it up myself to you, Dr. Hamilton, from Debbie Fox. There's a point where Judge Everett said to Daniel Rashbaum, lower your voice, essentially. My ears work fine. What is it like, this dynamic between attorneys and the judge? You know, you've got to push for your client, but you don't want to step over the line and aggravate the judge. You never want the judge to be on the wrong side of the judge, correct?
Yeah, so there's a dance that counsel has to make is they have to defer to the judge, but also be, as you indicated, a zealous advocate for their client. I think the zealousy here went overboard, though. He was disrespectful to the judge and didn't need to be. This is a good judge. This is a judge that's indicating he's fair. So I'm glad that the judge put him back in his place, because otherwise he would continue and ratchet it up. And that wouldn't be good. That's not good for anybody really in the trial. And he does a disservice to his own client, though. So yes, be a zealot advocate, but you also have to be aware of, if you piss off the judge, that's then can be counterproductive for your own client. Because judges, they can be as fair as they want, but they're human as well. And so we don't know how much, and I'm not speaking of this judge at all in terms of bias. I'm just being in general, talking generally in terms of, you know, they're humans, is if we're disrespected, that affects us.
Here we go. They're
Unless
back in
either
court.
party has additional argument, I am prepared to rule at this point.
I did have one thing I wanted to raise that I'm not sure was clear before. Ms. Adelson is still under the state subpoena, so I think she could be brought back for whatever additional questions need to be asked.
As to that point, Ms. Kappelman, the ability to extend immunity, you have, Mr. Rauschbaum does not. He calls her as a part of her, as a part of the defendant's case. What is your response to that?
I don't know. I mean, we're still in the state's case, so.
Well, the defense can't call a witness
I know.
within the state's case.
I know, that's a good point. I just wanted to point out that she's still under my subpoena, so if we get creative, that might be a solution. I don't know. It hasn't been proffered what questions would be asked that weren't asked. I don't know what that is, but maybe there's something that could be worked out if that was your Honor's ruling, was that that would be required.
Mr. Rauschbaum, anything else?
Judge, I'll just rest on 9609 Florida rule and its progeny, and Crawford and its progeny. And what I said before.
Very well. Court's ruling is as follows. The defense's motion in limine went to the state's ability as a part of its case in chief to present testimony from Mr. Lacasse that would be hearsay within hearsay. The motion in limine was granted on those grounds. However, the motion in limine and also the court's ruling did not discuss or limit in any way state's ability to present this information as impeachment. Ms. Adelson, at this point, she has testified, she has denied the statement taking place whatsoever. However, as it goes to fundamental fairness grounds, which are also a part of the ruling that has to be made, the defense did earlier at sidebar ask if this was going to come up in some way. As it related to substantive evidence, I believe the state responded it was not. The state did not make any representations concerning impeachment. I will find that this did affect the defense's ability or their strategy, at least in examining the witness, as the witness also can invoke her Fifth Amendment right and through a separate pleading has stated through counsel that she will invoke any Fifth Amendment right unless she is being granted immunity for that testimony. The ability of the defense to address this matter is compounded by the constitutional right of the witness and their inability to call her. On fundamental fairness grounds, I'm not going to permit the impeachment on this topic. You may proffer the testimony from there. And if the state is intending to recall the witness at that point, the issue of impeachment may be revisited. Does everyone understand?
Yes, may I make one clarification for the record?
Go ahead.
It's already on the record. We were at sidebar. What I was asked, my understanding of what I was asked is, was I intending to introduce any hearsay within hearsay through Mr. Lacasse? And my answer was that I would not introduce any hearsay within hearsay without exceptions. I think it was clear what I was intending to do was set up an impeachment through Ms. Adelson by drawing her attention to the specific date and time of the statement and asking her specifically if she made the statement, which she denied. I find it hard to believe that that doesn't alert the defense in fairness that that's what I'm intending to do. And that's what I did in the last trial successfully, which the defense in this case was in attendance at. So I think it's unfair to the state, but I understand Your Honor's ruling and we'll be ready to proceed.
Please bring in the witness so we can go through the proffer.
Jim, quickly translate this for us. What just
Our
happened?
words are stock and trade.
Fundamental fairness.
If
And said
you're
it's
uncertain, Ms.
basically
Kappelman, as to
not
what
proper.
Mr. Rauschbaum was
Georgia
raising,
tried to argue I got it in the last
we
trial,
probably
but
should have
he
clarified
wasn't
it
on
at
trial.
that point.
And so
Please
McDonald
bring in the
wasn't on trial.
witness.
So I think she's going to call Wendi back to the stage and then allow him to do cross, and then the judge is going to let it in, which means she's probably going to have to call Lacasse back again.
So
These
how
are the-
soon?
Yeah,
How
go ahead.
soon? So she can't do she can't go through with the line of questioning right now. She will bring Wendi
Also,
back
so
on
we
the
don't have to
stand
go
in order
through
to be
this
able to bring it
again,
up
Mr.
later.
Rauschbaum,
Right.
as it pertains to the other rulings
It depends how
in the
important it is to
defense's
her
motion
case.
in limine that the court has previously addressed. Although they may not be certain rulings pertain to the state's ability to present as substantive evidence. You understand this does not affect their ability to present it as impeachment as it pertains
Sarah's
to all of
probably
the
telling him
items
to
that have
get
been ruled
Wendi
on
back to the
previously.
courthouse right now.
Umchinda, meaning everything that we've been previously addressing through these motions.
Well, they still have to follow the extrinsic evidence rule, collateral evidence rule.
My point being, something that cannot come in substantively can still be impeached with. You understand this?
Can, yes.
I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen.
Right.
But so we're not doing this song and dance about any other matters. All right. If we need to have sidebars and you're attempting to clarify something, if you're asking specifically as to impeachment, you need to be specific as well.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Ms. Dugan, please bring in Mr. Lacasse.
High drama. Tim, how soon could Wendi be called back onto the stand? Today?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how much longer Lacasse, but I would think pretty soon. Keep
All
it
right.
fresh to the jury, the whole issue. And you want to keep Lacasse to come back on, so you don't want him to leave. So I would imagine they'll be the next two witnesses.
Wow. All right, here comes Jeff Lacasse back to take the stand with a bottle of water in his hand.
You may be seated, Mr. Lacasse. Ms. Kappelman, you may finish your sequence of questions on the topic you were starting.
Mr. Lacasse, when we broke, we were discussing a statement made to you by Wendi Adelson on July 13th, 2014 at her residence here in Tallahassee. Do you recall which statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was that statement?
After asking to speak to me confidentially, she told me that last summer that Charles Adelson had looked into all possible options to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and that it would cost about $15,000. I revised them out. I said potentially that could have been $50,000. I'm unsure of the amount. The rest of the statement, very confident it's true.
So you weren't sure whether she said 15 or 50.
Right.
But she didn't say 15 or 50. She said one or the other.
She said one number that I thought was 15 when I talked to TPD, and I later thought that could have been 50.
Okay, I'm with you. And this statement was made in what context? What was her demeanor?
Well, she asked to speak to me confidentially. She was dead serious about it. It was a chilling statement. I had a reaction to it. My stomach flipped. A little scary, a little weird. So it was a very serious statement she's making.
So clearly not a joke.
No, it was not a joke. There are other jokes in that domain. This was completely distinct and discrete from any joke. This was not funny.
And this statement was made within 5 days of Mr. Markel's murder by a hitman?
That's correct.
And was this said in any way in the context of the relocation issue?
Well, what preceded her saying that was a discussion of under what circumstances could she or would she leave Tallahassee? And she stated that the only way to leave Tallahassee was if something happened to Danny. That's what led into the statement I just repeated
All right.
to you.
Thank you. That's the proffer, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination concerning the subject of the proffer?
I'm sorry,
Any cross-examination as to the subject of the proffer?
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The statement was chilling and serious, right?
Yes,
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
You were so scared about the statement that you didn't alert the police the next day, that night.
I did not,
Why not?
because it was a past tense statement. And I thought Charlie was a scary guy, but it was about something supposedly he did last summer. I did not know there was a present case, a present instant threat. I did not know Hitman had visited Tallahassee. I didn't have the context.
So the statement comes out and you say, all right, not gonna call the police. Hey, Wendi, you want to go out tomorrow?
That's not quite how it went.
No, you didn't try to go on a date with her the next day?
No, we did go on a date the next day, and then she cut off all contact without barely talking to me on that date. So I didn't have a lot of time to process it, but it was a shocking enough thing that it took a day or two to process. Also, I had repeated that statement to a friend of mine before the murder, and I didn't get a reaction from her like, this is shocking. I sought feedback from a friend who would verify that I made that statement before the murder, and she said, she didn't say, oh, geez, you should call the police. So it wasn't just me. There was another person that I consulted with because it freaked me out, and we decided I decided after talking to her, it was past tense. So probably not that dangerous, and we were really wrong. Maybe I should have called the police.
So Charlie Adelson lets you know that he's has friends in the criminal element, the Cuban criminal element, right?
Yes.
And you know that there's a heated dispute between this family. You testified to it today, a heated dispute.
Yes.
About relocation, about divorce.
Well, the dispute's no longer about relocation, but yes, there's an ongoing litigation for sure.
Right. And then Wendi Adelson tells you that this man, who is part of the criminal element, really looked into hiring a hitman.
She did say that.
And you thought, I'm not going to go to the police on that. That's your testimony, right?
That's the decision I made. It didn't really cross my mind because of the past tense nature of it. And I consulted with the friend, bounced it off of her before the murder. And neither one of us thought, oh, geez, let's call the police. So it's possible that probably is so dangerous that I should have called the police. Yeah, but I did not.
And so at this point in time, your relationship with Wendi Adelson was really bad, right?
It was hard to tell.
It's hard to tell that it was really bad?
It was a roller coaster ride constantly because you referred to the next night, the next day, the 14th. On the 14th, I got a warm, inviting call from Wendi Adelson, eager to spend time with me. Maybe trying to distract me. I don't know. But
okay. Well, we're going to get to the distracting part.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is all about.
But it wasn't the relationship was not in a great spot. I'll concede that to you.
So
yes.
Your testimony is that when this woman is about to break up with you, when she is avoiding you, when you have just been caught going through her phone and her
how's she avoiding me?
Well,
Mr. Lacasse, you're not here to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is that when you are on the outs with her, which the record will show you were during this time period, that she confides in you the most serious, the most important thing in her life. That's your testimony, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
She has a history of boarding out things that aren't in her own self-interest.
Judge, I would ask that to be stricken from the record. It's unresponsive.
This is just a part of the proffer. And if you've reached the end of your cross-examination on the proffer section, we do need to move on.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Lacasse,
Or actually, Ms. Kappelman, the court's ruling remains the same. You're not to inquire further as to the subject matter. We will revisit later if it comes to it.
Yes, sir.
Please bring back in the witnesses, or excuse me, the jurors.
There is the celebration dinner. I'm sure that's the next one.
Another issue. So is it the same ruling in reference to the celebration dinner?
Well, one moment, because I don't know what the celebration dinner is all about.
It's in the same motion and eliminate, Judge.
bring it back up.
Dr. Hamilton, just quickly while we're waiting for the jury,
Two,
I didn't realize the jury was not present there. So what was happening
All
right there?
rise, jury entering the courtroom.
one moment.
Back up.
So that was called a proffer. So what would have
Where is the
happened
celebration
in front of the
dinner
jury?
covered in
Let's
your
play it out.
It's in the
without them
same
hearing
motion
it.
and eliminate regarding.
Okay, and is that all on the record though for the jurors to read?
The first one was
No.
the statement that
No.
we
It
just
is
discussed.
on the record,
second
for
one
example,
that
for
Charlie
appeal,
Adelson said
but no, the jurors will not be able to listen to that.
dinner with it. That
Okay.
She told him that Charlie Adelson said it was a celebration dinner. It's in the same motion and eliminate.
However, this statement is being directly attributed to your client that was heard by the witness.
No.
Mr. Lacasse, please step down again.
It's the same exact issue. It's Wendi Adelson telling him what Charlie Adelson said.
Kappelman responds.
Yes, sir. I asked Miss Adelson about the dinner. She acknowledged there was a dinner. She did vomit at the dinner table, but denied calling it a celebration dinner or hearing Charlie Adelson call it a celebration dinner. I anticipate this witness would indicate that it was referred to as a celebration dinner.
Mr. Rauschbaum,
It's the same issue, and you ruled on this issue. It's the same motion in limine.
I'm looking at the line now. All right, Ms. Kappelman, I believe we find ourselves in the same position unless you have a argument which differentiates the television from the celebration dinner.
I think I understand what you mean, Judge. I don't have any additional argument other than this is offered for impeachment. It's not hearsay, not covered by the motion. The appropriate grounds were laid and it's admissible as impeachment.
Do you wish to proffer the celebration dinner by Mr. Lacasse as well?
No, sir. I think my preference at this point, assuming your ruling will be the same on the celebration dinner, is to have Mr. Lacasse step off the stand, proceed with another witness, and revisit this issue after the lunch break.
Very well. Please bring the jurors back in. You may end your examination in front of them, and then Mr. Rauschbaum will have his opportunity. Well, actually, Mr. Rauschbaum, how long do you believe your cross-examination of the witness will take
I'm a little
in
confused.
front of the jurors?
I'm a little confused. Are you?
The ruling is the impeachment as the celebration dinner is going to be excluded on the same grounds for now. If we need to revisit later, we will, but as to your cross-examination that will be taking place in front of the jurors on the subject matter that's already been covered, how long do you think that's going to take?
Oh, she's going to stop asking questions of this witness.
I believe she just indicated she would.
Okay. For the issues that we've dealt with just now,
Prior to any proffers and sending the jurors
yeah,
out.
I'm not really sure, Your Honor. Probably maybe 30 minutes.
Right, let's bring them back in. You can start your cross. We'll take the lunch break and then pick up from there.
So Dr. Hamilton, just let us all know what's going on and
Please bring back in the witness.
as the jury's coming back in. Yeah, just let us know what just happened.
So Georgia has decided, I think, to regroup maybe over lunch and decide whether she's going to bring back Wendi so that she can then bring back and ask these questions that she wanted to of Jeff. So she has decided to stop questioning basically, and then
Everyone
the judge
can
is
be
going to
seated.
allow
Bailiff,
Rauschbaum
if you could please
to
instruct
cross-examine him.
Mr.
They're going to take
Lacasse
a
to
lunch
come
break
back in.
and then revisit after lunch.
Okay, so here comes the cross on Jeff Lacasse, former boyfriend of Wendi Adelson, whose brother is on trial for murder.
State have any further direct examination for this witness?
No further questions at this time.
You may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Lacasse, good morning.
Good morning.
You met Charlie Adelson one time, right?
That's correct.
It was a trip that you and Wendi took down to South Florida for a day after a spring break with the kids that she taught.
Yeah, we were in Immokalee, and then we went over to Miami, or to Fort Lauderdale and Miami just for the 11th. That's right.
And you had dinner, you said you had dinner on March 11th of 2014 at a place called Yardbird.
That's correct.
You recall Charlie was in his scrubs?
Don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And Catherine McBanawa was at that dinner, right?
She was.
And I think you said that she was bringing up stuff about her ex, right?
Not a lot, just a little bit, but she did bring that up, and I recalled it.
Is it fair to say that she was pushing for information at that dinner?
From who?
From Miss Adelson?
I don't recall that.
Well, was she trying to get Miss Adelson to talk about her ex-husband?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall there being a lot of discussion at the dinner about Professor Markel?
Don't recall a lot. It always came up for a minute. It came up in the context of Wendi Adelson's book. Most of it was Charlie talking.
You recall Katie asking questions about how the divorce was going, how he was treating her, where he was. You don't recall any of that happening at the dinner?
I do not recall any of that.
The only thing you recall is her saying something about her ex-husband.
That's what stuck out. We've had previous legal proceedings where I also could not, I can't. It's a dinner 9 years ago. I don't remember a lot of detail of it. And it wasn't long either. It was just an hour.
Isn't it likely that she was talking about her ex-husband and her problems because there was talk about exes?
I mean, that's pure speculation on my part. I don't recall. I do recall some other things we spoke about, but I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them or not. They involved your client. They weren't. So I'm in my head trying to figure out how much space was there for other stuff. As I previously testified, most of it was Charlie telling us stories, kind of.
But Katie was clearly wanting to bring up the topic, as you said, about her family situation, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2 or 3 sentences here. I only recalled that in retrospect because there was a murder, and I thought, oh, geez.
And it was important enough for Ms. Kappelman to ask you about that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? So you remember her talking about her family situation. Right?
Yeah, and I also remember Charlie talking about a party he had recently attended. There's a few other random things.
Fair enough. I didn't ask, with all due respect, I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
Let's just stick with the family situation.
Okay.
So Catherine McBanawa was talking about her family situation, correct?
For 2 or 3 sentences, she mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia, not by name, and the tensions with him. Yes.
Okay. You say that Charlie talked in the hot tub or the pool about having connections to the criminal element. That's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, starting with my initial statement to TPD. Yes, sir.
And you're talking about your statement to TPD after the murder, right?
3 days after the murder.
And after you thought Wendi Adelson was trying to frame you for the murder, right?
I didn't think that in that interview.
Okay.
It took me some time to process.
You're aware that you were called in as a suspect for the murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point in time is when you gave that statement to TPD regarding what Mr. Adelson said. Just yes or no?
After I was called into the police station?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I gave my statement at the police station.
Right. What I'm making clear is it's not like you had dinner and were in a hot tub with Charlie Adelson and you went back to Tallahassee and gave the statement then, right?
I would have no reason to do that.
I understand that, Professor Lacasse. I'm just trying to make it clear for the jury when you gave TPD the statement.
Yeah.
And the answer is you gave him the statement after the murder and after you were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, "Hey, Charlie, it's Jeff," as in Wendi and Jeff. "Hey, man, thanks for your hospitality the other night. Sorry about the clusterfuck with the cab. It was great to finally meet you. I could tell how proud you are of your sister. I am too. She's really one in a million. Take care, dude, and look forward to seeing you again sometime soon." Do you recall texting him that?
I do recall texting him that.
Okay. You like hanging out with the criminal element?
It was my new girlfriend's brother who she was very close with. I've been dating Wendi seriously for 12 days. I didn't think it was right to give I was polite rather than honest. Let's put it that way. I mean,
Let me ask the question again.
yeah.
Do you like hanging out with the criminal element?
No, I don't do that.
Did Charlie Adelson text you or did you text him?
I texted him. I can't remember if that was solicited by Wendi Adelson or not, but I texted him.
It wasn't solicited by Charlie Adelson, right?
No, we never spoke again, though.
Okay. Actually, he texted you back.
Right, I never answered.
And he said, "It was great seeing you. I'm glad you made your flight. Hopefully we can all hang out soon."
Mhm.
Now, you testified that Wendi was a wreck. Hold on one second, sorry. One moment, Your Honor. I've lost my place. You testified about some of these divorce filings on direct, correct?
Yes.
And that Wendi, you testified that Wendi was a wreck about him, right?
Yes.
That's not what you thought in the spring of 2014, though, was it?
You're questioning whether it is what I thought in spring of 2014. I noticed repeatedly her reacting to motions and litigation and getting very, very upset. I'm not saying there was never any good times, but she was very upset when he filed something.
Do you recall sending an email to Wendi Adelson in March 27th of 2014 where you tell her that she's adapting really well to unpleasant circumstances and that she needs to give herself more credit?
That sounds familiar. I would say it got increasingly worse March, April, May, June in terms of her reactions to the entire situation. But I know I was sending that email. Yes, trying to encourage my girlfriend at the time. Yes.
Oh, really? It got worse. Filings in March, April, and June.
No, I don't know when the last filing was. Her reactions, not just to filings, but the entire situation. Let me clarify that. So.
Hold on a second. Would it surprise you that there weren't any filings?
No,
in May or June?
No, I'm aware of that.
Would it surprise you that there's been testimony in this courtroom that actually things got a little better?
Wendi's status didn't get better. My observations of Wendi saw her spiraling downward in that time period is what I was trying to refer to.
Do you recall that in the spring, summer of 2014, Professor Markel asked Wendi's parents to babysit for him?
I didn't know about that, or I don't recall it if I did.
I'm sure you did. Now, do you recall telling law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's filing was going to fail?
Yes, I was repeating things I'd heard from Wendi Adelson. So most of that content that was, I mean,
Sir, I'm just asking you for yes or no questions.
Okay.
Let me follow up of where you get that information from.
okay.
I know you have an agenda.
Yes, I told police that. Yes.
Okay. So you told the police that Wendi wasn't concerned about Professor Markel succeeding
No,
with that motion.
no, she was highly anxious. She was highly anxious.
Did she think that the motion was going to be granted?
I don't think she knew. I think that's what caused the anxiety.
Didn't you tell law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's motion was going to fail?
I did tell law enforcement that, yes.
And didn't you just tell the jury that that impression came from Wendi Adelson?
Well, from my interactions with her and partially my own opinion, to clarify. But yes, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
You also told law enforcement that everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment.
I didn't speak to everyone in the legal community.
Well, let's read your interview then. And let's see if it refreshes your recollection. One moment, Your Honor. Being summoned. You don't recall being recorded where you said, and I quote, everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment at 2 o'clock on 7/23/14, interview part 1 at 34:35 in the interview. You don't recall saying that?
Can you give me the date in the interview again, please?
7/23/2014, interview part 1 and 3/6/2015. You reiterated it at 34 minutes and 35 seconds into the recording. You don't recall saying that?
Vaguely, I do recall saying something like that. I'm a non-lawyer trying to figure out this situation. Getting different messages from different people.
I have no further questions right now, Your Honor.
You redirect examination.
At the time you were in the hot tub with the defendant, did you know that he was a criminal element? Okay, let me rephrase it. Did you know he was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea.
All right, and when you were at dinner with he and Catherine McVanawa, did you know that she was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea.
So you didn't know when you were in the hot tub that you were hanging out with a criminal element in that regard?
No.
Nothing further.
Because you may step down, you may be recalled at some point. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage or discuss the matter with any friends or family. Enjoy your lunch break. We will get started once again at 1:15. Please report back by 1:10. I hate to ask because I'm almost afraid what will come back. Do the lawyers have anything to raise before we go on lunch break?
I don't know who the witnesses are, but we'll find out.
What's that? Go ahead.
just as soon as they wrap up here for lunch, we will get Tim and Dr. Hamilton's quick
Sorry,
reaction.
guys. 1 second.
Dr. or Daniel Rashbaum conferring with Georgia right now. Quick programming note, the COE just rushed in here to let me know the live stream will stay up. I'm sure Dr. Hamilton, my guess is she's going to have to get going. Tim Jansen, lucky for me, horrible for him. Broken ribs keeping him at home. So hopefully he'll join us after lunch. Was once again not expecting Wendi to potentially be called back and Jeff Lacasse to potentially come back. So if Tim is able after lunch, we'll probably continue till we can at 5 o'clock. No matter which way we are headed, we're going to do Great Scott. It's your true crime Phil with a recap of the biggest stories of the week, including the manhunt still ongoing in Lewiston, Maine. Kevin Hornbuckle could not agree more, says Dr. Hamilton is most helpful. Dr. Hamilton, what do you think of these final moments with hang on one second, with Daniel Rashbaum questioning Jeff Lacasse?
He's still not appealing himself to the jury. Not likable at all. Bullying this guy. Jeff looks like a guy who doesn't have skin in the game, that he's just trying to be honest and be helpful when he can, and he's just being bullied. So that won't be very appealing.
STS appreciating. All of a sudden, I'm hearing an echo. COE, I don't know why, but thanks for doing this. You guys do great teamwork. Huge thanks to both Dr. Hamilton and Tim Jansen.
Don't want the jurors to hear that wall still. Something can get through. Keep the volume down.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the reminder. It's a bad habit.
All right. Please be back by 1:10 as well. We'll get started then.
So we are in a lunch recess till 1:15. That is exactly an hour and 17 minutes. COE, try to figure out how. And Tim, what do you think of how that ended up before lunch?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You were muted. Go ahead, Tim.
I missed some of it. I had to change for my physical therapist coming here in a few minutes. But, as a lawyer, you've been in court and you got a witness up there that you think is lying. And sometimes you lose your cool and sometimes you come across really poorly. And I know I've done that before in depositions because I hate when people lie. It's hard not to. You can make your points. And I think the most effective lawyers do it without losing their cool, without yelling. You just pin them in and get the answer. I think Daniel lost it. It's starting to show his personality. I think the doctor's correct. I think the jury is going to be taken a bit from that because this witness looked like he was just a poor sap that had information, didn't really know, and was just repeating what he knew. I mean, the guy has no impact or interest in this. So I think he attacked the wrong witness with the wrong demeanor.
We will take a quick, well, not such a quick, an hour and 15-minute lunch break. Dr. Hamilton, you are obviously more than welcome and would love to have you, but I'm sure you have things you need to get to in the UK. So if this is it, we greatly appreciate it. And Tim, what time's your therapy, Tim?
Supposed to be here at noon.
Okay, so maybe on the other side of that, you can rejoin us. But
thankfully she's late.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be back after lunch. Thank you, Dr. Hamilton. Thank you.
Everyone can be seated. Second scariest question I'm going to ask today. Do the parties have anything to raise before the jurors come in?
And we are back here.
No, Your Honor.
There is
bring in the
defendant
jurors.
Charlie Adelson. It was a long morning for him. Mr. Jansen, you expecting to see Wendi this afternoon? We saw Jeff Lacasse, the boyfriend, some legal wranglings. You expecting to see her this afternoon? You got to unmute yourself, Tim.
I would think if they were going to do it, they're going to do it right now. They want to keep this in a chronological order. They probably told Lacasse to come back, and they probably contacted the lawyer, John Lauro, and Wendi to be back. She may ask him one question. Put her on the stand and say, Wendi, let me ask you, I want to ask you one question. Did you say to Lacasse about your brother hiring hitman? No, your witness. And then he will be able to.
The testimony is taking place of a witness. You'll need to remain outside until that witness has finished with testimony.
Unless they're not available, maybe Wendy's not available. She was told she can leave. We'll be back in touch. But I think that's what they're going to do, because they've got their witnesses. They got witness people that get all these people, and they got a chronological order. They're not going to want to do this at another time because the jury might not understand what they're doing. It can be confusion.
STS Nation has come up with a nickname for Wendi. They are now calling her Fibbers. What do you think of that name, Tim Jansen?
Interesting. She's certainly, when she's got a friendly lawyer asking her questions, she's very good.
All right,
Comes across great. But when you ask her a question she doesn't like, very defensive.
How was therapy, Tim? Are you feeling a little better?
It was actually pretty good. She said, I'm doing pretty good. So it wasn't bad.
Good. There was word from within the court that June Umchinda, Charlie's ex-girlfriend, may testify, but you are leaning toward
Everyone can be seated.
probably seeing Wendi back on
Members
the
of the
stand,
jury, I
correct?
hope you had a restful break. We are going to resume with the
They might
state's
call one
case
more
at
witness,
this time.
but I would
Please
think
call
they
your
would
next
probably
witness.
resolve this quickly.
Stephen Webster just called. Let's listen in. Let's watch.
Who'd they call?
Stephen Webster.
He was the lawyer representing one of the parties in a divorce.
I
I believe. I know Stephen well.
Yeah, and I think that is who is called. We're about to find out. And thank you to Marking Time for the super sticker.
That is Stephen Webster.
There you go. All right, let's watch together here. Tim, I'm going to mute you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, Judge.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Webster, Stephen Webster.
How are you employed?
I'm an attorney
How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
since 2005.
Did you represent Dan Markel?
I did.
During what time period did you represent him?
I think it was May of 2014 and until he was murdered.
And during the time that you were, well, let me ask you, before his murder, when was the last time you had spoken with him?
I spoke to him that morning.
And what was the main goal of your representation of Mr. Markel?
So I had just started my firm, and, like any small business, you're scared and you're hungry. And a friend of mine called me, Tor Friedman, and said, I have a client for you. And I was like, okay. And he said, he's a law professor. And I was like, okay. And he said, it's a family law case. And I said, well, Tor, I don't do family law, and you know that. And he said, well, it doesn't matter. He's a law professor. He'll teach you everything you need to know. And I said, okay, well, that makes sense. So I agreed to meet with him. And the night before, I read all the papers, and they were voluminous. I printed them and actually read every word. And we'd already set up a meeting at Voodoo Coffee on Tennessee Street. And I really didn't think I was going to accept the case. I could just tell from the tenor of the papers that it was really, really contentious. And it just didn't feel like something I probably wanted to get involved in. But I wanted to meet him anyway. And so I met him and I liked him. I liked him a lot. And so I decided I would take the case. I mean, it's not a prerequisite that I like you to represent you. But in something like that, I didn't want to get involved in a contempt type case with law professors, where ultimately it could end up being disrespectful to the court. And I didn't want to be involved in something like that if I really felt like it was going to be that kind of a relationship. But when I met him, I didn't feel like it was going to be that way. And so I agreed to take it. And his primary concerns were he wanted to get more time with his children, if at all possible, but he didn't want to change the kind of the time sharing. He had a kind of an unusual request. He wanted to see if there was any way that he could see the children every night when he didn't have them, to tuck them into bed and kiss them goodnight. And he said, look, I'll only stay 5 minutes. I promise I won't bother anybody and I'll leave. And I said, Dan, that's probably never going to happen. That's just probably not reasonable. And then he was really concerned about parental alienation, which at the time I wasn't, really familiar with it. I didn't do family law, but I was familiar with it from the perspective of I learned about it in law school and stuff like that. But he was really concerned that the grandmother, Donna Adelson, was really trying to drive a wedge between him and the children. And he actually told me that he heard her refer to him as stupid on a Skype call. He couldn't see her in the Skype screen, but he heard her say something to the effect of stupid's on the phone. And he was livid about it. And he was ready to basically kind of go to war over that.
Did that sort of reference the filing that we're familiar with where grandma says you're stupid, and he was seeking to have grandma enjoined from having unsupervised contact with the kids?
Yeah, and I didn't have the opportunity to actually talk to him about that yet because he was killed. But it was my understanding that after that filing, he heard her. Actually, he heard her, because that's what he told me. He said, I heard her call me stupid. But she wasn't in the screen, but he knew her voice. And so he was very upset about that. And then the other thing that he was upset about, he wanted the Holocaust diamond back.
Some property of his, family property that Wendi had.
Yeah, and he wanted that back.
All right, so what about money? Was he worried about money?
No.
Any chance that the case could have been resolved through $1 million payoff to Dan Markel from the Adelsons?
In exchange for what?
A relocation?
No.
We've heard some testimony that everything was going well between Dan Markel and Wendi in the few weeks leading up to his death. Do you have any knowledge of that?
It's untrue. There's a reason he hired me. He didn't retain me because he needed a friend. Tor basically told me on the phone call, he said, look, there's going to be a trial and it's going to be acrimonious. And he needs a lawyer that can go into the courtroom and be prepared to fight. He said, that's why I think you could handle this case. And we were heading towards a trial. And he certainly, he sent me an email the day before talking about how he was irate because Wendi, unbeknownst to him, had actually enrolled or applied to have been enrolled at the School of Arts and Sciences. And she didn't even talk to Dan about it. So he found out the day before when he got called from the school saying that Ben had been accepted. And so he emailed me and said, I'm irate about this. He said, I don't think it's appropriate. Okay. So no, so
there were a bunch of issues still going on.
Yes.
It was hot at the time.
Yes.
All right. And there was some suggestion that Dan Markel was expected to lose all the filings that were currently pending at the time of his death, and Wendi was expected to prevail on everything. Do you agree with that assessment?
You mean like with the contempt and all of that?
Yeah.
No, I would not have got involved if I thought he was going to lose on the contempt. My reputation travels with my clients too, if they're doing things like that, right? If you're representing a client who is disrespecting the court, it's hard not to feel like that's bleeding off on you and you're disrespecting the court. And in Tallahassee, Florida, if you practice in this circuit, if I disrespect Judge Everett today, every judge in this circuit that matters to me is going to know about it before lunch tomorrow. And it's just no. So no, I would not have accepted. That's why I didn't think I was going to take the case when I read all that.
And seeking contempt is kind of a big deal amongst lawyers, right?
Yes. I mean, contempt is, it's an ugly, it's a very ugly kind of prospect. And as a lawyer, that was one of my main concerns is, she was a lawyer. And I did feel like she should be held in contempt. She didn't disclose things on her financial affidavit. Dan convinced me of that.
But that was to be determined, right?
But
by a court.
Yes. But in my mind,
Yes.
that was the only reason I took it.
Okay.
And, at the end of the day, you can lose your law license for that. I guess you would have to report that to the bar. I didn't research it, but the court would refer it to the bar. If the court found you were in contempt, the court would refer it to the bar and, you could lose your law license. So yeah, it's pretty serious, in that regard.
We heard, I think, from both sides in opening that Mr. Markel was brilliant, but I'm not sure anyone that actually knows about that has told us. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah. It was why I decided to take the case. I liked him. He was actually funny. He had good humor about it. Even kind of as acrimonious as all of this was, the big picture stuff he didn't have any anger. He was angry about the calling him stupid. That made him angry. But I think in his mind, eventually a lot of this stuff would resolve and should resolve. He wasn't vindictive, or vengeful. And that was a big part of the reason why I was willing to get involved. I felt like he was kind of looking at it like a business deal still, with the exception of the stupid comment. So he was funny and obviously smarter than I am, that's for sure. So
what are a lawyer's ethical obligations to a client in terms of the client knowing what is in the filings that are being filed on their behalf?
Well, I think that depends.
It's not an expert.
Hey, Joel, can you hear me?
The whole world can hear you, Tim. Go ahead.
So Steve's a great guy, a really down-to-earth lawyer. He doesn't do family law, and he does care about his reputation. And what he said is actually true. I was kind of surprised he did give some attorney-client information, what his client told him, but otherwise, I think Steve is basically doing a great job undercutting what the defense was trying to say about how bad Charlie was in the divorce.
Yeah, and here's his comment here. Defense is scared right now. I assume that is the reason. I assume that is the reason they have Stephen Webster here, is to do exactly that, undercut sort of the negative nature of what the defense is trying to portray him as.
He better be really careful on cross-examination of Steve. Steve, he does criminal defense, very experienced, represents a lot of police and police actions. He's been around the block. I like Steve a lot.
Okay. Good to know. And that's why you're in Tallahassee and know all this. Let's see what happens.
Are all attorneys in Florida governed by the rules of professional conduct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you, as a 20-year lawyer, familiar with those rules?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so what are those rules in reference to, can a lawyer put things in a filing that the client doesn't know about or not?
You have a duty to keep your client informed. That is an actual affirmative duty on every lawyer, that you have to be in contact with your client, keep them informed of important events that are going on in the case. There are certain decisions that only the client can make, like whether to testify, things like that. But, there are certain decisions that a lawyer can kind of make, procedural decisions on filing certain things, but you have a duty to keep your client informed of important events.
If Dan Markel was planning to move or seeking to relocate himself at the time of his murder, would you have known about that?
Yes,
And was he planning to do that or trying to do that?
absolutely not.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Further questions?
Cross-examination.
Very Good afternoon, Mr. Webster.
Good afternoon.
You started representing Professor Markel in, I think you said May 2014, around that time frame?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
By the way, at that point in time, what did you specialize in? What was were you a divorce lawyer?
No.
Had you ever done a divorce case?
I mean, I had done some, like I worked for other firms, and but for the most part, if I was going to take it, like me personally, it would have to be no kids involved, and one of those situations where the assets were already like agreed upon how they were going to be split up. I didn't want to get involved in fighting in cases where kids were going to get hurt. It's not how I wanted to use my law license.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking with you. What did you specialize in?
I mean, as an attorney, I don't think I'm allowed to say I specialize in anything unless I'm board certified. So I'm not board certified in anything.
What did you? What type of work did you do more of?
At that point in my career, I'd primarily done a lot of criminal defense work.
Okay. So you were a criminal defense lawyer who was going to do a divorce case.
Yeah, I guess that's fair to say.
Were you aware that Professor Markel's previous lawyer had quit?
I saw in the filings that lawyers had withdrawn, and yeah.
And you never went to court with Professor Markel, right?
No, he got killed before I had my chance.
You're aware that the court admonished Professor Markel in court earlier in the year, right?
I don't know if I was familiar with that. I read the papers. If it was in the papers, I mean, look, it appeared to me that, it was very acrimonious, and, there were lengthy pleadings and filings, and, it was one of the things I talked to Dan about. I said, you need a lawyer, you need to stop drafting voluminous pleadings, and we need to just get this on the rails and focus on what matters.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about court filings and the ethics of lawyers. You recall her asking you that?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you file things. You have to keep your clients informed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you file things, and you're able to file things that you don't have to go over every word with your client, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Webster, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You could be released, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
Please approach. Please call your next witness.
The state calls June Umchinda.
Tim Jansen, this is Charlie's ex-girlfriend, June Umchinda. What are we expecting here? What is the purpose of calling her?
Isn't this the stapled money? The girlfriend that would have seen the stapled money, which is it used to be really important in this case, but now the defense in opening admitted it was his money, but you might as well put it on anyway. And,
I think a few girlfriends have seen the stapled money. Is there anything else that she offers besides that?
I think there was some statements, but I can't recall, but I know she's big on the stapled money. He was real careful with Steve, which was smart. He wanted to get that one point out that sometimes you file stuff and not everything they read. That's all he can get out of Steve.
Yeah. Baby doll here saying stacks of stapled cash. Wish I had stacks of stapled cash, but I don't. She should be coming up to the witness stand in a matter of moments. Again, a quick programming note. We're going straight through here, I think, till basically 5 o'clock, depending on who is testifying. And then at 5 o'clock, we're doing Great Scott, True Crime Phil, with America's most respected detective Phil Waters and Scott Duffy, formerly of the FBI. Looks like they are going for a little sidebar. I'm not sure. Do you know what this is about, Tim? Any idea?
I don't know. Daniel looks pretty casual, smiling and stuff, going in the courtroom. I guess he's trying to give that appearance that he's a nice guy, but I don't know what issue. Maybe another issue has come up. I think there was another issue, another motion that was granted regarding her. And I have to go back. Maybe he's going at sidebar again to remind the judge, we have another motion in limine, I think, but I'm not sure.
I got an interesting text from our friend John Singer, who actually said he thought it was not a great morning for the state.
Really?
Yeah, because I guess because they couldn't extract that information from Wendi, which you think they'll get further on down the road. But are you surprised that John Singer said that?
Well, no, not at all, because I think that was a key thing that they want to get in. And it goes to show knowledge and motive. I think she'll get it in. I think maybe that Wendi was not available. But I think they'll get it in.
And just looking at some of the comments here, you know, yesterday we talked about how much faster this could actually come to a conclusion than we thought. One person yesterday said even end of the week, next week. Do you still think we're moving on this lightning fast pace where this could end either at the end of next week or the following week?
I do not. I think Rashbaum has brought up some issues. I think he's going to continue to bring issues. Remember, we haven't even started the recordings yet. We've got none of the wiretaps. We've got none of the recordings. So we've still got significant amount of evidence that he's going to cross-examine. And then they could take the whole next week and part of the following.
This comment here. Please tell the truth, June. It will set you free, girl. Question, will June bring her Pomeranian in her newest purse? I don't think. Tim, do they allow dogs into the courtroom that are not service dogs?
Resume with the testimony as quickly as we can.
She brought a dog with her? No.
I think she typically carries one.
Oh my God. Oh, the Paris Hilton witness?
Yeah. It looks like the attorneys are heading out again. I'm not sure what's going on here.
That's interesting. Because after lunch, normally he would have all her witnesses ready to go. She knew that Steve would be a short witness, so she should have had someone in the wings, unless maybe she lost her Pomeranian dog. And
the dog is on the
How long
loose.
do you think it'll take Mr. Newland to find her?
Oh, they're looking for her.
Gotta go to all the ladies' rooms. We'll advise the bailiff as soon as we have her ready.
All right.
And this happens every
Points
trial.
bulletin on the next witness.
Every trial.
So
We'll
they
be in
called the
recess,
witness.
at least until 1:50.
There's now a recess for 9 minutes. So, Tim, is this commonplace where a witness goes MIA?
It is, because she's probably not a friendly witness, and she's probably not familiar. She probably doesn't have a lawyer. She gets up here. I know if it's Judge Hankinson, call your next witness. Oh, you don't have that witness? Who's your next witness? Are you resting? But Judge Everett is a gentleman, and he probably thinks they're on schedule, so he's going to give them a few minutes to locate her.
Do you panic if you're Georgia right now? I know she doesn't panic, but do you get nervous when you can't find a witness you have subpoenaed to be there?
I don't think Georgia's panicking. They probably know she's in the building somewhere, or maybe she's trying to park. Parking's not the easiest down in Tallahassee. So she must have told the court something.
And let's just say hypothetically that, I don't know, they can't find her. Like, you know, she disappeared somewhere. She doesn't know that she's being called. What does that do to the flow of an attorney who's trying a case? Well, Tim is on the phone, so going to hear a monologue here. He'll be done momentarily. For those of us who are just joining, June Umchinda, the ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson, who is reportedly witness to Charlie's cash stapling habits. She was the next witness who was supposed to take the stand. She was called. There was some commotion. Turned to Tim Jansen, said, "What is going on?" And turns out that she is MIA, which is being reported to you from the MIA. I'm in Miami, and it seems like they can't find her. So they are looking for June Umchinda. Just a reminder again, and here's a comment. June knows a lot more than she's ever admitted to. That is possible. Someone here is saying that Tim is actually speaking to June on the phone, which would be quite the coup, but I don't think that's the case. Quick programming reminder. I've been keeping tabs on this all day. Robert Card is the accused mass shooter out of Lewiston, Maine. Killed, last count that I saw was 18, wounded at least 10 more, if not more, some critically. Still on the loose. Maine is essentially shut down. There's June Umchinda. So we're going to be discussing that case, and she does have some fancy bags with her. But we will be covering that case with Phil Waters and Scott Duffy. She's taken all her bags with her up toward the witness stand, it appears, putting them down so she can raise that right hand. And we are going to listen in, watch, and see what her testimony is. Doesn't look like she took an oath. She's standing right back up. And audio from the court should come back momentarily. Hey, Mona says her hair flipping will start soon. Someone else said the seal for this great state of Florida is crooked. Might be right. It might be the camera angle. They might need the bailiff to go in there and center it and straighten it out. Getting some comments on the looks and outfit of June Umchinda. Comments I will not read aloud. Julie Frew, however, related to the bags, I will. That's some bags, she said. Yes, it is. A lot of bags. La Mesa Filipino Food Club. Her dog is for sure in one of those bags. My guess she also just smiled at Charlie. Huge smile. There's a chance Charlie's not going to be seeing a lot of women in person for the foreseeable future, so he might be pleased to see her there now. Why does she need all of these bags? What does this say? She just emailed Charlie. She's going to lie. I don't think that's fair. Hopefully she does not lie. She is under oath and should be telling the truth. June is all dressed up for Chuck, it says. Who knows if that is true? I would assume she has moved on since then. Here's another comment from Jonathan. Huge mistake by Rashbaum to get into that fight about Lacasse hitman testimony. Now they both get recalled and more attention it put on it for the jury. That is assuredly something that Daniel Rashbaum, I am sure, regrets. And once Tim is done, these high-powered attorneys are always taking calls. It looks like he's eating some peanuts along with it or something along those lines. So we will ask Tim about this comment once he gets off. Again, prior to June resurfacing here, or surfacing for the first time, Judge Everett had told the court that they were going to resume at 1:50. So it looks like we are headed in that direction. And since you don't want to hear me talk for another 3 minutes about essentially nothing, I'm going to mute myself, and we will watch this play out. And hopefully 2 minutes from now, we will get testimony from June Umchinda, Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend. In the meanwhile, try to figure out if the camera is crooked or if the seal for the great state of Florida is crooked. Which is it? Could be both.
Hey, Joel.
Tim Jansen, you're speaking to the whole world here, but go ahead. You're good? So Tim, we are waiting on June Umchinda, who was MIA. While you were on the phone, we saw her enter the courtroom.
Hey, Joel.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Tim?
I'm sorry I took that call to the listeners, but I can confirm that Wendi Adelson is on her way back to the courtroom.
Interesting. That is what's
She will be
happening.
on the stand. She will be on the stand this afternoon.
Tim, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, she'll be on the stand this afternoon. So if everyone heard that, Wendi Adelson is coming back. That's why we have Tim Jansen here. He's got eyes on Tallahassee.
She was 2 hours away in Madison, Florida, when
Wow.
she was told to turn around.
Wasn't she told to be around anyway?
They said to be on call.
Wow. So she's coming back. And 2 hours away. Do we know how far out she is now?
I think the call was when I told you I saw Sarah getting the phone. That call, a frantic call, was called by the state attorney. So, yeah.
You're getting insider news here, thanks to Tim Jansen at Tallahassee Insider. And as you're hearing, Wendi Adelson, one of the key witnesses in this case, is being summoned.
Tell Singer not to worry.
I will tell John Singer. I'm going to let him know right now. Being summoned back to court. She was 2 hours away, so we don't know how far away she is at this point. And we will see where she is and where she's coming back. Bartleby, I need you to, by the way, I love that name. Bartleby, don't take this the wrong way. I wanted to get a huge dog and name it Bartleby because when I was a kid, not a kid, but I was a kid, but like 9th, 10th grade, my dad made me read Bartleby the Scrivener by Herman Melville. I think it's either Melville or Hawthorne. I can't remember. Anyway, long story short. Go ahead, Tim.
I'm sorry. Let me add this. Madison is not 2 hours away. The person that gave me the information is not familiar with Madison. Madison's probably about an hour and 15 minutes away from here. I've had cases there, so I imagine she's close to the courthouse pretty soon.
Space Coast is on the money right there. The famous saying from Bartleby the Scrivener, I would prefer not to. One of my dad's favorite expressions because my father believed in free choice. So Bartleby the Scrivener is famous for that. He just answered everything with, I prefer not to. My father once took me to a play, Space Coast, and it was on Broadway. And believe it or not, we had seats, and Liza Minnelli was behind us. We were in front of Liza Minnelli. The entire play, it was a Samuel Beckett play, I think, and it was like an hour and a half, and the entire play was 4 words. It was an old lady in a rocking chair who says the word more 4 times in a creaky old voice while she is rocking in a rocking chair. After we left the theater, I wanted to rip my eyes out of my head. Thought it was the worst thing I'd ever seen in my life, and my dad said he thought it was very fascinating. Either I was too young or too dumb, or my dad was insane. So that is that. Abby Tahaha ha. Joel's eye bags will be bigger than June's bag when this is all over. They already are dealing with that now. Judge Everett has entered the courtroom once again, standing by the bench. His audio is being muted. That is not us. And we will wait to hear what Judge Everett has to say here in just a moment. Someone says June is dressed for a funeral. Here we go. We will listen in.
Did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse?
I've been here like twice before.
This is big unrelated news that Richard Allen the main suspect in the Delphi murder case has been appointed 2 new attorneys. Over a week ago, his attorneys withdrew, basically coerced by the judge, Judge Hull, in that case, and he was left without counsel. And if Meg P is correct, which I'm sure she is, looks like he now has new counsel. We will be covering that case. All rise. Here comes the
Don't
jury.
you look like Katie Magbanua?
A lot of similarities here. Someone says she does look like she's in a funeral dress. Can't argue with that. It's all black. Here we go.
Everyone but the witness may be seated. Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Now, please state your name and spell your name.
Hi, I'm June Umchinda. It's June, first name, last name Umchinda.
You don't have to, I don't think you're going to have to lean that close to the
Oh,
microphone.
okay.
We can let you know if we can't hear you.
All right, like that.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I'm in South Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. It was my alarm to come here.
South Florida problems right there. Welcome to my hometown.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Wait, let me just check if it's new. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I don't want it to snooze. Okay.
It's okay. Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's the middle one there with the navy blue suit on.
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
When did you date Mr. Adelson?
We initially met in I think it was like February or so, and then
February of what year?
2015.
Okay.
And we didn't speak for about 8 months. We just had like a brief meeting, and then in October we officially started dating.
October of 2015?
Yes,
And how long did you date him?
for roughly 2.5 years,
Does,
like officially.
okay. Does June of 2017 sound like the correct end of your relationship?
Officially, yes,
All right. And did you continue to talk to Mr. Adelson after the breakup?
we did.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Adelson?
A day or so before his arrest,
Okay.
we were playing phone tag, and I was supposed to see him. We didn't see each other for a long time, but I was supposed to see him. I didn't get to, and then I wrote him back. I saw a message from him, and then the next day he was taken away.
All right. So when that's obviously significantly after the official breakup.
Oh,
What
right.
was-
This was in April of last 2022.
What was the nature of your relationship after the official breakup? Were you kind of on again, off again, or just casually seeing each other when you were both single, or what was the deal there?
I mean, it was a lot of years that went by after our official relationship. So there were like different periods of times where we were seeing each other and then casual, but we always stayed in touch throughout the years. So
All right. And do you still have feelings for Mr. Adelson as we sit here today?
so he's my last serious boyfriend. So I would say yes, that there's something still there. I care about him, but obviously I haven't seen him in God knows how long. So.
All right. And do you recall being interviewed by the Tallahassee Police Department in reference to this case on July 24th, 2018?
I do.
Okay. And back at that time, when you were interviewed, it had been about 2 weeks since you had talked to him. Does that ring a bell?
Something like that, yes.
Okay, and you had talked to him prior to that interview around your birthday, is that right?
On the phone, yes.
And when is your birthday?
June 28th.
Okay. So is that was prior to, obviously prior to his arrest, but just a few months before the trial of Catherine Magbanua? Did you talk to him then as well?
I'm not sure. I don't recall when her trial was. I know she had a retrial, so
Okay.
I don't know the date specifically.
Okay, but in one of those trials, didn't you testify that you had spoken to him just the night before that trial?
Right. I mean, we were still talking, so yes, I did speak.
Okay,
to
so I'm
him.
just kind of trying to establish in reference to the important dates of this case, you seem to have had some communication with him pretty close in time to those important dates. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But you haven't had any contact with him in reference to what you're going to say here today?
No, not since he got arrested. I haven't heard from him.
Were you dating him when what we're calling the bump occurred back on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
And are you familiar with what we mean when we say the bump?
Is that the money extortion thing from?
The thing when Donna Adelson was approached
Yes.
by an undercover officer? Okay, so how far into your relationship with him were you at the time that that occurred? And that's again, April 19th of 2016.
About a year roughly, I would say.
All right, but you began dating officially in
Well, from October, so that's not a year. It's
Okay. More like 6 months.
yeah.
What was the status of your relationship, or can you kind of describe for us what your relationship was at that time, April of 2016?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to think of the dates again. So the bump was 2016, you said, in April?
Yes, ma'am. So this would be about 6 months into your relationship. Were you seeing each other seriously? Were you seeing a lot of each other? Tell us about
Every
that.
day, yeah.
Every day. Okay. And have you previously described the relationship at that time as a fairy tale?
Back then, yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Yes.
Inseparable.
Yes.
Okay.
we
So
were.
the two of you were together quite a lot during that time frame.
Yeah, I
Yes?
basically lived there.
Okay. And so you spent most of the time that you were together over at his place?
Yes,
And is that the place on Whale Harbor?
it is.
Okay. And did the relationship change at some, well, before we leave that, when the bump occurred on April 19th, 2016, did Mr. Adelson, tell you about the bump?
No,
All right. So at some point, did the relationship change around this time frame, April of 2016?
I can't say exactly like when it changed because we've had a lot of ups and downs, but I mean, it did change. So I don't know when exactly it was.
Okay. I want to draw your attention specifically to the time frame between April and May of 2016. Are you able to tell the jury about some changes you observed in Mr. Adelson's behavior during that time frame?
I don't know like if it was in that time frame exactly.
Okay. Do you recall giving a law enforcement interview in this case?
I do.
Okay. And that was done on July 24th of 2018.
Right.
Would your memory have been better back then on these issues as far as the dates that things
Does
happened?
it say what date? Like they didn't ask me specifically when, how he was acting when. So I don't know exactly what they meant, like how he was acting, what time.
Okay. So you didn't tell them that he began to freak out around that time and act sneaky and go places without telling you where?
I said that. I just don't know at that specific time frame if that was referring to that. Like
Okay.
right now, I really have no idea right now.
Okay. At some point, did a reporter approach you in Mr. Adelson's driveway?
They did.
All right. And was that the first that you learned about this murder?
Yes.
So Mr. Adelson had never even told you during your serious relationship with him that his brother-in-law had been murdered?
He mentioned that he'd been murdered, but there were no details. It was just, he said, we don't know who did it and this would happen. So,
Okay. So do you know when this reporter approached you?
like what time or when?
Was it approximately around June 17th of 2016? Does that sound right?
It was right after, like, I think a political holiday because I had a Band-Aid on my arm from a burn that we went to at a barbecue, and it was embarrassing that they took a photo of me with it. So I remember that I still had that Band-Aid on my arm. So it might have been
Okay.
around May or something,
All right.
maybe Memorial Day.
Are we sure it was in 2016?
Well, there's a picture like the reporter has on the internet. So whenever that article came out, it would be then.
I'll approach and show you an article and ask if this is the one you're referencing.
Yes. So there's a Band-Aid on my arm, as you can see.
All right. And what is the date of that article?
That says June 17th. So when is Memorial Day, May?
Yes. What is the year on the article?
2016.
Okay. So can we agree it was approximately in June of 2016 that you got approached?
I believe it was May, but I think they published the article in June. But yes, around June, May, June.
I thought the reporter had the article with them when they approached you. Is that not the case?
No, I mean the photo. Like he made that article and posted it, like
From
the
the interaction.
story. Yeah, from I guess our candid shot or whatever.
All right. So maybe you were approached in May and then the article came out in June.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And that was when that reporter approached you, that was when you found out that there was this whole backstory to this murder that may involve Charlie Adelson.
I actually didn't find out at that moment. They like ran up to me asking if I'm Catherine, and I had no idea who that was. So I didn't even know who they were.
How come you didn't know who Catherine Magdanoa was?
Not at all, no.
All right. So is that the first? Did you eventually find out who she was after you learned that name from the reporter?
Yes, eventually.
Who was she?
She was Charlie's ex-girlfriend, and she also worked for another friend of mine at the front desk.
And who's that?
Jerry Obed.
All right. And what was she working for Jerry Obed at the time that you learned about her, I guess? Learned of her existence?
No, so I guess I met her in the front of Jerry's place once briefly, and then when I heard of her, my mind went back to that day, but I had no idea like her name or anything back then.
All right. So you were confused in May of 2016 for her by a reporter. Yes. Right. And then you learned, oh, she was an ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you realized, oh, that's the girl that used to work for Jerry Obed.
Yes.
Okay. I'm with you. All right. Once you found out about this sort of backstory to this homicide and investigation, did the defendant, Mr. Adelson, tell you anything about how to handle the police if you were to be approached by the police?
He said if anyone came knocking on the door asking questions, I don't know anything. And at that time, I really didn't know anything still. So
he told you not to talk to the police.
right, because I think he had to go away that weekend or week, and I was at the house by myself. So
And had he been acting strangely for weeks before that article was published? And again, that article was published June 17th, 2016.
I believe so.
All right, tell us what acting strangely means.
I think I said it in my interview that he would kind of run off to places without really giving me an explanation. We kind of had a routine going. We would work, go to the gym, and then every night usually see each other at a certain time. But it was getting to the point where like he was running late or things were happening, and I didn't really know the reason. And also, I think I just felt like something was different in our relationship.
And did you notice that he had begun communicating with Catherine Magbanua around that time?
The time, which
The
time
2
was it?
weeks prior to the publication of that article, which was published on June 17th, 2016.
2 weeks before that. I can't remember exactly when I found out about Catherine Magbanua. Like I know it was after May. So if it was in that 2 week period before the article came out, then
Did you say in your interview with law enforcement that in that time frame you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? And also you were commenting about the calls being at odd hours and how he's not normally up that early, and that's when you saw the call activity on his phone. Do you remember telling law enforcement that?
I remember saying I saw her name come up or something at some point in time. Again, I don't know if that is the same time, around that time. And also the odd hours thing, I was referring to another girl, I think, that lives in Philippines.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to page 72.
I don't have a binder.
I'm going to bring you one. Page 72, lines 7 through 22 on your interview. This is a mini, so it needs to be bigger. I can work on that. But this is 72 here. Okay. If you'll read to yourself, lines 7 through 22.
Okay, so
let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Are you still maintaining you were referencing another woman in that comment, or were you talking about Catherine Magbanua?
So in that comment, I actually was referring to when I found out the phone records of Catherine and Charlie, like speaking in the morning when they showed how often they would speak on the phone.
All right, thank you.
So,
Did
I was
Mr.
referring to
Adelson
that.
ever express any interest in or curiosity to you about who had killed his brother-in-law?
He just said he didn't know who did it, and it was just like an unsolved blank mystery.
I'm going to ask you to look at page 34 of that same mini transcript in front of you. And if you'll review lines 10 through 15. Just let me know when you're done.
10 through 15? was
Yes,
it?
ma'am.
So yes, I see it.
And didn't you tell law enforcement back when this interview was conducted, quote, if it wasn't him, he never said, oh, I wonder who killed Dan. Or like if it was just him saying, just like fearing, like he used to have like clothes by his bed in case they came to get him and stuff, like in the middle of the night. He was just very scared that they would come and take him. Is that what you said?
So I was saying,
Ma'am, is that what you said?
well, no, I didn't say that exactly.
Okay.
I said,
Did
he never said he wondered who
you've
killed
answered the
Dan,
question.
Don't speak over each other. Please wait for her to ask you a question, then answer it.
So the transcript is incorrect.
Judge, improper question. Objection.
Overruled.
Is the transcript incorrect?
As
That's a yes
opposed
or
to
no.
your question, or you mean in general?
The question I asked you. I
It
just
doesn't
read from
match
it.
up to your question, no.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
I'm going to request that we not go to sidebar. I have another question to ask the witness.
Very well.
Did Mr. Adelson ever express any sympathy regarding the death of Dan Markel in your presence?
I mean, yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to page 84 of the transcript, lines 23 and 24. Page 84, lines 23 and 24. I'm sorry.
You mean section 84? Or?
No, ma'am. It's page 84. I think I've got the lines wrong. Let me just take a look. Yes, okay. I was correct. 23 and 24, but you might need to back up a little for context. Didn't you tell law enforcement? That's what was weird to me. I'm always like, well, if you didn't do it, then who do you think did it or something? And he wouldn't ever like show any sympathy or anything.
I don't even see on page 84.
All right, thank you. What about, let's go back to Catherine Magbanowa. Did you ever actually meet her or just knew that she worked at Obed's office?
I mean, she greeted me when I walked in the door there. So I met her as like somebody walking in really quick.
Okay, but never hung out with her socially or?
No, I don't even think I spoke to her.
Okay. Was Catherine Magbanowa, if you know, the girlfriend that was right before you with Charlie?
I'm sorry, what?
Was she the girlfriend that preceded you or was right before you?
No, I didn't even know about her. There was another girl before me.
Who was the girl that was right before you?
That I know of, it was Whitney Kick.
How long did he date Whitney Kick?
So initially when I met Charlie in February, I don't know if it was February around then, he was with Whitney at that time. So I think he broke up with her a little before we got together. So
was there anybody else between Catherine Magbanowa and you other than Whitney Kick, to your knowledge?
There was.
Okay, who was that?
Someone named Jessica.
Okay. Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanowa to be employed working for Charlie Adelson?
No.
During the time frame of the bump, so the bump in April, but prior to Ms. Magbanowa's arrest in October, was the defendant picking up communication with Catherine Magbanowa? Did you notice that he was communicating with her more?
I don't know if it was that time frame, like I said.
During this time frame that I'm talking about, did the defendant express concerns to you that his phone was being tapped?
I mean, it was probably during that time frame, but he did say that at some point. So.
Were you still dating the defendant at the time that Catherine Magbanua was arrested on October 1st of 2016?
Yes.
What was the defendant's behavior like after her arrest?
I mean, I think around that time, the media got a hold of the story, so there was.
That's not my question. What was the defendant's behavior like after Catherine Magbanua's arrest?
Well, I guess his behavior was just someone that's being convicted of murder, or not convicted, accused of murder. I'm sorry.
All right. Was he, quote, very scary to be around?
I mean, I might have said that.
You might have said that, or you did say that?
I think I did say that because we had a fight, so I was afraid one time.
Was he, quote, just like angry and different?
I guess he was, yeah.
Was he violent, agitated, and short-fused during that time frame?
I believe so.
Did he have trouble sleeping or being alone? Didn't want to be home? Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
When the case came up, did everything just tick him off?
Yes.
Did he start getting really red and screaming and take random walks, like just acting like a crazy person?
Yes, yeah.
Did he get a second phone around this time frame and possibly even a third phone?
I saw one other phone. I don't know about a third. So.
Did he start communicating with you via the WhatsApp application?
He did. He started that because he was also out of the country once, so we started using it then.
Did he sleep with a gun at night? In that time frame specifically?
So when you say sleep, do you mean like physically in the bed or?
You tell me.
So
where was the gun?
He had guns because he had his carry license. So he had a few at different places. So in his bedroom.
But specifically in this time frame, did he change his habits in reference to the gun?
No,
so
not that I know of.
Okay, so he didn't begin sleeping with a gun under his pillow or near his bed where he hadn't before?
Not sleeping with it. Like it was in the room though, so I don't know.
All right. Was he super stressed and very affected by the arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
But not super stressed and very affected from what you observed by the death of Daniel Markel, was he?
I have no idea about that.
Well, you said he wasn't.
Where is that?
In the interview that we just reviewed.
I mean,
where
what
you
line
said,
is it?
'84, lines 23 and 24, which we've already done. I think you couldn't find page 84.
No, but I think I know what you're talking about. I think I was speculating on it. He didn't say.
He wouldn't show like any sympathy or anything, right?
I mean, that was my opinion, but I have no idea if he did or not.
Well, the question was, did he express it to you?
I think his actions did, but he didn't physically, like verbally say it.
His actions expressed grief over the death of Dan Markel? What were those actions?
Well, I mean, just somebody concerned, upset over this tragedy, and everything.
But that's the opposite of what you told law enforcement in your law enforcement interview.
Well, that
isn't
was
it?
like a long time ago. That
So
was
has your
probably
memory
7 years ago.
Has your memory improved since 2018?
Regarding what?
This incident and Charles Adelson's lack of remorse over the death of his brother-in-law.
So after that, after whatever I said, obviously it's been a lot of years. So he probably expressed sympathy after I said that.
All right. What about his mother, Donna Adelson? Did you know her?
I did.
How was she holding it together during this time frame where the bump was occurring, after the bump occurred?
I think she was also stressed out.
Did you observe her to be crying or appear as if she had been crying?
I've seen her like that before, yes.
Did she tell you she was on painkillers for stress?
She may have, I'm not sure.
Did you notice that Donna Adelson was really involved with her grandchildren?
I believe she was.
And was that Wendy's kids?
Yes.
Specifically? Did Donna Adelson ever express any concerns to you about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Did you say to law enforcement that the Adelsons weren't ever curious, like who really killed him? They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
I might have said it.
Page 50, lines 19 through 23.
Okay, so what were you asking? I'm sorry.
Did you say, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him? They weren't upset about it, it seemed like.
I did, and I was speculating again, so.
Did the defendant ever say anything about something he did coming back to him?
Where is that?
Why don't you answer the question first?
Wait, you said something coming back to him? What do you mean?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, did the defendant ever tell you about something bad he did coming back to him?
I think he was referring to a horoscope.
Yes, tell us about that, please.
From what I recall, I think we were just reading horoscopes and I don't even remember at this point. I'd have to look it up again, but.
Page 109.
Okay.
Did you review this transcript this morning before your testimony today?
I reviewed it beforehand in the email that you sent. So which line was it?
Page 80, I'm sorry. This is page 109, line 9 through page 110, line 1. And the question is, did you say that the horoscope was something about something you did in the past will come back and take a big toll on your life? And he said, quote, "Isn't that so true? Wow, that's on point," or something.
Yes.
Was this before or after the arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
I really don't remember that part.
Did you ever ask him about what happened to Dan Markel?
I did, yes.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he told me he was shot and they didn't know who did it.
Okay. What about Wendi Adelson? Were you ever around her during the time that you were dating her brother?
Yes.
Did she ever express any concern to you about the murder of her child's father?
I don't really remember too much of it.
Did the topic come up at all regarding
I
the
think
death?
a topic about her being a single mother came up, and that's all I remember.
Did she make a comment to you that things were still hard for her even though Dan was gone?
Did she make a comment, you're asking?
Yes.
I think it was something along the lines of that, if I remember.
And did at some point Charlie Adelson tell you that he and Wendi were actually fighting about this case?
He mentioned that at some point in time.
And was Wendi not speaking to the defendant for some period of time because of something to do with this case?
I don't know like how long the time was, but I believe, yes, she wasn't speaking to him at one point.
And did you know what the thing having to do with this case was that caused them to not be speaking?
I have no idea.
During the time that you were dating Charlie Adelson, I think you said you would stay over there at the house in Whale Harbor. Was that every night or most every night?
Every night. Maybe one night, like we missed, like, or if he was out of town, then
During the time that you were over there, did you have an opportunity to observe large amounts of cash in his residence?
I've seen cash there. So
All right. And are you aware of a large safe that's there in the residence?
there is a safe.
Okay. And during the time that you were dating him, did he have money in that safe, cash?
I believe so.
All right. And did he have thousands and thousands of dollars, stacks of hundreds? Did you say that?
I believe at one point in time.
Did you say, quote, hundreds are like dollars to him?
I did say that.
Did you say that, quote, all of his money is like stapled together, the hundreds in bundles?
I believe I did say that.
Do you need to review the statement?
No, I mentioned like the staples. I just don't remember the bundle part. Are those my exact words or?
Page 42, lines 22, I'm sorry, 42, lines 20 through 22.
Okay, I see it.
And did you say all of his money is like stapled? All of his money is like stapled together, the hundreds in bundles.
Yes.
After your breakup with Mr. Adelson, has he made any large purchases on your behalf?
I don't know.
You don't know?
After our breakup?
Yes, like has he bought you a big ticket item? A car, a condo?
No.
Has anybody tried to tell you what to say here today?
No.
Has anybody
Just myself.
Has anybody told you, I don't know, to forget what you said in that interview? Did anybody instruct you to do that? Is my question.
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Is there any water?
You'll be off the witness stand soon.
Okay, thanks.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
All right, well, let's start right there. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Rashbaum.
Hi, good afternoon.
If wave pressure can make this rough rock this smooth, imagine what it could do to vodka. White Claw, premium vodka.
But no, never in person in my life.
Fair enough. Have I ever talked to you on the phone?
No, I got a subpoena from you the other day to attend trial here, but I've never physically heard from him.
Has anyone from my office, my colleague Kate Myers, anyone from my team at all ever reached out to you about anything?
No.
Okay.
I was actually surprised you didn't get a depo or anything from me. So
I never deposed you, right?
no, I haven't heard from you or Charlie or anyone.
Okay. So let's just make that clear. Let's clear up a couple other things. Professor Markel was murdered in 2014.
Right.
Did you know Charlie Adelson in 2014?
No.
You didn't start dating him until, I think you said, give or take, October of 2015, right?
That's right.
So any type of feelings he had about the murder of Professor Markel in 2014, you wouldn't know anything about that, right?
Right.
Okay. We're going to do a little bit more of this in a little bit, but that time period that Miss Kappelman was asking you that you were confused about where Charlie was acting odd.
Right.
You know what the bump is, right?
The Donna thing, the
Yeah,
extortion.
Where law enforcement approached Donna Adelson on the street.
Yes.
You probably watched it on TV.
Yes, everywhere.
Right. And you know there was a wire involved in that, correct?
I do.
And that's the point in time that Charlie Adelson was acting kind of weird, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Let's go back a little bit. When you dated Charlie, did you go out a lot when you were dating?
It was like 50-50, but yes, in the beginning we went out a lot every weekend. If we could do nights sometimes too.
Did he work a lot?
A lot.
He started early in the morning and came home late at night a lot of days?
Almost pretty much every day, but like Sunday and Saturday sometime. Saturday, Sunday.
And he worked most of the time 6 days a week.
Yes.
And his work would take him all over the southern part of the state, right?
Right.
He'd be in the car a lot, right?
Yes.
When he dated you and he was in the car, did he bother you a lot by calling you all the time while he was driving?
He knew I was at work and we would see each other before leaving the house. And then when we got back, so he didn't have a need to really call me on his way to work. He would text me and we would text sometimes throughout the day if I had a chance.
Now, you said Charlie keeps a lot of cash at his house, right?
I probably said that, yes.
Okay. And he staples his cash, correct?
That's what I saw, yes.
Okay. And again, you saw this cash at his house in 2016, right? When you dated him, well after the murder.
Oh, yeah, well, way after that, yeah.
Now, there is this discussion about a gun and sleeping with it. He keeps a gun in his nightstand next to his bed, right?
Right.
Are you aware that that habit started on July 18, 2014?
I have no idea.
But ever since you knew him, he kept a gun on his nightstand, right?
Not on it.
In the drawer in his nightstand. Apologies.
I think it was in his safe and in the car. But
by the way, his house has a lot of camera equipment, right?
yeah,
Like a lot of camera equipment, right?
yes.
Are you aware that that camera equipment was installed within 2 weeks of Professor Markel's murder? Are you aware of that?
No.
But it was there when you were there, correct?
Right.
How about the barbed wire behind his house? He has barbed wire, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that that was installed after Professor Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever go to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
Did you see all the camera equipment there?
I didn't notice.
Now, I think you talked about this, that there were a lot of, that media was starting to come around, right?
Yes.
And this was in 2016 after the bump and after some arrests.
Right.
And after the Tallahassee Police Department released an affidavit saying that Charlie Adelson was part of the murder. Do you recall that?
Right.
And you asked him, and he said he didn't do it, right?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained as self-serving hearsay.
Move to strike.
Members of the jury are to disregard the last question by Mr. Rashbaum. Please continue.
Did Ms. Kappelman just ask you whether you asked Charlie Adelson about the murder?
Not in the same context, but yes, basically.
Judge, may I go sidebar? I want to make sure I don't step on it.
Tim Jansen, this is rough to listen to. Some tough testimony here. I'm going to unmute you here. Why did Rashbaum just call this sidebar?
Well, he's getting ready to ask her another question. The judge just ruled he couldn't ask, and he doesn't want to be held in contempt because he thinks now he should be able to ask it based on the last question where she admitted that Georgia just asked her. The only thing this person was going to give is going to give the stapled money. Georgia annoyingly had to go through this. We'll see what happens if he gets asked that same question, whether he said he did it or not.
She basically admits after pulling hairs and teeth that Charlie never said that Charlie never wondered who killed Dan. He always kept clothes
May
next to his
continue with
bed.
your examination.
Okay, we'll follow up on that after
I'm
this.
surprised Georgia didn't ask her about extortion.
Yeah,
The whole defense that they're claiming he was being
After you
extorted.
asked Charlie
good
Adelson
point.
if he knew anything or participated in the murder, did you continue to date him?
Yes.
Did you continue to stay at his house almost every day?
Yes. We worked every day until we broke up.
You didn't have any worry about your safety, right?
No.
By the way, during this time period,
Oh, can I interrupt you? Sorry. I did have a worry about,
Hold
oh,
on. They're going to need to ask you the question. You just don't get to start offering statements unless it's clarifying the last question.
it was clarifying it.
Then you may clarify your answer as to the last question.
So, I'm sorry, the last question one more time, because now I forgot it.
Please ask again.
I have forgotten it as well.
Did you
Continue to stay at his house and spend time with him, I believe. That was the question.
Oh, now I remember. Okay, you asked if I felt safe. So at one point in time, he was getting death threats and all this stuff. So at that time when we were together, I kind of felt unsafe with people recognizing us or something like that.
Did you ever feel unsafe? Do you ever think that Charlie Adelson was going to hurt you?
No.
Now, during the time after these media reports, etc., did Charlie take trips overseas?
Yes.
Did he always come back?
Yes.
Did he once tell you he wasn't,
Objection.
withdraw,
Hearsay.
withdraw? Ms. Kappelman asked you about how he was angry, how he was upset. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
At that time, there were Dateline specials being aired, right?
Yes. More than Dateline, but
And what was his reaction to these media reports?
I think he was just flustered and stressed out and a ton of different emotions.
Was he angry?
Yes.
Now, you were interviewed by law enforcement in 2018. I think that's what we established finally today, right?
Yes.
And your testimony then was essentially the same as it was today, correct?
My testimony, from being, yes.
They asked you pretty much the same questions.
Yes. We just went over my transcript basically. So
That was in 2018. There's nothing today that they asked you different, is new from 2018, right?
no, my memory just didn't remember the dates, but no.
But their questions were the same. There's no new topic.
Right.
When was Charlie Adelson arrested?
I believe it was April 2022.
So 4 years after they asked you those very same questions, correct?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? One moment, Your Honor. Just double check. Has Charlie ever told you to lie?
Sorry. Has he ever told me a lie?
Yeah.
Objection. Hearsay.
He has, yes.
He's told you to lie?
Oh, I thought you said a lie. I'm
Has
sorry.
Charlie ever told you to lie?
No, never.
No further questions.
Redirect.
If he has told you a lie, he's never told you a lie.
Right.
So the defense was trying to get you to move the time period of when Charlie was acting crazy and angry to when the news articles were being published.
Right.
But in your law enforcement interview, you articulated that he had been acting weird for weeks prior to that first news article. Isn't that right? And you didn't
That's
know
what
why.
I remember. Yes.
Ma'am? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did they raised, oh, didn't he tell you? He didn't have anything to do with it. Did he tell you that he had purchased a vehicle for Ms. McBanow or given her a vehicle?
He didn't tell me, but I saw that in the 2020 thing and asked him about it.
Okay, and he admitted he gave her a vehicle.
He said his father, it was an old car that his father.
Did he give her
transferred.
a vehicle?
I don't know.
Did he mention giving her or contributing to a breast augmentation for Catherine McBanow?
He said he never contributed to that.
If you'll look at tab 1 of the binder in front of you, the trial on May 23rd, 2022 should be your first tab. And if you'll look first on page 1197, lines 19 through 24. Are you with me?
Yes. Can you
I
say
haven't
the
asked a
lines
question.
again? What were the lines?
Yes, ma'am. It's 1197 is the page and the lines are 19 through 24.
Right.
Did you previously testify? Question, did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up? No. Do you recall him telling you that he gave Catherine McBanow a car? Answer, I do. Page 1216.
That's what he said, yes, at the time.
And would you turn to 1216 now?
I'm there, yes.
Oh, okay. And in that testimony, did you also testify? Question, so now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation.
He said that at one point, but I think it was a joke.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled by the party?
No, sir.
Judge, we do have her on the subpoena, so there's a possibility.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness. State.
No.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Wendi Adelson being called back to testify. Tim, what are we expecting here in this exchange? Let me unmute you real quick. Stand by. Go ahead, Tim. What are we?
I think we're going to get her to talk about what she didn't ask her the first time about hiring the hitman, and she's going to specifically have her deny it, and then she's going to turn the witness over to Daniel. Let Daniel do with whatever cross he wants to do now, and then she's going to call Jeff Lacasse back.
Adelson, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
And Wendy's not happy having to turn around
Ms.
and come
Adelson,
back.
we've got 2 points we need clarification on from you.
All right, here we
When
go.
we talked about your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse, we talked about a occasion on July 13th, 2014. It would have been the Sunday before the murder. And on that occasion, did you at your residence that evening, in the context of discussing the relocation issue with involving you and your children moving to South Florida, did you say that Charlie, your brother, this defendant, had explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost either $15,000 or $50,000?
No.
And did you have a conversation with Jeffrey Lacasse at your residence that night where you said you wanted to share something in confidence with him?
No.
Did you ever say that your brother had seriously hired a hitman where you weren't repeating the joke? You
No.
were serious. Right, and second point for clarification involves that dinner where you got sick at the dinner table. You recall which evening I'm speaking of?
I do.
This would have been about 2 weeks to a month after the homicide, I believe. Okay, and on that occasion, did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that Charlie had referred to the dinner as a celebration dinner?
No.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that it was a celebration dinner?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Very briefly. Good afternoon. During your interrogation, do you recall Jeffrey Lacasse's name coming up?
Yes.
And do you recall that it was Jane McPherson who brought up his name, not you?
Yes, correct.
And do you recall, as a result of his name being brought up, he was considered a suspect?
Yes.
And do you recall that Detective Isom asked you a lot of questions about him?
Yes.
And he asked you about his car?
Yes.
And he asked you about his travel schedule?
Yes.
And he asked you for his information so that he could speak with him, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't bring up his name, right?
No.
You didn't try to frame Jeffrey Lacasse for any murder, right?
Absolutely not.
In fact, Jane McPherson was the one who brought up his name, correct?
She was.
I have no further question.
Please approach.
But Jeffrey Lacasse's name did come up while you were in the interview room being interviewed in reference to the shooting, right?
Jane McPherson brought him up.
She was in the room with you during the interview.
For some of it, not for the whole time.
Okay, but during the part where Jeffrey Lacasse's name came up, she was in the interview room with you.
Yes, she brought him up.
And this is the same interview that we've referenced previously where you were taken from the restaurant to be told about what happened with Dan.
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down, ma'am. Will Ms. Adelson be recalled by either the state or the defense again?
Certainly hope not, Your Honor.
You remain under subpoena. Please call your next witness.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
Tim, quickly there before Jeff Lacasse retakes the stand. What was the purpose of that? Was it effective?
Oh, it was 100% effective because the reason the judge ruled against it was because Daniel said he would have changed his questioning to Wendi. So they brought her back and you saw the questioning. It didn't change anything. He tried to get some stuff that wasn't even related to the comment. And I think the judge is going to let it in. So 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards, 2 steps forward.
Okay. People. Okay, we're gonna go back to the feed in just a moment once Jeff Lacasse retakes the stand. Some people in the chat I noticed are thinking that Georgia is having a rough day. Are you seeing that? Do you feel that way?
I wouldn't say a rough day. It was a setback, but now remember this. he had a motion in limine that was granted that didn't let this come in. But because of impeachment, the court overturned his motion in limine because impeachment is always admissible on a trial. So while he had a valid reason to keep it out, because she lied and she can be impeached, it's now coming in before the jury. So he's actually lost his motion in limine now.
Just back to June Umchinda for a moment. I mean, she said a lot of things to a jury that I think would be jolting. You know, that he was very different when he was angry, that the Adelsons did
Lacasse,
not
you
ever
remain under
express
oath. You may be
being
seated.
upset. How does that play to the jury to hear those bad facts?
They're gonna see her and they're gonna size her up and see how he is with girls, the kind of
All right,
women.
Mr. Lacasse, I want to take you back to
Here's Jeff Lacasse,
July
former boyfriend
13th,
of Wendi Adelson.
2014. This is going to be the Sunday before the homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendi Adelson that evening at her residence here in Tallahassee?
Yes, after we returned from dinner and a movie, we went back to her residence. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at some point that evening, did the issue of the relocation battle that was going on back in the summer of 2013 come up?
It did.
And is that the issue we've already touched on, which has to do with her wanting to move to South Florida with the children and filing a petition to do so in the courts?
That's right. And by extension, the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother, Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She definitely said that Charles Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markel.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied the previous summer.
Okay. All right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
Okay. And when she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She's very serious.
All right. So definitely not the to be confused with the TV joke.
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right. Thank you. And I want to, okay, I think we should go from there to the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that day?
Yeah, I can't remember if I contacted her, if she contacted me, but she was excited to see me. And I wasn't so sure about that because the night before we'd had an awkward conversation at the conclusion of that night. And I had told her that she didn't want to do this anymore, that she could just send me a text and I wouldn't, take any offense. We would just, break up. So I didn't get that text. Instead, I talked to Wendi Adelson and she was excited to see me.
All right. So what did you do?
Well, then she needed to call me back, and it went from her enthusiasm about seeing me to let's just meet at yoga tonight, go in separate cars. So there was a real shift in about 30 minutes.
Did you go to yoga?
We did. We went to yoga.
All right. And after yoga, was there a discussion about your relationship and the status of your relationship?
Yeah, a very brief one. I mean, yoga is not a great place to talk, obviously. So while we were sitting there, she seemed very cold. And I kind of got the feeling that it was over, that this was it. So as we walked to the car, I tried to talk to her about the relationship, and that didn't go well. And so I just kind of put up my hands and walked away, feeling sad that this was it.
All right. And as you walked away, was that the end, or was there more conversation after you began to walk away?
She called out to me, and I walked back towards her, And she was deeply curious. Well, let me back up slightly. During that conversation, she didn't have any interest in spending any time with me for the rest of the week. So it kind of confirmed, like, this is over. But then when she called me back, she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday.
And Friday is going to be July 18th, right?
Yes,
And that's the date of the homicide?
that's exactly right.
What were her inquiries of you regarding that date?
I had a trip planned to Tennessee. She was aware that I was planning to leave about 11 a.m. On Friday. I need to get to Atlanta for an early dinner, so with traffic, she knew I was departing at 11. And at the yoga studio in the parking lot, she had asked if I was still going. If I didn't go, why not? What route I would be taking. A lot of bizarre amount of interest in that trip that didn't make sense to me at the time, given that she didn't want to spend time with me.
And how does it make sense to you now?
Well, if I had left on my trip at the scheduled time that she had known about for quite a while, I would have driven pretty close to Danny Markel's house about the same time as at the murder, in a similar looking car to the suspect vehicle.
What type of vehicle did you drive?
I drove a 2004 Nissan Sentra that was silver metallic gray color.
So if you had followed your original plans, you would have been passing by the Markel residence or nearby there around the same time as the killers were fleeing?
Yeah, I would have been at Capitol Circle in Thomasville. Sure, I would have been on the same cell tower, for example. I think my life could have been pretty complicated had I taken my original plans.
All right, so you didn't, I guess, take the original plans.
No, I did not. I had made a last minute decision the night before to leave Thursday night instead. I had not informed Ms. Adelson about that because we weren't speaking. Actually, no, I don't know that anyone, for sure that anyone in Tallahassee knew I had changed my plans, just the people at the other end.
All right, so you were actually in Tennessee at the time of the homicide.
I was.
And when we've heard you were called in as a potential suspect, and apparently named by a Jane McPherson. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That was a friend of Wendi Adelson's, and she was a doctoral student in our program. I had not much of a relationship with her, just a kind of a working relationship. We'd worked on a couple of projects together, but I didn't know her very well at all.
But someone that knew that you had been dating Wendi.
Yeah, I think she was a confidant of Wendi Adelson's. Yes, for sure.
Okay, so you get called in, and were you able to provide documentation to show that you were in Tennessee and not in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I was excluded fairly quickly because investigators found Kmart surveillance footage of me at a Kmart in Tennessee using my credit card with my cell phone showing me there shortly after the murder. So it was impossible that I was the shooter.
All right, and then was there also some similar type coincidences around the time of the trip that the killers made in June?
Yes. On June 6th, I had a business trip to Gainesville, and I departed at 11 a.m. on a Friday, June 6th, which Ms. Adelson would have known about by March. So really, I take 2 trips out of Tallahassee in my car the whole spring and summer semester. Both times, hit me and try to kill Danny Markel.
Okay. Any further contact with Wendi after the yoga date?
We about 10 days after the murder, she reached out to a mutual friend, and we had a few phone calls.
And during one of those phone calls, did you learn about a dinner where Wendi had become ill at the table?
Yes, I did learn about that.
And what did you learn about that dinner?
That she went out to dinner with Charlie for what he called a celebration dinner. He said something to her. She spontaneously vomited on the table.
And this would have been within how much time after the homicide?
Within a few weeks.
Was it specified that the celebration was in reference to Dan Markel's death as opposed to anything else?
Wasn't specified.
Okay. But whatever it was, that's the dinner where she vomited.
That's right. That's right.
One moment, please. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Let's shift gears a teeny bit.
Okay.
When you and Miss Adelson were dating, there were occasions when she would drive, right?
Yes.
Did she have a good sense of direction?
I don't know.
You're aware that when she was married to, she lived in Professor Markel, she lived on the house on Trescott, right?
Yes.
And when you were dating Wendi, would she often use Trescott as a shortcut to get from one place to another?
She used it a few times when I was in the car, if that's what you're asking. She did that on June 27th, the day we departed to Gainesville at 11 a.m. on a Friday.
I think you said in one of your interviews that she would do that at least 100 times, drive by the house.
That was a figure of speech.
Now, you mentioned, we'll start with the joke, the bad joke.
Yes.
You mentioned this TV joke, how it was lighthearted, bad humor, certainly in the context of what happened, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it was dark humor, I would say, but it was clearly a joke. Yes.
And do you recall that joke being given at that Yardbird dinner?
I don't.
Could it have been given at that Yardbird dinner?
It could have, but I don't recall it. And I actually think I might remember that.
I'm sure you do.
Given what happened.
I think one thing that has been established is you believe that Wendi Adelson tried to frame you for Professor Markel's murder, right?
I'm suspicious that there was an effort made in that way, yes.
And so that has affected your viewpoint, correct?
Sure.
Well, let's talk about your viewpoint. And we have to go a little bit back and repeat a couple things to put it in context. So you meet with Charlie Adelson. He tells you that he's in the he's friends with people in the criminal element. You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police.
No, I don't go to the police.
You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police.
No.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
In June? I'm sorry, in July.
Okay.
In July.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
I'm sorry.
I'll try to keep it lower this time. In July of 2014,
yes,
about a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out things that weren't in her own self-interest. But she did do that. She did make that statement. Yes, sir.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was real.
It was real, yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police, and then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
And during the second interview with the police, you talked solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they needed to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you even, you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson at all in that second interview.
Already had done so. So yes, you're correct.
So that second interview, you talk just about Wendi Adelson. And in fact, you're so uncomfortable in the interview. You tell the police that. You say, I'm so uncomfortable. And Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
I don't, you have to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you
Yeah.
said. You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that. Yeah.
So let me understand this, because I want to make sure I've got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
Wendi Adelson has told you that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
He does.
You go to an interview, and during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this July 23rd interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that. So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes, functionally, but I've testified before that Miss Adelson and I had conversations in August where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended it, initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never dated, you never went on a date with her again, right?
I never saw her again other than in our courtroom, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding was Wendi conceded she threw up on her dinner table.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14? What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14, January of 15, February of 15? You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
I'm happy to answer that. I think you deserve an explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was reluctant to come back in because I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
And I decided to man up. Decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's the decision I came
Right.
to.
You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could tell him that in July.
No, I was.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask the question.
Fair enough.
In July of 2014, you told police that Charlie Adelson, you heard, actually looked at hiring a hitman. You weren't scared to tell him that.
I asked for police protection. I was scared.
You told them that in July of 2014. Isn't that correct?
Yes, in the same conversation, I said, can I get some assurances? Can I get some protection? I have something I want to tell you. I'm scared to tell you.
But you were too scared to tell them about a celebration dinner comment, and you waited almost half a year to tell them?
Well, I did wait half a year to tell them, but the notes I brought in were written right after that interview. I also wanted to get my thoughts together because I thought this day might come. And I wanted, in those first 2 interviews, there was a lot going on. It was pretty traumatic. So I wanted to collect my thoughts. So that's what I was doing, in addition to being pretty frightened and having to get over that idea.
Isn't it true that those comments never happened and you're upset because you believe that this family tried to frame you for murder?
Everything I'm saying is true.
I'm sure it is. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Move to strike the I'm sure it is comment.
I'll withdraw it.
Withdrawn. Please disregard, members of the jury.
I have no further comments for this. Or questions.
Redirect examination.
This may seem like a fine point, but I want to make sure it's crystal clear. When Mr. Rashbaum was asking you about the hot tub conversation, Mr. Rashbaum said that his client said that he was friends with people in the criminal element. Is that exactly what was said?
The word I recall is he had connections and friends on both sides of the tracks.
Okay. Connections to
Criminal.
the criminal
elements. And
element.
particularly, there was the Cuban neighborhood comment that I repeated to the TPD later.
Gotcha.
Actually, on July 21st, first interview, I mentioned that comment.
Okay. How many pages of notes do you have in reference to this case?
Like right now or over the last 9 years?
I mean, kind of over the last 9 years.
Yeah. I'm a researcher by training. I'm an analytic person by nature. So those 6 months was pretty obsessive. I was reviewing every text message, every email, writing. I condensed it down. I think if you watch the videotape, you would see me bring in 3, 4, 5 pages. But I would say I wrote probably 100 pages before I came in to see them the third time.
Going through every receipt,
Yes.
every detail,
Yes.
partially out of what motivation?
Well, pretty traumatic. So fear was part of it. Like if they can catch the people that did this, I'll be safe. That was a big piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this was a brutal murder and I wanted to see justice done. And I did not want to leave something sitting on the shelf. If I was in the possession of something that could help, I wanted to help.
And isn't it true that you didn't know what was going to end up being important out of all the nuggets you dug out of the phone and everywhere
I
else?
had no idea. And I also told them repeatedly, I hope and pray this wasn't Wendi and Charlie Adelson. But just in case, here's the stuff I have.
And Mr. Rashbaum asked you about why didn't you go to the police when you learned that Mr. Adelson had in fact looked into hiring a hitman. Just to reiterate, the statement was made the Monday before the murder. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the statement that where Wendy's relating it to you.
Yes.
All right. So that's going to be in 2014.
Yes.
Okay. And she's making a statement about something that occurred in what year?
2013.
All right. Why didn't you go to the police with this information?
Because it was a past tense thing she was reporting. I did not sense that it was a present danger. I didn't know hitmen had already visited Tallahassee. I didn't realize there was an active murder plot.
In hindsight, should you have gone to the police with this information?
Yes.
One moment, please. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Lacasse, you may step down. Rashbaum, did you have something?
Maybe we go sidebar briefly.
Approach.
So they are still keeping Jeff Lacasse on the witness stand. Quick sidebar. Tim, up to this point. By the way, thank you for your insightful commentary today. Couldn't do it without you. What do you make of that final exchange?
I'd like to know what he's a professor at FSU Law School, or if it's at the law school. Remember, he's not a practicing lawyer. He may not know the obligations of a practicing lawyer, like if a client's going to commit a future act, what responsibilities you have. He clearly comes across as a professor type. Lots of information, a paper guy. He comes across credible. He was scared to death. I'm sure he was. He's not a big, overweight kind of guy. He's kind of not a mushy guy, but and he probably was in love with Wendi. And it's clear that when he looked back at what they were asking him, he probably did decide they were trying to set him up as a patsy. And then fear struck him because the guy was shot, gunned down in his driveway. So he had real fear. Thank God he was in Nashville. Otherwise, he could have been a suspect. And then he decided to help the police, which you would hope people would do.
Yeah.
I think Dan attacked him too much at the end. I think the screaming was too much. I'm done. I don't even have comments for this guy. He was trying to show his disgust with the guy, but I don't think the jury's going to find him disgusting.
Yeah, that played off to me very poorly. He was beating up on a guy that appeared to be pretty sincere to me. By the way, he was a social worker, is a professor of social work at FSU. So my mom is a social worker, probably a pretty empathetic kind of guy. Tim, my dad always said life is a game of inches, turns on a
what
dime.
may make sense first, with all respect, is maybe let them just ask him whether he has the notes first and whether they can get them.
Oh, they want to get the
rather
notes.
than do an inquiry. I don't think the state has done anything wrong.
Well, I think that directly goes to factor one, whether there is a violation, but yes.
This is a Brady
I
violation.
don't think there's a violation, but I think I'm entitled to the notes if he has them, and then we can recall them.
Very well.
So what that means
Does your client need to use the restroom or take a break?
under Brady, they're
All right.
required to give
We'll
any
take a 10-minute break and we'll go back on at
notes or
3:40.
anything that they use.
Ms. Kappelman, how many
favorable
more
or not.
witnesses do you plan to call before we?
Maybe the government didn't have those notes, so it's not a Brady violation. He wants to look at them, be able to look at them, and then maybe call them back and cross-examine them based on them.
So, they are taking a 10-minute recess. Looks like defense counsel Daniel Rashbaum, like you just said, is looking to get those notes from the state. There'll be a 10-minute recess. Tim, the irony is not lost on me. Daniel Rashbaum, in that kind of feigned disgust, he listed all these dates: November 2013, July 20. You never went to the police. You never went to the police. You never went to the police. The irony, of course, is that he has now created this defense theory about this extortion plot over 9 years where the Adelsons never once contacted law enforcement. It rings loud to me. Do you think it does to a jury of Charlie's peers? Do you think they're wondering that question? Well, he's grilling this guy about why he didn't go to the police. How come the Adelsons never went to the police? Is that going through their mind?
Joel, that's a brilliant take on your part. He has set up his defense that his people were afraid, and that's why they didn't tell anybody. And he just blistered this guy and shown indignation to a guy who clearly was possibly a suspect of being framed and being murdered. He can't have it both ways. And the problem with his defense is he came out open quickly with it, and now he's it's inconsistent with his defense. How does he blame Lacasse for not coming forward when his client didn't come forward? And I think Georgia will make that in closing.
I don't have a lot of great points, but it's up on the screen since someone else said it. So you do think she will go back? That was my next question. When would Georgia circle back to that point and say, hey, defense counsel Rashbaum, you were peppering this state's witness repeatedly. How come your defendant didn't do this?
Well, the most skilled prosecutors do that in their rebuttal part of their closing because the defense does not get to respond. So she can end with that, and she should. Ladies and gentlemen, You saw him tirade against this poor sociology professor, the comments he was making, the dates and all this, and he was like 6 months. Well, what did they do for 2 years? His whole defense is premised on they didn't come forward. And yet his client didn't do anything for 2 years. Didn't even tell the sister that they knew who killed the father of her children. That'll be brutal in closing. Brutal.
Yeah. I think you can argue it's been 9 years. They've never even been interviewed
Right.
about this, the
Right.
Adelson parents. So yeah, that
I
was
wish
interesting.
Georgia would have asked Wendi the second time, where were you when you first heard of this extortion against your family? Were you in the courtroom? Who did someone tell you? Where were you? Because you said you heard it yesterday.
Look who's back. Carl Steinbeck is back. Carl, I don't know if you saw the testimony with Wendy's second go around here, or if you saw the Jeff Lacasse. Did you see Jeff Lacasse or hear it?
I saw both. Yes.
Okay. Your thoughts about where we land right now on this Friday afternoon at 3:35, about an hour and 25 minutes till they recess for the weekend and we start. Great Scott at your True Crime Phil with Scott Duffy and Phil Waters. I can't believe I have to do another show. Carl Steinbeck, John Singer, the three of you are my three amigos on this. Singer texted me and said he thought that Georgia was having a rough morning. What have you thought about her performance today and the case in general?
I thought this case went really well for the government again today. I thought the prosecutors did really good. I think the real question I have is something that Tim brought up. It's like, why don't they bring up the this extortion defense through June? I was expecting that. And so for them not to do that, they probably just forgot about it. Maybe they'll recall her. I didn't see if she's subject to recall or not. But I mean, I don't think they really needed to ask that, though, on the other hand, because their case basically got crushed further. The defense did through the continued lies of Wendi. And then you bring in Jeff Lacasse, and his testimony just pretty much blew their case out of the water. It shows that this was a family deal. And I think the fact that Rushbaum was throwing a little tantrum this morning and saying quotes of what assurances that not Sarah, but Georgia had given to him about what they intended to do with the witness and the questioning and all that. I thought that was pretty much some grandstanding, it looked like, from Rushbaum. And as it turns out, it actually emphasizes the points he was trying to object to. And so by them recalling Wendi again and then following up with Jeff Lacasse some more, I thought it actually re-emphasizes and strengthens the points that the government was trying to make. And the jury probably realizes that, defense tried to keep this out, but the government somehow convinced the judge to let it in. So overall, I think it's a very good day. And I think it's the case pretty much rock solid all the way around for the government.
Yeah. Tim, I just want to go back to this. I keep pulling myself back because, again, it's easy for us to all get sucked into the story that we know so well, but I keep trying to keep the juries in the forefront of my mind and what they're thinking. And one of the, not the issues, but the concerns I guess I have is this this setup, not extortion. That word's been used too many times in other contexts, but this idea of setting up Jeff Lacasse. Did they make it clear enough for the jurors to understand where they were going with this? Because it wasn't like the opening statement where it was methodical and straightforward. They kind of talked about it in a roundabout way. Did they need to be more straightforward for all the jurors to understand exactly what they were talking about?
Well, they're going to lay the pieces out there for the jury to decide. They're going to look at Jeff Lacasse's testimony, and they're going to take back the events, how she was treating Jeff. She was on and off, and then asking him about his trips. And those two key trips where he was going to Gainesville. He said he goes twice a year. The trip earlier, he was going to Gainesville. The knuckleheads came up here and shot the car. And then the next trip, he's going to Tennessee, and they actually commit the murder. And he's got a car that's similar, not exactly, but it's similar to his car. And he might have been leaving at the same time. And then you hear his testimony that he personally felt that they were trying to set him up, which really increased his fear and then really honed in on why he didn't go to the police. So I think that'll be easy to close and for the jury and someone sitting in that jury thinking, man, that could have been me. These people are so sinister. Not only do they kill their in-laws, but they set this poor sucker up as a patsy. So I don't think any of that helps the defense.
Hey, if I can add some of that.
Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
I think also it was so abundantly clear that June has been bought for. You know,
Yeah.
Georgia asked her about whether she had a paid-for condo and a car and something else from Charlie, and she denied it. But I wish she would have followed up with more details on that. But it was so obvious that June was really much trying to backtrack from all of her previous testimony against Charlie. But I thought the way that Georgia brought out all those details got the message across to the jury, and they understand that she's been forced in this compromised position due to Charlie's inducements.
Yeah, well, Carl, to that point, again, the jurors are only seeing this trial. They haven't seen previous testimony. So, I mean, what do they have perspective-wise to measure it against? Just what Georgia laid out today, right?
Yeah, and I think that she claims she doesn't remember anything, and then Georgia's trying to refresh her memory by reciting other stuff, and then she was even backpedaling off of that and wouldn't own up to it, and says, "Well, I sort of meant that for a different time, and that's not really what I meant then." But she said enough good things against Charlie that she was a great witness, I thought, overall for the government.
That's interesting because I think a lot of people felt that she was a bit hostile. But you think she worked out well. Tim.
Yeah.
Trish Norman here. Joel, question marks. What did June say to Charlie when leaving? I have to be honest. I was busy doing 12 other things. The jury saw that. I don't know. Did you catch that? And what is the... Okay.
I saw an exchange. I was watching to see her because I really wanted to see how tall she was. So I was watching her and she carried her little bag and she had her purse. And she walked by the table and she looked over to Charlie and made a comment, which I don't know if she said good luck or what, but it's certainly a juror would have seen that and said, okay, she's not objective. She's his friend. She's got amnesia. The transcripts, she can't remember now. And I don't even know if the government needs her anymore because the lawyers already admitted that the stapled money came from him. So I don't really know what valid purpose she has. Except maybe she can say, ladies and gentlemen, you saw her leave. She's still under the control of the Adelsons.
Diana Johnson, speaking the obvious, but I appreciate it. Love your guess with a heart emoji. Best guess in all true crime. It's not just a tagline. It is our reality. Find me two better attorneys than this. It's not going to happen. We're watching it all together. Carl, I was asking Tim this. It was one of the few salient points I make in the course of a month. And that is, it really struck me the way Rashbaum was going after Jeff Lacasse and rattling off dates and saying, oh, you were so scared of Charlie, or Charlie said this, Charlie threatened this, but you never went to police. You never went to police. Well, the whole backbone of his defense is the Adelsons were extorted, and in 9 years, they never went to the police about it. How much does that hurt him? Tim seems to think it's going to come back in the rebuttal part of the closing arguments. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it could be if they even mention it at all. But I think that the way that Rashbaum was treating him as if he's lying and he's just making stuff up. But I've actually seen, of course, the videotapes of interviews with Jeff Lacasse. And keep in mind, he went initially to law enforcement at their request, and he went back there 2 other times. He went back in August. And he also went back in March of the following year. So he was very concerned and disturbed by what had happened. And he also felt like he needed to go to law enforcement, not maybe be something that, kept him from going after the killers. But he was also afraid of Charlie coming after him because he was connected to all these bad guys. So he was asking for protection and he was fearful. And the cops, he got the message from them, no, we're not here to protect you and that kind of thing. So I think over time he built his courage up and said, you know what, like he said, he's going to be a man about it and do the right thing and not worry about the consequences.
And Carl, just back to you because you were gone for a while, but with June Umchinda, she admitted on the witness stand that Charlie was quote unquote different when angry, and then went on to say after the murder, quote unquote, the Adelsons weren't upset about it. She also said he kept the extra pair of clothes by his bedside because he was always worried someone is coming for him. How damning is that? Now, I'm not an attorney. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. If I'm hearing that and I'm a juror, I'm saying this guy is very suspicious. How important is that?
Yeah, I think the fact that she didn't notice emotions from him, like he was distraught over the murder or anything like that, I think that's not something a guy like Charlie, absent a murder, I don't see him being that kind of guy to be worried about it. But you think he would say more about, gosh, why haven't they solved this crime yet, or say something more about that. But I think also what was really damning, and if I remember right, it was something that Rashbaum brought out, is that when Katie got arrested, he was angry about it. So I thought that was sort of like very, very peculiar that he's not concerned about justice happening when Katie's behind it, if he was not a part of that at all. So, and the way he was acting differently, and his whereabouts were all of a sudden mysterious as soon as Katie got arrested. So I think all that just ties into this is what really happened, because he was running scared because he realized, am I next? Because he had something to do with it, and was a mastermind behind it.
Izzy giving a super sticker. STS question: where are Dan and Wendy's kids? They live with Wendi, as far as we know, and her only real set of grandparents are Wendi Adelson's parents, Donna and Harvey, who are both being scrutinized in this case as well. And this is why Ruth Markel, who we've seen in the court, and I have to say, not looking. I mean, she looks fine, but she looks worn and she looks tired and she looks like she's very stressed out, because I know her and I feel for her. I almost didn't recognize her, to be honest. She usually has a glow about her, and I had to do a double take a few times, and that is her. And obviously the stress of this is wearing on her. But the real victims, aside from Dan in this, of course, are the Markels, but most importantly, the children. And they are now beginning to be old enough to understand everything that's happening. I wonder what's going on in that regard. None of us really do, but obviously our hearts go out to them. Tim, we're coming up on the witching hour, about an hour and 15 minutes away from the Friday whistle blowing here. I said to you, do you still think this is on track to possibly end? I think Carl said this could be over by the end of next week. You don't think so? You said we haven't even gotten to the wiretaps. Look in your crystal ball. What do you think we are going to see at the beginning of next week? Hopefully something interesting, because Meave Moen, Steve Cohen, and I are driving up to Tallahassee on Sunday to be there for coverage on Monday and Tuesday. What are you expecting then?
Well, you're going to get Luis Rivera, right? And when they do the wires, and you're going to get probably the phone person, Pat Sanford will come back on, and they're going to go through the wires. So it could be a while. I don't think they'll finish next week, but Luis Rivera is definitely going to testify. He's going to tie it to Katie, and then Katie saying it
Everyone may be seated.
to the lady. So that's going to be important testimony.
So we've come this far. Let's there it is. Dinah Johnson left your guest. Let's go a little bit further. Thank you to Dom's mom, gifting 5 surviving survivor memberships, and a super sticker from the Loaded Goat. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. It's been a long 2 days. Let's listen in here. We're going to go till for another hour, and then it's time to switch over to our Friday show with Scott and Phil. Jeff Lacasse is back on the stand. Let's see what happens here.
No, I understand. That's clear.
Rashbaum would like to inquire of the witness about the notes. We figured we'll do that now since he's here.
Without the jury or with?
With.
Okay.
It'll be quick, Your Honor, I promise.
What one question that becomes 9?
I didn't say that. Louder, please.
Gotta love Judge Everett's laugh. Cute little laugh there.
Just keep it as we're closing.
These questions pretty soon.
I'm saying it's really good.
All rise, jury are in courtroom.
Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, the defense is going to have a very brief recross of Mr. Lacasse.
Mr. Lacasse, those notes, pages and pages of notes, did you provide them to the prosecutors?
No, they were destroyed. I used them to guide my interviews with investigators, and then I destroyed them.
You destroyed them?
Yes.
Why'd you destroy them?
I don't know they would have been of any use to anyone else. They were just little talking points for me. We went through every single thing on my notes. It was on videotape, and then I got rid of the notes.
So when you were on the videotape, you were reading your notes?
I was using them as prompts to remember to talk about each thing. The investigator guided the interview, so sometimes we didn't stick straight to them, but I made sure everything on the note got discussed with investigators.
But we wouldn't know that because we can't see him today, right?
No, but you can watch the videotape of my interview with Craig Isom and see what's on the notes.
Oh, I can see the writing on that videotape?
I guess not, but that's the material that was covered.
Sir, truth is, you destroyed those notes and we can't review them, right?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect this gentleman.
Was there any law or instruction from a law enforcement officer requiring you to do something with your personal notes?
No, I don't think I even needed to create notes. I chose to organize my thoughts to talk to Investigator Isom, but it was to help me make sure I covered what I wanted to cover. And of course, he ended up asking most of the questions anyway. That's how it works.
And everything in the notes is included in the interview?
Yes.
It was provided to us?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, that's it, sir. Please call your next witness.
Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Tim, was that just a nothing burger right there? I mean, he destroyed his notes. He's not mandated to have notes. He's not mandated to keep them. There was no search warrant executed, no subpoena. What was that all about?
Dan's going to later come and say the investigation wasn't thorough, and that he's going to attack it. Does this guy? How do we know this guy's telling the truth? His notes may have showed something differently. We'll never know. He didn't come forward. Now his notes are gone. He'll make some little argument about that. It's a nothing burger.
Tim, I've asked you this before. Trials are long. I can't remember what happened 5 minutes ago.
Right.
The things that you want to put into your closing arguments, what do? You have a little file and you just jot down, make sure I include this, make sure I include this. How do you handle that?
Well, normally you have a pad and you're going to circle every day. You're going to and circle it. And then at night, when you're not preparing, you're going to make sure the points that were good for you, you're going to highlight. And then at the end, you put them all together.
RyanFitzpatrick.
Where do you live, sir?
Lantana, Florida.
And what line of work are you in?
I'm in roofing now.
Okay. Do you or did you at some time have a relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you guys friends?
Yes, ma'am.
How close were you?
Very close.
What time frame were you close friends with Charlie Adelson?
From about the time that I moved to South Florida in around about 2012. And then as years passed, we grew a lot closer.
Until when?
Till about 2018, 19-ish.
All right. Did you spend a lot of time together?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him daily?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Meet his girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Blue suit, light blue tie, white shirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Was the defendant, Mr. Adelson, very close to his sister Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
If you know, how did the family, the Adelson family, feel about Dan Markel?
Not fond.
And did that include Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
I mentioned the girlfriends. Did Mr. Adelson have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of them Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I think in passing I might have met her once or twice, but I didn't have a personal relationship with her, no.
Did she stand out to you as being someone special or of more importance to him than any of the other women in his life?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Please rephrase your question.
It's a yes or no question. Did she stand out to him as being somehow special or different from the other women in his life?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the defendant's practice of stapling his money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the denominations or how he would staple it?
10 100s would be 1,000. Easier to count that way.
At the time that Dan Markel was murdered, how did you learn of the murder?
I can't remember. They never spoke about it, so
And when you say they never spoke about it, who was
the
that?
family never spoke of it.
So you didn't learn about the murder from your close friend?
I do not believe so, no, not directly.
Right after the murder, did Mr. Adelson tell you that his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanoa, was extorting money out of him?
No, ma'am.
Does that seem like something he would have mentioned to you?
Yes, ma'am, probably. I imagine so.
When law enforcement posing as a thug approached his mother in what we're referring to as the bump, did he tell you about that?
I don't recall, no, ma'am.
He didn't tell you that he thought that the person that approached his mother was either the FBI or someone posing as Rivera's brother?
I can't remember if Charlie directly said that to me or not. So I don't know. It's been so long.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
Charlie, as you've heard in testimony and depots, he made a lot of tasteless jokes. And he said something along the lines of, you can get away with anything, you can get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut.
When was that statement made?
Jeez, years ago.
Before or after this murder?
It would be after.
Was his behavior after, are you familiar with the arrest that occurred in May? May of 2016, I should have clarified.
Katie's arrest?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And did his behavior change at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he seem relieved and less stressed out after she got arrested?
No, ma'am, he did not.
What was his demeanor after her arrest?
Nervousness, agitation, stress.
So he seemed to get more stressed out after she was
Yes,
apprehended.
ma'am.
Was he weird like that before, like between the time of the murder and the time of Catherine Magbanoa's arrest?
To say he was weird.
Like that, like the
No,
behaviors you just
no,
described?
ma'am, not that weird.
All right. And are you familiar with some barbed wire that he had around his residence?
No, but I kind of like that idea.
When was the last time you were at his residence at, the name is escaping me, Whale Harbor?
It would had to have been around probably the summer of 2018.
Okay. And when you were out there, when you were at his residence in the summer of 2018, did y'all use the pool area?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got a nice grotto style pool out there.
Very nice. Yes, ma'am.
And did you observe when you were out there barbed wire around this perimeter of the pool?
No, I don't think so. No, ma'am.
All right. right. What about weapons? Did Charlie Adelson frequently carry or have weapons around him?
Charlie had a gun, yes.
Where did the gun stay, if you know? On his person, in the safe, bedside table?
I mean, I didn't know what his regular practice was, but I can imagine he would put it by his bed when he slept.
All right. Was that just the one gun that you were aware of, or did he have a bunch of guns?
I believe he had more, but I can't testify to that.
Okay. So when you were in the residence, there weren't guns laid out in the residence?
Not like my house, no.
Did you have a falling out of some kind with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that occur?
I would say about the last time that I recall vaguely being at his residence, probably about the summer of 2018.
Okay. And you guys have filed lawsuits against each other or just one direction?
Charlie had filed a lawsuit against myself and others. It's since been dismissed. So.
All right. And so you don't like the guy anymore? Fair to say?
I mean, he's not a big fan. No.
Okay. And have you said some ugly things about him on social media and that sort of thing?
I've said it to him.
All right. And are you here to try to bring him down?
No, I don't want to be here at all.
Were you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please.
I'm thinking the exact same thing as McSpunky. I like this guy's vibe. I like his energy. Someone asked what he does for a living. He said he's a roofer. Said he was sued, some sort of lawsuit against him from Charlie Adelson, who's known to be litigious, and they had a falling out. Asked if he badmouthed him on social media, and he said no. I just said it to his face. Old school kind of guy. Tim Jansen, what do you think of this guy? And by the way, he also said that Charlie Adelson mentioned you could get away with murder if you're quiet. Again, very powerful coming from this guy to me.
It's great. This is a great witness because this is who the guy he hung out with. This is the guy he felt comfortable with, even though he's his high-priced orthodontist, or no, not an orthodontist, but this is a real guy. And he said he described what Charlie did: get away with murder if you stay quiet. And he got really nervous when Katie got arrested. Why would he be nervous? If she was being extorted by her, he should be happy she got arrested. He only got nervous because he knew he's next in line.
Genius point right
Did you
there.
get a deposition in this case previously?
In Catherine's case, yes.
Back in 2021?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to approach and have you read page 46 and 47.
One moment, Mr. Roosevelt.
There's no question, so I don't know if she's refreshing.
Yeah, I'm going to refresh your recollection of your deposition.
There's been no question to refresh.
This couple please ask the question.
Did you say that he told you about the bump?
If I said it there, then I said it there. I mean, it's just been years, so it's hard to recall.
I
And
understand.
I'm tired.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the deposition to see exactly what you said?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Page 46 and 47. And you can scroll down. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Mr. Adelson tell you about the extortion attempt on his mother in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
But definitely never told you about Catherine Banois extorting him in 2014
No, ma'am.
or 2015.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Thank you. You met Katie once or twice, right? Magbanua?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You didn't know her personally?
No, sir, I did not.
But Charlie mentioned to you that the father of Katie's kids tried to run him off the road,
Yes, sir.
tried to kill him,
Yes, sir.
and that was in 2014?
Vaguely, yes, sir. If that's what I testified to, then yes.
Charlie talks a lot, right?
Indeed, he does.
Repeats himself a ton, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think Ms. Kappelman just refreshed your memory that you were aware of the bump, that Charlie told you about the bump.
Yes, sir.
By the way, did you communicate with Charlie on WhatsApp?
Yes, sir.
You ever talk about murder on WhatsApp with him?
No, sir.
Ms. Kappelman asked you about whether Charlie started to act nervous at the time of around Katie's arrest. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that shortly before her arrest, law enforcement released an affidavit calling for Charlie's arrest, which the state attorney refused?
What? I don't understand your question.
Are you aware that there was an affidavit that was released by law enforcement calling for Charlie's arrest?
I believe there was like a probable cause or, excuse me, or something like that. Yes, sir.
And that was broadcast to the entire world, right?
It was broadcast. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was back in 2014, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir. If that's when it
I'm
happened.
sorry. That was back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that he started to act kind of weird.
Yes, sir.
Also around that time, there were 60 Minutes, 2020, and Dateline specials, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was also this bump, right?
Yes, sir.
And after Katie's arrest, there was even more suggestion that Charlie somehow had some role in this, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, you continued to be friends with him after that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that you stole from Charlie?
No, not at all.
It's not true that you took checks that were supposed to be made out to the business and took them for yourself?
That's alleged in a lawsuit that's been dismissed. So
Was that lawsuit dismissed because Charlie Adelson got arrested in this case?
why I never hired an attorney, because I wasn't worried about it.
When was it dismissed? After his arrest in this case or before?
I found out last week, so I don't know. I don't care.
Do you think it was do you think it was dismissed after he was arrested in this case?
That's speculation on your part. I have no idea. I didn't think about it. Didn't lose any sleep over it.
Was a lawsuit for hundreds of thousands of dollars?
About $2 million. But I don't have that anyway, so I didn't worry about it.
Before he filed that lawsuit, he demanded that you repay him, right?
I guess if that's what he says.
Well, did he text you and demand repayment?
Yeah.
He said he was going to start taking what you owed him out of your paychecks. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you didn't like that.
No.
So you threatened if he tried to recover any of the stolen money for you, you would go to law enforcement and tell them that that he was involved in Professor Markel's murder.
I don't know if that's what I said verbatim at all.
Well, let's see if I can refresh your memory. What exhibit are we up to? Do you recall saying to Charlie Adelson, I don't owe you shit. I'll be on the phone with the FBI today. Get your affairs in order before prison, punk. You're going to rot in jail, you mom, fag. Do you recall saying that?
I mean, if you're reading it, then I did.
You open your mouth and I will open mine. Watch, motherfucker. You're a miserable Jew and you're going to get what you deserve. Do you recall saying that?
If you're reading it, then I said it.
I dare you to threaten me again. I'll be on the phone with the FBI before you blink, you murderer. Do you remember saying that?
Yep.
Get fucked. I'm going to get you in jail. Do you remember saying that?
I guess if it's in there.
You ever heard of a website on Facebook called True Crimes Blog, True Crimes Case, the Dan Markel case? Let's discuss. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
You're just posting pictures of Charlie on that website this week, right?
I don't know.
You want me to show you them?
What difference does it make? What does that have to do with anything?
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection of a picture you posted of Charlie on that website just days ago?
Yeah, it's a good picture.
You say you have nothing to gain from this case and you don't really care and you don't want to be here, right?
Right.
Just on Tuesday, do you recall writing to someone, I want to propose a wager. Let's see who gets involved. The over and under on Life Plus. Laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. You posted on there that you were going to help get this man a life imprisonment, right?
I don't know that it suggested that I was helping him do anything. I was just speaking my opinion, which that's free speech, and that's what all the other idiots on that thing do as well. So
I want to propose a wager. Over under on Life Plus. That's what you said.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Move to strike Mr. Rashbaum's commentary to the extent it's on the record.
To stay, members of the jury, you are to disregard the last statement concerning
From Mr. Rauschbaum as to the post on the social media site.
No question, Roman.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
To me, that is one of the more interesting witnesses.
Okay.
Tim Jansen. I definitely feel like it could have a beer with the guy aside from the miserable Jew comment. Could have done without that. But in TV, and I'll get to Carl on this too, we always say the smallest mistakes are the biggest mistakes. You have a misspelling, everyone's going to see it. Again, he said very subtly in passing that Charlie said you can murder someone and get away with it if you're quiet. And that is stuck like a craw in my ear. You think it's doing the same thing to the jurors?
Yeah, a lot of bad things about that guy at the end, but if he really truly believed what Charlie told him, some of his comments were probably apropos, except for the anti-Semitism claim. He dealt with this guy and he heard him say it, and it was consistent with Charlie's behavior. But you don't know if the jurors are going to say, I don't know, I can't believe anything that guy says, or this guy's not a great guy, he's Charlie's friend, but he did hear him say this.
Look at Charlie rubbing his head right now. Carl, this witness said that his demeanor definitely changed after news of Katie's arrest. It was different prior to the arrest. Became nervous, agitated, stressed. That there was, here's another thing, barbed wire around the home. These are all, little specks of information. But to me, from all the witnesses I've been listening to, these really stand out. Don't forget to unmute, Carl. Carl, you want to respond?
Jury is exiting. Please rise.
I would never call that witness.
I think Carl's having trouble unmuting. There you
What's
go.
that? What'd you ask?
What you thought of that witness? Let's go with that.
Yeah, I mean, he had
He had some, probably has some character issues like Charlie has, but I think the jury's going to see through that. And
How long will it take to
you
get
know,
in place?
he's lucky he didn't have $1 trillion. What's to say Charlie's not going to have him whacked?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I was saying
Go
to
back on in 10 minutes, and then the defense can take its proffer as to the issue that's already been addressed at sidebar. We'll bring the jurors back in. Looks like time-wise, Mr. Rauschbaum, I know I didn't want to cut off your access of getting started on any cross-examinations, but do you wish to start your cross today or move into next week?
I think, I mean, I don't know when they're going to be, but probably next week.
Very
But
well.
but if they're quick, then maybe I would start it. Can we just go sidebar after? And
That's fine. All right, we'll resume in 10 minutes at 4:23.
So court will reconvene in 10 minutes. Carl, just unmute yourself again if you can.
Sure.
So there was a couple of things with this witness. I didn't catch his name. He seemed like an interesting guy, very outspoken. The first half of it, he was saying that there was a definite affect change with Charlie after finding out about Katie, that he became nervous, agitated, stressed. What about that? How does that play to the jurors?
Well, I think it also is consistent with what June said. So if he's trying to attack him as being not credible and you can't believe him that he was acting differently, then I think the fact that both of them are saying that, I think it goes to strengthen both their credibilities. And it looks like Charlie really was acting that way. And so I think maybe Rauschbaum's going to try to spin it and say, well, he was worried about, Katie accusing Charlie of turning her in and Sigfredo in. So they were going to have other people come after Charlie. So something like that. But it's going to be a stretch. It's not going to be credible. So I thought this is another good witness for the prosecution. And they're continuing to build their case.
Tim, again, very quickly, it went sort of in passing, but he talked about barbed wire around his home. But that perked my ears up. That is not the behavior of, I don't know, a normal person at a residential home. How does the jury read that, Tim?
Well, that might go in Dan's favor. If he really thought these people were coming after him, he put the barbed wire. The barbed wire is not going to keep the police out. But who knows if Dan will catch that? But this guy said he never saw the barbed wire. So
well, that's why you're smart, Tim. I wasn't even thinking. So you're saying it could kind of play into this whole extortion plot theory.
Right.
Tim, what was the judge saying about the rest of the day here with Rashbaum's cross coming up? If there was enough time, what were they talking about?
It looks like they've got an issue and they want to proffer some evidence before the court. And I don't know if it's for cross. It might be for cross or maybe direct. So they're going to do it outside the presence of the jury. They may have a witness. And then the judge wanted to know, did he want to do cross today or wait for timing purposes? So I don't know what the proffer is about. I don't know whose proffer it is, if it's the state's or the defense's. So we'll find out shortly.
And you know Tallahassee better than anyone. It's Friday afternoon, 4:17. Does it look to you like Judge Stephen Everett is going to want to wind up sooner than later and head into the weekend?
He'll let him go early on a weekend. They've been there all week. He'll let him go early. They'll probably quit about 4:30, 4:45, I would guess. Well, I would assume they're not going to go past 5 today.
They won't go. Well, it's good because we're doing Great Scotch or True Crime Phil at 5 o'clock, a recap of the week's biggest true crime stories. Please let me know. I think the manhunt is still underway in the Lewiston, Maine area for that mass shooter, the accused mass shooter named Robert Card. And we are going to follow that story today with Scott and Phil, even though I can barely speak anymore. Just want to thank again Tim Jansen, Carl Steinbeck. We had Dr. Melissa Hamilton. We had Jeremy Mutz. We had David Latt. Why did I call him Jeffrey? David Latt. Mark Garagos was supposed to come on. These are some of the best legal minds in the country coming over to Surviving the Survivor. That's why a lot of people are tuning in, and thank those guys from the bottom of my heart. Here's a note from the COE. When the stream ends, wait a few seconds, and then you'll be redirected to a 5 p.m. show with best guests, legendary Detective Phil Waters and FBI's Scott Duffy. So when the stream ends, and it will likely end in the next 20 to 25 minutes, you will be redirected. What that means, I have no idea other than what I'm reading. My man Space Coast on the backside of all of this, taking care of that. I am just the mug on the screen doing all this. Huge shout out, by the way, real quick, to Space Coast, the COE, for handling all this. And how can we do this, Tim Jansen, without Steve Cohen, Meave Moen, who I have to sit in a car with for 7.5 hours? Go ahead.
Hey, Joe, think about this. Georgia knew all the dirt for this Fitzpatrick witness. She knew it was coming in. So she had to make a decision. Was it more important to get that one line out than to get all this dirt? And obviously it's important to her that she felt that that statement by him was so important, regardless how bad he's going to get brutalized on cross.
You're talking about the statement where he said that you can get away with murder, that statement? Right. And exactly. So Georgia did know that this guy had just posted on some website. She would have known that.
She would have absolutely knew it.
Interesting. Carl Steinbeck, your thoughts on that? She knew that there was some bad evidence, if you will, if I can use that phrase, with this witness, but you went ahead anyway just to get that one salient piece of information that Charlie once said you can get away with murder if you're quiet. Was that a good move in your estimation?
Well, I think he was a helpful witness, but I think that she was probably surprised about that because I don't think they have the resources in that office to do that kind of background on upcoming witnesses. I think what more likely happened was that that jury selection team did that deep dive research on everybody that was a potential juror, and I think they probably had them do the same thing for any government witness. So I think that's probably where they got it.
Hmm.
Well, you notice she didn't object when he went to the phone and was going to show him Tuesday. So obviously he must have turned it over. She didn't say, hey, I want to see that. We haven't been disclosed. So she must have been aware of the latest thing on Tuesday.
Priscilla Torres says, Tim is good. I would say he's better than good. Frankie Figs with a pretty good idea herself. Smash that like button. Wendi Adelson, obviously one of the key witnesses here, center of this story. Tim Jansen, the judge asked Georgia Kappelman if she was done with her, and she said something along the lines of, I hope so. What does that mean legally? Does she have to stick around Tallahassee now in case she gets recalled to the stand?
No, she was on her way before. She's just got to be available. She has to understand she's under subpoena, and they'll probably give her a couple hours notice or a day notice that they may need her. And she'll just have to make arrangements to get there.
So she's likely headed back to South Florida, which is where she likes to be. And then if she, for whatever reason, she would have to go back up. Carl Steinbeck, I know you don't know them, and I know you probably have no idea, but I'm going to ask you anyway. What do you think the Adelson parents are doing through this? Ruth Markel, Phil Markel are here, Shelley Markel. You think they're sitting there watching STS or Court TV and keeping close tabs on this, or you think they're trying to block it out of their mind?
Yeah, boy, that's a good question, Joel. I mean, on one hand, I think the suspense will be killing them. I think on the other hand, they probably are worried about what this would do to their health. They're getting up there in age, and so I think that they may try to just distract themselves and focus on. They're probably watching the two boys right now. So I think if they really wanted to be a part of this and really were concerned about their son and also to see their daughter up there testifying against him, I would think that they would want to be there and support him and let the jury know that they support him. So I think that's just a real big, the big elephant in the room. I think every day, multiple times a day, jurors are probably wondering, where's his family at? We hear about all this Donna and whatnot. And once they see the bump, I think they're really going to wonder, yeah, where's this Donna at? Where's Harvey?
And what about the jurors, Carl? Are they asking themselves the same exact thing, right? I mean, this is a son who's on trial for murder.
Yeah, no, the jurors are always looking at who's supporting the defendant. If the defendant has nobody there, then I think it speaks to their bad character, that they have bad relations with a lot of people, that no one's there to defend them. And and think about it. Charlie can't call any character witness to say he's a good law-abiding citizen. With all the stuff we got on the wiretaps that he's bragging about, he doesn't have a single character witness that could testify there and not get chewed up and teared apart on cross-examination.
Thank you for this comment from Annie. STS is just the best. Nothing else compares. Please, I was almost going to sing the song, but I refrained. Please continue covering this trial with your best guests. Kudos to the COE. We're planning on it. We're going up, Steve Cohen and I, on Sunday. I can barely think. I don't know how I'm going to get through the next show, but we will work on that. Tim Jansen, when these jurors go home for the weekend, they're obviously instructed not to read anything about the case, not to talk to each other about the case. What's your experience been like? What did jurors do over the weekend when they are on a big high-profile murder case like this?
Well, it's tough because usually your loved ones or your friends are the ones that always get you in trouble. You try to do your best not to talk about it, but depending where they are, usually maybe only their spouse or someone will know they're on the jury. I've known people on the Magbanema trial that they didn't tell anybody because they were afraid, and you're kind of paranoid because you don't want to say anything or be talking. You can't really watch TV. You can't read the newspaper. It's difficult. I can foresee having an issue by Monday where one juror or something has to come forward and a judge might have to say, okay, what happened? That normally happens when you go beyond a week in a high profile case. I wouldn't be surprised if we have an issue with a possible juror problem on Monday with either someone approached them or someone talked to them or they saw something accidentally, and then the parties will have to determine what they're going to do about it.
And Tim Jansen, when you're in the middle of a high-profile murder case and you've been there and the weekend rolls around, do you take the time to collect yourself, take a deep breath, even though you can't because you got broken ribs right now, but you get what I'm saying? Or are you working through the weekend? How do you approach it?
Well, I'm sure that the government's going to they're going to probably take a couple hours off. If Dan is smart, Dan will try to take at least 2 or 3 hours away from it. And then you get back to it on Saturday, get back to it on Sunday, because you got to cleanse you got to get away from it for a little bit because it'll just overwhelm you. But you got to take a break. But you're working 12 hours a day, even on weekends.
The COE wanted me, and it's a good point. If you're in the car and you're listening to the show, if you can listen on the audio platforms, particularly Apple or Spotify or Audible, and give us those 5-star reviews, it helps us a lot. We're trying to build up our audio numbers. It goes a long way for us in terms of being able to get advertisers and sponsors to continue to do the work we're doing. So if you can support us on the audio side, it's not just the Patreon and YouTube, but the audio aspect of this is very important. We'd appreciate that. Here's a comment for Phil. To Phil, Ruth, Shelly, and the boys, I'm so sorry this happened to Dan. It's got to be painful. Again, my heart goes out to Ruth. She's not looking well. She looks upset. She looks, not angry. She just looks like life has taken a toll today and yesterday. Normally, like I said, there's a glow around her. Feel awful for her. Carl Steinbeck, looking into your crystal ball, what are you hoping to see, and what do you think we'll see next week? Tim obviously mentioned all the wiretaps that Fancy Fiction has been so good about posting. Are we going to get into the meat and potatoes of that, Carl? Don't forget to unmute.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting seeing how much of the wiretaps they want to use. I think that there's a lot of dead space in there. There's not a lot of helpful stuff. There are some things that are really incriminating against Charlie. So some of those may not be brought in because they don't want to risk it. Maybe there's been an objection previous to that. But so I think there's going to be a lot of sessions where it's going to drag it out a little bit. And I think, from day 1 to day 2, look at how much different Rashbaum's acting. And I think he's acting very sort of aggressive and nervous and a little bit angry. has a little bit of anger to him, I think, that we haven't seen before. And I think he's running scared a little bit. He sounds like he's scared that he's losing the case, which he obviously is. So, but I'm really surprised. I think maybe he'll regroup and come across better next time.
Everyone can be seated.
Tim, Carl just brought up a really good point, and that is, should Charlie Adelson have hired you instead of Rashbaum? He's showing some Miami aggressiveness.
Rashbaum, you can go ahead with
Probably
the
should have had
proffer
a co-counsel.
of the witness.
help
Mr. Rivera, let me
relieve-
swear you in at this
Because
point.
he's going to be worn
Please
out.
raise your
He'll
right hand,
be,
sir.
he'll be dead.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're
so much
about to give will be the truth?
Here's Luis Rivera already. Luis Rivera, one of the hitmen
Louis.
convicted.
Mr. Rivera, how are you?
All right.
In 2014, 2015, you were a member of the Latin Kings, is that right?
Yes.
And that's a violent gang?
No, we're a family.
It's a gang, right?
Yeah, it's a gang. It's a family, though.
In fact, you were head of the North Miami branch of Latin Kings, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Kappelman, do you have anything to raise concerning this in light of what has been proffered as the theory of defense?
No, Your Honor, I'm still objecting to relevance.
As this specifically goes to the defendant's theory of defense, I will permit the line of questioning that has been raised. However, Mr. Rauschbaum, you are being cautioned as to going into any matters that are collateral to your theory itself. Do you understand what the line is?
Understand, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jurors.
Good ruling by the judge. I was worried about this being an issue on appeal.
And that was interesting, asking Luis Rivera, notorious Latin King gang member, if he's part of this violent gang. He said, "We're family." Repeated it. He's no nonsense, born and raised on the streets of Miami, not far from where I live. And he was one of the smart guys that copped the deal here. He's getting out in not too distant future, but he's not going to be intimidated, I don't think, by Daniel Rashbaum or anyone for that matter. Tim, what do you think of Luis Rivera as a witness?
If they attack him, he's not an educated guy. And he tells you he's not an educated guy. He's a street guy. And if you attack him, lack of education, that's not going to look good for the jury, because the jury's going to see who he is and what he is. He is what he is because that's who he is. And he admits it. But he also has relevant testimony that's crucial to the case.
Everyone except for Mr. Rivera may be seated. Mr.
Let's
Rivera,
listen in
I'm going
here.
to swear you now in front of the jury. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may examine when ready.
What is your name, sir?
Luis Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm Puerto Rican, but raised in Miami.
Right. And I see you're wearing a jail uniform. Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
I don't remember.
5
Once.
sound right?
45, yeah.
All right. And are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence for both this case that we're here about and also a federal case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's start with the federal case. What is the nature of that charge?
Conspiracy RICO with the Latin Kings.
Conspiracy, RICO, like a racketeering,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's related to your involvement with the Latin Kings?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a gang?
Gang, family.
Okay. And that was a group that you were affiliated with when you lived in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we've heard that when some incidents occurred during this case, you were incarcerated in Broward County. Were you incarcerated in Broward County back in 2016?
No.
You were never in Broward?
2016?
Yeah.
No, I was in the feds.
Okay. So you were incarcerated, but not in Broward. That was part of the ruse that you were.
Yeah, I
in
was in
Broward.
Broward, but I was 2016. I was in the feds. I was in Coleman.
All right. So at the time of what we're calling the bump, you were actually in federal custody.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that on the racketeering case?
Yes, ma'am.
You're still serving a sentence on that case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that case in any way related to the murder that we're here about today?
No, ma'am.
All right. So when law enforcement came to talked to you and identified you as a suspect in the murder case, you were already serving this sentence unrelated. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything in reference to that federal case
No,
for your
ma'am.
testimony here today?
Nope.
All right. And have you ever gotten any help on the federal case for your cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right. What did you get for your cooperation in this case?
This case, the murder case, 19 years.
All right. And was the 19 years to be served concurrently or at the same time with the federal sentence you're already serving?
Concurrent with the same time as the feds.
What is your release date once you conclude both sentences?
Both sentences, 2032, 33.
32 or 33? 2032 or 2033?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is it that you have to do in exchange for this 19-year sentence on the murder case?
How to testify.
All right. And what do you have to testify to?
The murder.
All right. And has anyone told you to say anything other than the truth in the case?
No, ma'am.
Have I or anyone promised you anything other than what we've already discussed, the sentence you got?
No, ma'am.
Anybody ever told you that you had to testify about a specific person in order to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
All right, I want to talk about how you came to be a participant in the murder of Dan Markel. Did you participate in his murder?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you came to be a part of that?
From a friend,
And who's your friend?
Garcia.
Who's Garcia? Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Sigfredo Garcia, yes.
How did you know him?
Childhood.
And had you described him as a brother previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because he was in the gang or
No,
just
he's not in no gang.
he was not in a gang,
No.
but he was a good enough friend that you referred to him as
Yes,
a brother?
ma'am.
And back around the time that this crime occurred in 2014, were you and Mr. Garcia together all the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia, is he the one that came to you with the information about this job that needed to be done?
Absolutely.
And I say job, is that what this murder was to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So your motive for coming to Tallahassee and participating in this murder was money?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Did you know Dan Markel?
Nope.
Did you know anything about him?
Nope.
All right. So do you know why Garcia or how Garcia came to know about this murder or this job?
His girl,
Who's that?
Katie.
All right. So am I correct that Katie hired Garcia and Garcia hired you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was to actually come to Tallahassee to do the murder?
It was me and him.
You and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
But not Katie.
No.
So she stayed in Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who was to get the money once the job was done?
Katie.
All right. And did she get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where she got the money from?
Mm,
Do you
my-
know where she got the money from?
Yeah, the people. She got
Who are the people?
the dentist. I called them the dentist at that time.
The dentist?
Like Wendi and her brother.
Okay.
And
And
them-
do you know which one of them actually handed Katie the money?
No, absolutely not.
And you weren't there for that.
No, ma'am.
So Katie went to get the money from the people, which includes both of them,
Yes, ma'am.
and then brought it back to you.
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Did you originally describe the purpose behind this murder as helping a lady in Tallahassee get her kids?
What you mean?
Did you describe I know your purpose was money,
Yeah.
but whoever did the hiring had a different purpose, right?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of that purpose?
For the kids.
To get these kids.
Get the kids back.
Okay. And do you know any more about that? Which family member did what and whose kids they were or anything like that?
No, I don't think I know the kids was Wendi. That's her name.
Wendi, they're Wendy's kids?
Yeah, that's the only thing I know.
Okay, and it had something to do with getting Wendy's kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the dentist?
No.
Have you ever met the dentist before? What did the dentist have to do with the lady in Tallahassee that had the kids?
That's her brother.
And what was his connection to you or to Garcia?
To me, nothing. His connection was that was Katie's boyfriend.
All right, so Katie was Garcia's child's mother
Yes, ma'am.
and also was dating Charlie Adelson.
Absolutely.
Did you know before the murder was committed, did you know how much you were going to be paid?
No.
When did you find out how much you were going to be paid?
When we was driving up.
Okay, so that was before the murder was committed.
Yeah,
then?
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right, and so when you were driving up, you found out the job was going to pay how much for you?
Well, they only gave me 37.
$37,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much was the total bill for the job?
It was $100,000.
And that was split between who?
3 ways.
You and who else?
Me, Garcia, and Katie.
Was this job in any way related to your gang affiliation?
No, absolutely not.
To show you State's Exhibit. Shouldn't have photos as well. Oh. I'll show you 37 and 38. You recognize these photos?
Yep.
Are those photos of the folks that were involved in this homicide?
Yep.
Plus another young lady. Who's that?
That's my baby mama. She's not involved.
Okay, and what's her name?
Jessica Rodriguez.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 37 and 38.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 37 and 38 are admitted.
Publish 37 at this time, please.
You may.
Thank you. Who's that on the far left in the green shirt?
Garcia.
Okay, and next to him,
Katie.
and next to her,
Jessica.
and then that's you on the right.
Yes, ma'am.
When was this photo taken? Let me ask you this, was it before or after the homicide? If you know.
I can't remember.
Did you previously say it was taken sometime after the homicide? You can't remember.
I can't remember.
Okay. States 38. Who are these folks?
That's me and Garcia.
Did Mr. Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
And what about you? Did you have a nickname?
Tato.
Had you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this murder?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Tallahassee one time or more than one time?
Twice.
And both times, was that with just you and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Both times, did you come in a rental car?
Yes, ma'am.
How long can we go back to,
Quick note, we're going to stay with this, and we'll start Phil and Scott at 5:15. If it goes longer than 5:15, I will let you know at that point. We are going to stay with...
how long had Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia been, I guess, on again, off again?
Like 10 years.
So at the time of this homicide, they'd been on and off for about 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you knew her pretty well as far as through Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she go by Katie sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I publish States 59 at this time?
You may.
After I turn the thing off.
Someone somewhere has to have a pair of bulldogs named Tuto and Tato. It's got to exist somewhere. If
Mr.
not, I know
Rivera,
what I'm
have you
getting.
seen
Tim
this exhibit
Jansen
before?
gift.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to take a look at the phone numbers associated with the people on this chart that you know?
I seen them, but I don't remember none of them.
Don't remember those numbers? Have you previously testified about the numbers?
No, maybe one of them. I think it was probably mine.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at the rental contract that you filled out for the rental car that was used in this homicide, the Prius? All right. And that contract has your phone number on it, correct?
Yes.
And if that phone number matches the one up there, would that be the correct number for you at that time? Or at least one of them?
Probably one of them. I have multiple phones, though.
Yeah, you had a couple phones, right? The address that was on the rental contract. Can I see the rental contract, please? Oh, it is. One moment, I'm gonna show it to you. It's Normandy, something Normandy. Is that where you were living at the time of the murder?
No. I was just on my license.
So you provided your driver's license to rent the car,
Yes, ma'am.
and you know what number the rental contract is? Never mind, I just found it. Okay, and at the time on your license, I'm approaching with States 58. It had this 1805 Normandy Drive on your license.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you actually living at that time?
I was living with Jessica.
Okay, and was Jessica's address at 1515 Northeast 135th
Street, yeah.
number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I want to talk about the first trip. Do you know the date that you left to come here for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Does June 4th of 2014 sound correct?
Probably.
All right, how did you get here? Who drove?
I drove. He drove half, and I drove the other half.
All right,
The first
so
time.
you both did some of the driving.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and how did you know where you were going?
Oh, he knew his way.
Who did?
Garcia.
How did he know his way?
He had a piece of paper with an address in the picture.
What can you describe what the piece of paper
It's a
looked
regular
like?
piece of paper.
Like a regular piece of paper like this size?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it white?
Yes.
Was it like this kind of paper that goes in a printer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was printed on it?
It was the dude's address.
Okay. Was the address printed or handwritten, if you know?
Man, I can't remember.
Okay. Did it have a photograph on it?
Yeah.
All right. So it had a photograph and an address. Anything else written on there
That's it.
or typed?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So that's how you knew who you were supposed to kill and where that person lived?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't get the address from the Prof's blog?
No.
You don't read the Prof's blog?
No. We know that.
Are you on the Prof's blog server list?
No.
Can you just come stand for 1 moment?
I would. Okay.
That was the funniest question of the trial so far, hands down. The look on Luis Rivera's face. Tim Jansen, unmute yourself. What do you think of Luis? To me, honestly, he's probably the most credible witness, among the most credible witness. No nonsense. What do you think?
I think he is a credible witness and more credible than any witness. So, well, maybe not the law enforcement, but any of the non-law enforcement witnesses. I think they're going to believe him. And I think he'll come across credible.
Carl, what is the strategy here with Luis Rivera? Of course, one of the convicted hitmen. Again, he's the one that took a plea deal. And Tim, by the way, do you know when he gets out? He gets out not. And by the way, this guy, unlike Charlie Adelson, looks better having been. Look, he's tan, lost weight in prison. When's he get out, Tim? Do you know?
He said like 2035. I thought it was sooner than that. He's institutionalized now. He's been in what, at least 8 or 9 years.
Garcia get any information about
he's
Mr.
adjusted.
Markel from a blog?
We'll get back to Carl in a moment.
Did either of you, to your knowledge, go on the computer and look on his Facebook
No, ma'am.
or search him in any kind of way?
Not at all.
All right. So everything you did from this piece of paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to the address on the paper on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see Professor Markel that trip?
No.
What did y'all do that trip?
We tried to follow him, but we lost him, but
All right. So you saw his vehicle
yes, ma'am.
and tried to follow it.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you followed it that trip?
Not that trip. I don't think I remember.
Okay. Did you watch his home, sit and watch his home during
Yes,
that
ma'am.
first trip? Did anybody get out of the car and look around or poke around his property?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did that?
Garcia.
Why didn't the murder get done on this trip?
And I can't remember.
Did you have a weapon with you?
I think we had, I don't remember.
Did you previously say that you each had a firearm on both trips?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember which weapon was the murder weapon?
Yeah, I remember the weapon.
Where did the murder weapon come from?
I got it
Where did you get it from?
on the streets,
All right. And was that in Miami or up here?
Miami.
Okay, so you went and got a weapon. Was that specifically for the purpose of
Yes,
committing
ma'am.
this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that weapon come up here on the first trip with you?
I think so.
All right, and was there another firearm in the car as well?
We had two.
Okay, whose gun was the other one?
Garcia.
And the murder weapon, what type of weapon was that?
38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was there a particular plan as far as who was going to actually do the murder?
I was supposed to do it.
Okay, and was it always going to be a shooting?
It's going to be a shooting.
What was the plan? Were you always going to do it in his car, or what? Was there any kind of plan?
No, there wasn't no plan. Really didn't plan nothing out.
So it was just going to be if an opportunity arose, you were
If
going
there
to
was
take
opportunity, we do what we got to do and go.
it. What if an opportunity arose when the children were present?
I was not doing that in front of the kids.
Okay.
Not me.
Did somebody instruct you on that, or that was just a given that you weren't going to do it?
I was not going to do it. Period.
On that first trip, when you were discussing this murder and the payment, was there any conversation about maybe switching it to a robbery?
Yes.
All right. And who brought up the possibility of switching it from a murder to a robbery?
Me.
And what was your suggestion?
My suggestion was to go back and rob the lady,
And who's the lady?
Wendi.
Okay. Because did you believe at that time that Wendi was the one that had this money to pay for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your thought was, hey, let's just take the money.
Let's take the money.
Don't even have to do a murder, right?
We don't have to do none of that.
And why didn't that happen instead of the murder?
He told me he can't. He just had to do his job. I'm like, I just went with it because I was my friend. So I just went with the.
Garcia told you that you had to get this job done.
Yes, ma'am.
And the job had to be done for Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's talk about the second trip. Is that when the murder happened, July 16th through the 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the rental car agreement that I already showed you. That was the Prius you traveled up here in.
Absolutely. Yes.
And we talked about your phone number, but there's another phone number on that rental agreement that says brother. Is that Garcia's phone number?
I don't remember.
Okay. Who would be the brother that you would put on the rental contract as going with you?
Garcia.
Did you take phones with you when you came to Tallahassee? Cell phones?
Yeah,
And did you have the phones on or off for the actual homicide?
it was off at that moment.
And did you take the same guns with you that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you stay while you were here?
In the hotel.
Was there an incident while you were here for that trip prior to the actual murder where one of the guns was discharged in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us what happened?
Well, the gun went off. Well, Garcia was playing with the gun. I was driving, and he put a hole right through the floor in the passenger side.
Were you actually out on the roads
Yes,
when this
ma'am.
happened?
I was driving.
And did it have an impact on your ability to drive the car?
Yeah, it hit the gas line.
All right. So how'd you get it fixed?
He flagged somebody down there. We met the first time, some people, and they gave him a ride to the AutoZone to get a piece of hose to connect it back.
So somebody gave you a ride to the AutoZone.
Yes, ma'am. Not me, him. I was in the car. I never got off the car.
All right. You stayed with the disabled vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia come back and do something to the car?
Yeah, he fixed it.
And it was able to be operated after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all follow Dan Markel at all during this second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him this time?
Follow him to the daycare and to the gym.
Was there a reason that the murder had to get done on the day it did?
It was just the right thing, the right opportunity, I guess.
Okay. Did you have any information that the victim was going to be leaving town the day after the homicide occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, meeting.
Is the answer struck?
The answer is not struck. You need to rephrase your question.
All right. So how did you find out that the victim was leaving town the following day?
I can't remember that good.
Was it from a blog?
Objection, Your Honor. Meeting.
It's not leading, Your Honor.
Rule.
Was it from a blog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What blog was that?
The blonde was Wendi.
No, I was
What you
saying
mean?
from the computer. Did you research
Oh,
it
no,
on
no,
the
no,
computer?
no.
Okay, so somebody gave you the information.
Yeah, somebody
A
else.
person.
A person.
And how did you actually talk to the person?
No, ma'am.
Who talked to the person?
Tuto. Garcia.
Garcia talked to the person.
Talked to
All
Katie.
right. Okay, so Garcia got the information from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
Okay, were you present when Garcia talked to Katie and found out we
Yes,
got to
ma'am.
do it today?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the phone.
I'm sorry.
That was on the phone speaking.
He was talking to Katie on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that.
I was in the car.
Who was driving the green Prius on, like, whenever you were following Mr. Markel right before the murder?
Me.
Did you go to, I think you said the daycare. Where else did you go that day?
The gym.
Have you seen the video surveillance from the gym in this case?
I have seen it now.
Yeah, where the green Prius is at the gym. Have you seen that?
I've seen it.
And is that you driving that Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is Garcia in the vehicle as well?
Absolutely.
All right. Did you know whether or not the kids were in the car at the time you were at the gym?
Now he dropped them off. I seen him when he dropped them off in the daycare.
So you actually saw the kids go into the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it after the daycare that you proceed to the gym?
Yes.
And what about after that?
We followed him to his house.
All right. So did you wait in the car while the victim went into the gym and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all know at that time, like, we're going to do it when he comes out of
No.
the gym, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. Nah.
So you're just following him to see where he goes.
To see where he goes.
And where did he go?
To his house.
Did you see the bus video that shows the Prius shortly before and shortly after the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you driving the vehicle at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened when you got to Mr. Markel's driveway.
Well, He had turned he turned the block before. We kept going, so we went in front of his house. So when he pulled in, we pulled in right behind. I pulled in right behind him.
Is what you're describing, you entered his street from two different directions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you met at his, did you meet at his driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you pull in behind him, what happens next?
Garcia jumped out and shot him
How many times?
twice.
Where was he standing when he fired the shots?
Right in front of the driver's side, right there by the driver.
Did you see what the victim did during this attack?
He put his hands up.
How was it decided that Mr. Garcia would end up being the shooter instead of the original plan, which was for you to do it?
I was driving. I had no time. He jumped out and did it. He had the gun the whole time.
All right, so either one of you were willing to do it when whoever wasn't driving when the opportunity arose?
Maybe, but it was really his job. So he did it.
You mean why was it his job?
He's the one that was getting paid, but he knew about the whole thing.
Well, you were getting paid too, right?
Yeah,
But he secured the job.
yes, ma'am.
The bus video that we looked at, one of them shows the passenger side, someone in a white shirt moving around a lot right after the homicide. Can you explain to the jury what was going on in the car at that time?
He was trying to hide the gun.
And that's Garcia?
Garcia
Where did he put the gun?
ran in the front, in the passenger side, right under the rug.
Okay, what ultimately happened with the gun?
We threw it away
Where?
in the river.
On the way back to South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where y'all went when you left Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you turn your cell phones back on?
And we turned them on right away, I think.
After leaving Tallahassee?
Yeah. I remember. I really don't remember, but it got turned on.
Sometime after the murder, they got turned back on.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who made the first phone call out of the two of you?
I didn't make no phone call. He did.
Who did he call?
I think he called Katie. Well, he called Katie. He
Say
called
that
Katie.
again?
He called Katie.
He called Katie. And were you able to hear the conversation with Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that conversation?
He told her everything is done. She's like, I know. And he's like, where the money?
Okay, let me back you up just a little bit. How did she know it was done?
I think she got a phone call right away before we did.
All right, but somehow she indicated she knew.
Yes.
All right, and you asked about the money. Did you personally ask about the money, or was that Garcia?
That's Garcia.
What did she say about the money?
You'll get it tomorrow.
Did you get it tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
On the way back from Tallahassee to Miami, did you stop in Pembroke Pines at an ATM machine?
No way back.
Yeah.
I know we stopped.
I'll show you states 39 through 45. Have you seen these before?
Yeah. That's it. Same.
And are these appear to be ATM
Yes, ma'am.
images?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on the ATM images?
7/18/2024.
2024?
I mean 14. Sorry.
All right, that's the day of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this the green Prius that y'all came to Tallahassee in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are these fair and accurate photographs of you in the green Prius on the day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to introduce and publish states 39 through 45.
Any objection? 39 through 45 are admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Sure. Here. Publishing states 39. And 40, please. $41, please. Make that bigger, please. Who's pictured in this exhibit, Mr. Rivera?
That's me and Garcia.
Who's that in the foreground, closer to the camera?
That's me. I'm the driver.
Okay. 42, please. Who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
43, please. And 44. Did you and Sigfredo Garcia go out that night when you got back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you went?
Then we went to a bar.
Was Catherine McDaniel with you that night?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know where she went that night?
No, I don't know.
All right. The next morning, is that when you saw her again?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us what happened the next morning.
The next morning I woke up, I went to the barber shop, and she went to my house and took the money.
She had the money at your house?
Yeah.
And did you go home and get it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go home with some purpose?
Purpose to pick that money up.
Yeah. Why were you worried about the money?
I was worried about my baby mama taking it.
You were worried about your baby mama taking it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Jessica, the one we saw in the,
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
photo? So if she'd seen that money,
If she would have seen it, she would have probably took it.
okay.
But she never seen it.
How much money was in there?
37. I think it was 35,
37,000?
35.
35,000. And how was it packaged?
100 staples.
All $100 bills?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you mean by staples?
They were all stapled. It was $1,000, each $1,000 staple in the top corner.
All right, so you got 35,000. I think you previously said you got 37. Where did the other two come from?
Garcia gave it to me.
Why did he do that?
She gave it to me.
So he just gave you 2 additional stacks out of his cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much he got versus how much Katie got?
No,
You not remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but it added up to 100. Is that what you previously
Yes,
said?
ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
Approach you with states 46 and 47. Is that a picture of the motorcycle you bought with the murder money?
That's Garcia's.
That's Garcia's. What about 47? Is that your
Yeah.
motorcycle there?
That's mine, yeah.
Okay, and this is
Garcia.
Garcia's. And then what about this Monte Carlo in the background? Did y'all buy that too?
That's Garcia's. He got it.
Did he buy that with the murder money? Or after the murder? Shortly
Yeah.
after the murder?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Are these fair and accurate photos of those vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 46 and 47.
Any objection? No objection. States 46 and 47 are admitted.
I publish 46, Your Honor.
You may.
And 47, please. Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with investigator Jason Newland with my office to look at this? What I've marked as state 63, this exhibit regarding the calls in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these initials next to these calls indicate that you've authenticated the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence state 63.
Any objection? State 63 is admitted.
So you were able to recognize the voices of Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia on those recordings?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever had any kind of contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
During the time that Catherine Magbanua was dating the dentist, were you around her during that time?
I mean, I've seen her a few times.
Okay, and what was the context of, like, what was the occasion that you would see her if she was with the dentist?
Not with him, but I seen her when she come look for Garcia.
Okay, so if she was doing something related to the kids or something like
Yeah,
that?
that's it.
During the times that you saw her while she was dating the dentist, did she ever brag to you about the dentist at all?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever tell you the dentist has a lot of money?
No, ma'am.
The dentist has a safe full of cash in his home?
No.
So do you even know who the dentist is? I mean, do you know who he is here
Never
in the
met him.
courtroom?
Never met him in my life until today.
Okay. Well, the dentist's lawyers have indicated that you and Garcia got this idea on your own to come to Tallahassee and kill the professor. Is that true?
No. A good one.
Did you kill him and then try to get Katie to blackmail the dentist?
No.
When you suggested to Sigfredo Garcia on the way up that it would be easier to just do a robbery, would it have been easier to rob the dentist back in Miami than to come up here to do a murder?
I never said nothing about him because I don't know him, but I said, let's go rob the lady.
Right.
Just like
but
that.
If you had known that it was actually the dentist that had the money, would you have been just as happy to rob the dentist?
Absolutely.
Would that have been less trouble than coming to Tallahassee to do a murder?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ralph Brown, do you wish to begin your cross-examination this evening?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Judge, I think it makes sense to wait till Monday.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to recess at this point. Cross-examination of the witness will take place by the defense on Monday morning. Once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I've given throughout. You're not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch the news coverage. Do not seek out any information about this matter. Have a restful weekend. We will see you on Monday morning. Please report at 8:30.
Everyone, it has been an incredibly long few days. You just saw that testimony. Tim, your final thoughts real quick, and then, oh, Tim's not there. Carl, your final thoughts on Luis here, and then we're going to switch over and
Everyone else can be
hopefully
seated. Do the
pick up the other
raise before we go into recess.
show with Bill and Scott.
Enjoy your weekend. Mr. Rauschbaum, the juvenile concert awaits.
Can't wait.
Carl, final thoughts?
Yeah, I think Luis was a strong witness for the state, and I think that his testimony about the cash and the staples and all that kind of stuff. And he also refuted the extortion racket against Charlie. So that really didn't need to be said. But like you're saying, it was pretty hilarious being asked about the prof's plug to find out why how they found out Dan was leaving town so suddenly.
Yeah, that was an incredible moment. Carl, thank you so much. You know that I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to see your brother on Sunday. Tim Jansen is a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you all. I'm going to end this stream. I'm going to head over to the other one. You will be redirected automatically. I don't know how, but you will. So the stream is ending. Carl, thank you. Tim, thank you. Carl, I'll talk to you over the weekend.
All right.
Love you, America.